Yacheng, let's get back together.
I looked at the girl who suddenly appeared in front of me, and anger instantly flared up inside me. Lin Shanxian. My ex. Once the most beautiful girl in our course, surrounded by crowds of admirers. But among them all, she chose me. I was not only attractive but also an outstanding student, a promising young man. Back then, I thought that was enough. We dated for just one semester, and then a rich guy from a neighboring department appeared. Money, gifts, a luxury car, that was enough for her to leave me and run to him. She didn't even try to hide the reason. Yi Chang, you don't have as much money as Hao. He drives a Porsche, and you ride a second-hand electric scooter. Aside from a pretty face, you have nothing at all. I don't want to spend my whole life paying off a mortgage and car loans with you. Those words broke my heart at the time. And now, 2 years later, she stands before me, in tears, with a trembling voice, begging for forgiveness, pulling at my sleeve. She says she realizes her mistake, that she's willing to obey me in everything. I abruptly pull my hand away and say, "Didn't you hear me? Get lost, okay?" A crowd gathers around. People whisper, pointing at us. From their reactions, it's clear who they think is at fault. When a beautiful girl cries, the man is always the villain. An elderly woman shakes her head and says I'm too cruel, that if the girl has already apologized, there's nothing for me to hold a grudge against. The crowd immediately supports her, accusing me of lacking generosity. Some even question if I can still be considered a man after such behavior. Their words only make me angrier. They don't know the whole truth, yet they've already made their judgment. They don't care about what happened before. They just want a beautiful spectacle where a weak, miserable girl begs for forgiveness from a heartless man. I look at Lin Shanxian again, and suddenly, I notice. She's smiling? Through tears, with trembling lips, but it was a smile. She was enjoying the situation. She knew the crowd would take her side. She thought I had no choice. And then, a signal sounds in my head. Ding! A robotic voice announces. Detected, the host has encountered an ex-girlfriend who was pretending to be miserable to rekindle the relationship, as well as being subjected to moral pressure from bystanders. Activating the Life for Pleasure system. Option 1, agree to reunite with your ex-girlfriend. Reward, -1 centimeter from your entire body. Option 2, just walk away. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Option 3, speak out everything that has been bottled up in your heart. Reward, Ferrari la Ferrari. I freeze. Got a system? But the choice is obvious. I point at Lin Shanxian and say bluntly, Lin bitch, what the hell were you thinking when you decided I'd want to be with you again? Who was the one who slept with someone else even before we broke up? And now, after being used for 3 years, you dare to come crawling back? Get lost, you trash. The crowd falls silent. I shift my gaze to the people who had been judging me a moment ago. And you all, before throwing around moral accusations, could at least bother to understand the situation? This slut had 2 abortions for another man, and now she wants to come back to me. Anyone wants to take her in, be my guest. God, you people love to gossip without knowing a damn thing. Lin Shanxian turns pale. Her lips tremble. She never expected me to say all this out loud. She thought she could hide the truth. But now, everyone knows everything. And then, the system speaks again. Congratulations! You have received the reward, Ferrari la Ferrari. Additionally, since the host has not only punished the ex-girlfriend but also the moral blackmailers, an extra reward is granted, 100 million yuan. The keys are already in your pocket. The car is parked ahead. The money has been credited to your bank account. All rewards are fully legal, and you may use them without worry. I feel a wave of satisfaction. I just destroyed her in front of everyone and got a supercar and 100 million in the process. I don't stay a second longer. I just walk away. In the parking lot, a red Ferrari la Ferrari is waiting for me. A crowd surrounds it, people filming videos. Some are even trying to sit on the hood to take pictures. I pull out the keys, press a button, and the headlights flash. Instantly, everyone steps back. One of the girls who was trying to take a selfie smirks, saying there's no way this car belongs to me. But her expression changes instantly when I open the doors. I calmly get behind the wheel and press the start button. Lin Shanxian rushes to me, bangs on the window, begging again. Ah Chang, please. I really understand now. I will listen to you, I will never leave you again. I don't even look in her direction. I press the gas. The car roars forward. Voices echo behind me. Ugh, how disgusting. Typical gold digger. Did she really think he'd wait for her? Pathetic. I don't turn back. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm behind the wheel of a Ferrari, the road ahead is clear, and I have 100 million in my bank account. I check my balance. Your balance, 100,001,576.47 yuan. I slam my hand on the wheel and laugh. This feels so damn good. But suddenly, the system's voice rings in my head again. Option 1, quit your job. Reward, another 100 million yuan. Option 2, go to an interview. Reward, 35% of Ishing Group's shares. Now, everything is in my hands. Hearing the system's words, Yi Chang's eyes widened. Good grief. The first option meant he could get 100 million yuan without doing anything, while the second option's reward, wasn't that the parent company of the company he was interviewing for? The company he was set to interview at was Tangcheng Finance, a financial firm. And Tangcheng Finance was a wholly owned subsidiary of Ishing Group. And what was Ishing Group? A super conglomerate worth over 300 billion yuan, ranked among the Fortune Global 500. Yi Chang, having studied business administration, knew exactly what 35% of its shares represented. He had previously researched Ishing Group's shareholding structure. Even the largest shareholder only held about 42%. This meant he would instantly become the second largest shareholder. Sure, 100 million in cash sounded tempting, but 35% of Ishing Group's shares? That was even better. Besides, the system didn't require him to pass the interview, just attending was enough. Wasn't this basically a free giveaway? Without hesitation, he chose option 2, he would go to the interview tomorrow. Now, it was time to go shopping. Or rather, stocking up? Yi Chang chuckled to himself, then drove his LaFerrari straight to the most luxurious mall in Shanghai. Upon arriving, he parked the eye-catching LaFerrari in the paid parking lot, and the security guards immediately took positions beside it. If a regular car got damaged in a paid parking lot? No problem, compensation was manageable. But a supercar like this? No one could afford that kind of damage. After leaving the parking lot, Yi Chang's first stop was the Rolex boutique. Sir, are you here to look at watches? As soon as he entered, a female sales associate warmly greeted him. The staff at Rolex were well trained. Even though Yi Chang was dressed in clothes worth less than 300 yuan, she still maintained a respectful attitude. Yi Chang glanced around the store and said, "I'll just take a look first." Of course. The saleswoman nodded and followed him as he browsed. He started looking at the display cases near the entrance. The watches there were on the cheaper side, under 100,000 yuan. Before long, his eyes landed on a very famous watch. Is this the green submariner? Yes, it is. Can I try it on? Of course. The saleswoman immediately took the watch from the case and motioned for Yi Chang to extend his hand. She personally helped him put it on. Being handsome really had its perks. Yi Chang's hands were well defined, with long, slender fingers. The saleswoman took the opportunity to linger on his hand a little longer, touching his skin more than necessary. Yi Chang, however, didn't think much of it, assuming it was just an accident. Once the watch was on, he tilted his wrist to admire it. The metal strap felt cool against his skin, and the green dial was incredibly eye-catching. No wonder it was one of Rolex's most sought-after models. I'll take it. The saleswoman froze for a moment, then lit up with excitement. She hadn't expected Yi Chang to be a serious buyer. Great. Please take it off for a moment, and I'll prepare the paperwork. But Yi Chang waved his hand and said, "No rush. I want to check out a few more. I'll buy them all together." Now that he had money, he wasn't going to hold back. Today, he planned to buy everything, from entry-level to high-end. Hearing this, the saleswoman's smile widened, and she quickly nodded. She had another staff member start packing up the green submariner, then continued following Yi Chang with even more enthusiasm. After browsing for a while, Yi Chang reached the section where watches cost over 1,000,000 yuan. His eyes quickly landed on a stunning watch. The saleswoman immediately introduced it. "This is the full-pave Daytona, an automatic mechanical watch from our Daytona series. As you can see, the dial is entirely encrusted with small diamonds, resembling a starry sky. Additionally, these 4 red rubies at the cardinal points enhance its beauty even further. Let me try it on." Of course. Soon, Yi Chang was wearing a 1,000,000 yuan luxury timepiece. And it really did feel different from those cheap watches. Of course, that was probably just psychological bias, but still Yi Chang was very satisfied. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll take this one too." Great. The saleswoman's heart was racing. Just from her commission on these sales, she had already earned months' worth of salary. Yi Chang didn't need to browse any further. 2 watches were enough. The Daytona for when he wanted to show off. The Submariner for everyday office wear. Perfect. The paperwork was prepared. Yi Chang signed and paid. Over 1.2 million yuan spent in an instant. And he didn't feel a thing. He immediately put on the Daytona, then left the store while the staff bowed to him. Next, it was time to buy clothes and shoes. He went to Armani and picked up 2 full outfits totaling 400,000 yuan, including suits, dress pants, shirts, and ties. After changing into his new outfit, the store staff couldn't stop admiring him. He looked incredibly sharp, and when he paid, he looked even more dazzling. By the time he finished shopping, he was loaded with bags. Wearing a casual Armani t-shirt, pants, and shoes, he returned to the parking lot, placed everything in his car, then rubbed his stomach. He was hungry. So, he went back to the mall to find a restaurant. After looking around, he settled on a Western restaurant. He had heard that high-end Western restaurants were ridiculously expensive, and today, he wanted to see just how ridiculous they could be. When the menu arrived, he was actually shocked. Damn! The most expensive steak was over 800 yuan. Was it covered in gold? Looking at the description, no, it wasn't. But it was sprinkled with edible gold flakes. Alright then, rich people really know how to have fun. And now, he was a rich person. So, he ordered one. The waiter didn't seem surprised. After all, one glance at Yi Chang's outfit, Armani, plus a blinging luxury watch, made it obvious he wasn't short on cash. His order: a steak, clam chowder, baked escargot. Total cost, 1,500 yuan. Back when he was in college, he didn't even spend that much in a month. Now, he was waiting for his food, casually playing with his brand new Huawei MX2 foldable phone, which he had just overpaid 20,000 yuan for. He was living the dream. But just as he was getting comfortable, he suddenly heard a loud scolding from a nearby table. What kind of service is this? You call this a high-end restaurant? I've been waiting forever for my steak. A soft, apologetic voice responded. I'm very sorry. I'll go check with the kitchen right away. Yi Chang froze. That voice. It sounded strangely familiar. Soon, the commotion died down. It seemed that the manager had stepped in to talk to the customer, while the female server kept her head down and quickly walked past Yi Chang's table. Yi Chang looked up and caught a brief glimpse of her, immediately freezing in place. Wasn't that Ning Qingxue from the neighboring class? She was a school beauty. Why was she working here? She was wearing a black uniform, with a knee-length pencil skirt. Her slender legs, wrapped in black stockings, extended gracefully from beneath the skirt, their smooth curves well-proportioned and refined. 2 years ago, after breaking up with Lin Shanxian, Yi Chang had lost faith in love. But from time to time, he and his dorm mates would still joke about how amazing it would be if Ning Qingxue could be his girlfriend. Wait a minute. Yi Chang suddenly recalled the expression on Ning Qingxue's face just now. She looked like she was about to cry. Yi Chang and Ning Qingxue had co-hosted academy events before due to their outstanding appearances, so they knew each other, though not very well. Still, seeing her upset, how could he not go over and offer some comfort? Just then, the system's voice rang in his mind. Your former crush is feeling wronged, shouldn't you go comfort her? Option 1, it's not your girlfriend, so why should you care? Reward, your meal will taste extra delicious. Option 2, go watch from the sidelines. Nothing's better than watching a pretty girl cry. Reward, +1 to psychological perversion. Option 3, go comfort her. Who knows? Maybe she'll become your girlfriend in the future. Reward, a luxury villa in Yulong Garden. Well, that's an easy choice. Yi Chang stood up. Since he had already paid, there was no worry about being mistaken for a dine and dasher. He saw Ning Qingxue heading to the restroom and followed. Outside the men's and women's restrooms was a sink area. Ning Qingxue stood at the sink, turned on the water, and wiped her face. Yi Chang walked up to the sink beside her, started washing his hands, and casually said, Ning Qingxue. Hearing someone call her name, she quickly wiped her eyes, looked up, and after recognizing him, exclaimed in surprise, Yi Chang? What are you doing here? Yi Chang smiled. In a restaurant, obviously eating. Oh, I forgot. Ning Qingxue forced a small smile. Work is tough, huh? Yi Chang sighed. I saw what happened earlier. Are you okay? Ning Qingxue lowered her head, washing her hands in silence. After a moment, she spoke softly, I must look ridiculous to you. Not at all, Yi Chang shook his head. Work always comes with hardships. I've been there, too. Once, when handing out flyers, someone snapped at me, saying, can't you delivery guys use your eyes? Another time, someone mistook me for a thief and almost started a fight. I was really upset back then. Guess what I did? Ning Qingxue looked at him curiously. What did you do? I never handed out flyers again. Ning Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Her frustration eased slightly at Yi Chang's attempt to comfort her with self-deprecating humor. Then she said, but you had the choice to stop handing out flyers. I still have to work as a server. Yi Chang nodded and reassured her, that's true. But think of it this way, being a server is just training your patience. You were just unlucky today, that's all. Imagine if your male manager had gone instead of you. The customer probably would have cursed him out even worse. Who could bear to yell at a beautiful girl like you? Hearing Yi Chang call her beautiful, Ning Qingshua's face turned slightly red. She nodded gently and said, "Thank you. I feel a little better now." Yi Chang nodded back with a smile. "No problem. After all, we were co-hosts once." Ning Qingxue chuckled and asked, "You came here for a meal, right? Let me treat you." Yi Chang waved his hand. "No need." His meal had cost over 1,500 yuan, he would feel guilty letting her pay for that. But Ning Qingxue insisted, "Just let me. We employees get an internal discount." "Really, it's fine," Yi Chang said. Then, glancing at his watch, he asked, "When do you get off work?" "Shift change is at 6. Yi Chang was about to take out his phone but then remembered he was wearing a watch now. He glanced at it and said, "That's soon. It's already 5:55. How about I treat you instead?" With that, he walked out of the restroom without waiting for her response. Ning Qingxue watched his back as he left, a small smile forming on her lips. It felt nice to have someone comfort her when she was feeling down. As Yi Chang returned to his table, the system's voice rang in his head. "Congratulations, host. You have received one luxury villa in Yulong Garden. You may collect the keys and property deed at the sales office at any time." Yi Chang was thrilled. Yulong Garden. That was a high-end villa district by the Huangpu River, with properties worth over 100 million yuan each. It was also close to the Bund, making it one of the most expensive neighborhoods in all of Shanghai. Perfect. Later, he would pick up the keys and move his luxury purchases into his new home. Since it was his final semester of university, he was still staying in a dormitory. But expensive things like watches and clothes definitely needed to be stored in a proper home. With that in mind, Yi Chang returned to his seat. A few moments later, Ning Qingxue came over and said, "I'm not officially off work yet. Just wait for me a little longer." Then, she walked over to the register and asked a co-worker, "How much is table 23's bill?" She figured Yi Chang's meal would cost at most 200 to 300 yuan. Her monthly salary was 4,000 yuan, and with the employee discount, she estimated the cost would be under 200 yuan. Her co-worker tapped the register and asked, "Do you know that handsome guy?" "Yeah, he's my schoolmate." "Your admirer, huh? He even came here for you. Did he just go comfort you?" Ning Qingxue blushed. "Don't talk nonsense. We're just friends." Yeah, just friends," the co-worker teased with a knowing smile before reading the final bill. "Wow, your admirer must be loaded. His meal costs over 1,500 yuan. What? 1,500 yuan? Ning Qingxue was stunned. She couldn't afford that. Even with the employee discount, it would still be over 1,000 yuan. How was Yi Chang so rich? Just then, another server walked by, overhearing their conversation. She glanced at the screen and said, "Oh, you're talking about that handsome guy at table 23? I'm sure he's a rich second-generation heir. When I served him earlier, I saw his watch. It's a Rolex, covered in diamonds. It must be worth at least 1 million. And his phone? A Huawei MX2. The official price is almost 20,000 yuan, but due to resellers, it's gone up to over 30,000. Ning Qingxue was shocked. Yi Chang, was this rich? Seeing how expensive the bill was, Ning Qingxue remembered that she had just offered to pay for Yi Chang's meal. She suddenly found herself in a dilemma. But after gritting her teeth, she decided, since she had already said it, how could she go back on her word? So, she turned to her co-worker and said, "Put his bill on my paycheck." Her two co-workers were stunned. "Xiaoning, are you sure? That's over 1,500 yuan. Even with the employee discount, it's still more than 1,100. You like him, don't you?" "Well, it makes sense, you're classmates, he's rich and handsome, and you're beautiful. You two do seem like a perfect match." "Don't talk nonsense," Ning Qingxue quickly explained. "I just said I would treat him. I just didn't expect him to order something so expensive." "Then just explain it to him," one of the co-workers said, speechless. "If it were me, I'd definitely take the chance to get close to a rich and handsome guy." "Xiaoning, you're just too shy." Alright, Xiaoning, stop talking. It's shift change, you're off now. Hurry up and go join your rich and handsome friend." Without giving her a chance to resist, the two of them pushed Ning Qingxue out toward Yi Chang. Blushing, she was dragged right in front of him. Yi Chang looked at the three of them, puzzled by what was going on. One of Ning Qingxue's co-workers said to Yi Chang, "You're Xiaoning's classmate, right? She just said she wanted to pay your bill, but we stopped her." Yi Chang glanced at Ning Qingxue and sighed helplessly. Didn't I say you don't need to treat me? Ning Qingxue lowered her head in embarrassment and muttered, I didn't expect you to order such an expensive meal. Sorry, otherwise, I definitely would have treated you. Ah, it's fine, Yi Chang waved his hand. Then, turning to her co-workers, he said, thanks, both of you. Could you bring her the same meal as mine? Ah, no need, really no need. Ning Qingxue was startled. That was a 1,500 yuan meal. How could she afford that? I'm paying, Yi Chang said with a smile. With that, the two co-workers pushed Ning Qingxue into the seat opposite Yi Chang, casually responding with, all right then, before walking away. Now, only Yi Chang and Ning Qingxue remained at the table. They weren't particularly close to begin with, so an awkward silence hung in the air. They both spoke at the same time. Ning Qingxue glanced at Yi Chang and spoke first. You really don't have to treat me. That meal is way too expensive. It's fine, Yi Chang waved it off. Didn't you just want to treat me? This time, let me treat you first. But I haven't paid for yours yet. Then treat me next time, with whatever meal you want. Yi Chang smiled and casually changed the topic. Graduation is coming up soon. Have you found a job yet? Seeing how insistent he was, Ning Qingxue could only accept, silently making a note to herself about this meal. She then replied, I have an interview next week. Yi Chang nodded. I have mine tomorrow. Ning Qingxue looked him over again. Earlier, she hadn't noticed, but now she saw that his clothes had an Armani logo. She knew that Armani was a luxury brand. And that watch on his wrist, just like her friend had said, it was covered in diamonds. She couldn't help but ask, you seem pretty rich. Why are you still going to an interview? Yi Chang saw her glance at his watch and instinctively touched his nose before coming up with an excuse. Just experiencing life. He couldn't exactly tell her that 35% of the parent company of the firm he was interviewing it would soon belong to him. Ning Qingxue nodded and said enviously, that must be nice. Yi Chang smiled, feeling nostalgic. Before today, he had also been worried about job hunting. They continued chatting, and soon, the meal that Yi Chang had ordered for her arrived. After finishing their food, Ning Qingxue's shift was officially over, and Yi Chang was ready to leave as well. As they walked to the entrance together, Yi Chang asked, are you heading back to campus? Aren't you? Ning Qingxue asked. Not yet, I have something to do. Of course, he was going to check out his new villa. Do you want me to give you a ride back to campus? Ning Qingxue hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't refuse. Then I'll trouble you. Yi Chang smiled. It's no trouble at all. He then led Ning Qingxue to the parking lot straight toward his LaFerrari. The security guard was still standing by the car, watching over it. When he saw Yi Chang approaching, he smiled at him. Yi Chang instinctively reached into his pocket. Damn, he hadn't prepared a tip. Having no other choice, he simply thanked the guard. Hopefully, the guy wouldn't talk badly about him later. Yi Chang then took out the key and unlocked the car. When he turned around, he saw Ning Qingxue's stunned expression. And at that moment, he felt an indescribable thrill. Was this what it felt like to show off in front of a gorgeous woman? He loved it. He smiled at her and said, get in. Oh. Ning Qingxue snapped out of her daze and quickly walked to the passenger side. The people around them cast curious glances, making her blush. They probably all thought she was Yi Chang's girlfriend, even though they were completely innocent. Lost in her thoughts, she reached for the car door but couldn't figure out how to open it. Yi Chang, already seated inside, noticed this. So, he got back out to teach her how to open the scissor doors. Why teach her? Well, what if she ended up sitting in this passenger seat often in the future, right? After learning how to open the door, Ning Qingxue carefully gathered her skirt and slowly got into the car, making sure not to expose anything. She had taken off her uniform jacket earlier and put on a casual outer layer, but she was still wearing a pencil skirt, black stockings, and black low heels. After sitting down, because supercar seats are lower than normal, the hem of her skirt slid up slightly, almost revealing the absolute territory of her thighs. Yi Chang's gaze unintentionally drifted downward. He swallowed hard, then quickly closed the door. After settling back into the driver's seat, his peripheral vision kept betraying him. Ning Qingxue noticed this and immediately placed her bag over her lap, her face turning bright red. Under Yi Chang's gaze, her legs felt oddly numb. Now he understood why men loved driving sports cars with beautiful women in short skirts. A stunning view, every now and then, what a joy. Of course, other guys could touch. Yi Chang could only admire from a distance. He forced himself to focus on the road, pressed start, and the LaFerrari's V12 engine roared to life before gliding onto the street. Soon, they arrived at the campus entrance. As Ning Qingxue stepped out, she ran into her dorm mate, who stole a few glances at the car before bombarding her with questions. Yi Chang watched from the driver's seat, shaking his head. Hopefully, this wouldn't cause Ning Qingxue any trouble. He glanced at his phone, where her contact information was saved. She had given it to him just before getting out. He smiled. Step 1 to winning over the school beauty, complete. Without thinking further, he turned the car around and headed toward Yulong Garden. Time to check out his luxury villa. Arriving at the Yulong Garden sales office, Yi Chang parked his car and took a look around. The area was right next to the Huangpu River, with a wide green belt separating the road from the villa district, effectively blocking out noise. Then, he walked straight toward the sales office. However, just as he left the parking lot, he unexpectedly ran into someone he didn't want to see. Zhang Zhihao, the rich second-generation heir who had taken Lin Xianxian away from him. In a way, Yi Chang had to thank this guy. Because of him, he had seen Lin Xianxian's true colors. But that didn't mean he had to be polite to Zhang Zhihao. At that moment, Zhang Zhihao was holding onto a woman even more voluptuous than Lin Xianxian, walking toward Yi Chang. And this woman clearly felt too hot, because she was wearing barely anything. Yi Chang suddenly understood why Lin Xianxian had come looking for him, wanting to reconcile. Turns out, she had been dumped. Zhang Zhihao found a new girl and threw her away. Out of sight, out of mind. Yi Chang didn't want to waste time with this guy, so he headed straight for the sales office. But things didn't go as planned. Zhang Zhihao spotted him. Yo! Isn't this brother Yi? What brings you here? Looking for a job? Yi Chang frowned. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Zhihao recognized him. Back when he was still with Lin Xianxian, Zhang Zhihao would wait outside their classroom all the time, deliberately kissing Lin Xianxian in front of him. Later, Yi Chang and his dorm mates almost beat him up, and only then did Zhang Zhihao back off a little. But now, running into him unexpectedly, his arrogant, scummy attitude was back. Yi Chang wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. He turned around, looked at Zhang Zhihao, and sneered. Forgot to bring your face when you went out? Need me to give you one? Zhang Zhihao froze. He hadn't expected Yi Chang to actually insult him. The woman beside him immediately whined in disgust. Hao Ji, who is this guy? How dare he talk to you like that? Zhang Zhihao patted the woman's backside and laughed. Just some broke loser who doesn't know his place. Then, he looked Yi Chang up and down, his tone dripping with mockery. What? You think wearing a knockoff Armani suit makes you a big shot? Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he smirked. Oh, by the way, I got bored of Lin Xianxian, so I dumped her. You can go back to her now. Who knows? Maybe she'll take you back. As he spoke, he put on an exaggerated, dreamy expression and said, Lin Xianxian was so good in bed. I had my fun for a long time. Consider her my leftover gift to you. The woman beside him blushed and buried her face in Zhang Zhihao's chest. Hao Ji, don't say things like that in front of people like him. Even though Yi Chang had nothing to do with Lin Xianxian anymore, hearing Zhang Zhihao's words still made his blood boil. And at that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! A mere rich second-gen dares to be this arrogant? Time to unleash your inner beast. Option 1, swallow your anger and walk away. Reward, lose 10 centimeters from every part of your body. Option 2, beat the crap out of him. Reward, master-level martial arts, can be claimed in advance. Option 3, show him what real wealth looks like. Reward, 10 billion yuan in cash. Option 4, first beat the crap out of him, then show him what real wealth looks like. Reward, master-level martial arts, can be claimed in advance, plus 1 billion yuan in cash plus full ownership of Jinsi Road Commercial District. Seeing option 1, Yi Chang flinched. This system was too evil. But as soon as he saw option 4, he grinned. Did this even need consideration? He had wanted to beat up this guy for ages. Without hesitation, he chose option 4 and told the system in his mind, I want to claim the master-level martial arts reward in advance. In an instant, countless martial arts techniques flooded his mind. From Tai Chi to Xingyi Fist, from sword techniques to spear combat, he even gained muscle memory for all of them. Yi Chang suddenly felt like he could take down a full-grown buffalo with his bare hands. He cracked his neck, looked at the two idiots in front of him, and grinned. But instead of attacking immediately, he sneered. TSK, what a perfect match, a whore and a dog, a couple made in heaven. Zhang Zhihao and the woman immediately turned ugly. Who the fucking are you calling a dog? Zhang Zhihao roared. I'm talking about you, dumbass. Yi Chang taunted. What, not convinced? Lin Xianxian was a whore, this woman is also a whore. And you? You're a short, fat pig. At least pigs have some use, they can be eaten. But you? You're just wasting air. Zhang Zhihao's face turned purple with rage. He hated when people pointed out his two biggest insecurities, his height and weight. Meanwhile, Yi Chang was tall, 1.8 meters, and good-looking. Back then, the only reason Zhang Jihao flaunted his wealth and publicly humiliated Yi Chang was because he was jealous of his looks. Say that again, you bastard. You looking to die? The woman was also furious, pointing at Yi Chang and scolding, "Can you not speak like a civilized person?" Yi Chang smirked. "My mouth, my words. I'll say whatever the hell I want. What are you gonna do, shorty? And you, slut?" Zhang Jihao was furious. He charged forward, throwing a punch at Yi Chang. Yi Chang let the punch land on his chest on purpose. Good. Now it's self-defense. He now had 100 ways to beat Zhang Jihao senseless while only leaving minor injuries so small they wouldn't even count as excessive force. He grabbed Zhang Jihao's wrist, twisted it backward. Zhang Jihao yelped in pain. In one swift move, Yi Chang spun behind him, swept his leg, and slammed him to the ground. Then, he channeled his inner Ip Man and began a Wing Chun-style beatdown. But he controlled his strength, striking specific pressure points on Zhang Jihao's back with the hardened knuckles of his fists. Zhang Jihao screamed in agony. Ow. Yi Chang, you bastard. Do you know what happens if you hit me? Stop, please. The woman panicked and shouted for help. Someone help. He's attacking someone. Since they were right near the Yulong Garden sales office, the security guards quickly rushed over. Stop fighting. Both of you, stop. By then, Yi Chang had landed a final punch, making Zhang Jihao howl in pain. He figured this last hit would leave him unable to do any strenuous activity for half a month. The security guards pulled Yi Chang away, but he didn't resist. "Why are you fighting in public?" one of the guards scolded. Yi Chang dusted off his clothes and said casually, "He hit me first." Then, he pointed at a security camera at the entrance and said, "That camera caught everything. If it weren't for that camera, he wouldn't have fought here." Seeing Yi Chang directly point out the security camera, the two security guards were stunned. So he had planned this fight in advance? But looking at Zhang Jihao lying on the ground, beaten half to death, it was hard to believe he had only suffered minor injuries. Even if Zhang Jihao threw the first punch, beating him up this badly still seemed excessive. At this moment, the woman beside Zhang Jihao helped him up. He looked absolutely miserable, his entire back aching with every breath. Furious, he turned to the security guards and shouted, "You too, beat him up for me. I'll give each of you 10,000 yuan. The two security guards glanced at Zhang Jihao in disgust. 10,000? Are you trying to bribe beggars? Seeing that the guards weren't even looking at him, Zhang Jihao's expression darkened, and he raised the offer. 50,000. Yi Chang chuckled. Enough already. Stop embarrassing yourself with that little pocket change. Zhang Jihao snapped back, "Little pocket change? You broke loser. I bet you don't even have 10,000 to your name." Yi Chang cracked his knuckles and smirked. "Guess I didn't hit you hard enough just now." Zhang Jihao flinched. He absolutely did not want to get hit again. The pain from Yi Chang's last punch was unbearable. Every step he took now made him want to cry. At that moment, the sales office manager walked out. Since the fight had happened right at their entrance, it was his responsibility to check on the situation. However, as soon as he saw Yi Chang, he froze for a moment, then took a closer look. His expression immediately became respectful as he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Chang?" Yi Chang glanced at his name tag, sales office manager. Then, he nodded. "Yes, I am." Very nice to meet you. May I ask what happened here?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. So, this guy recognized him? Was the villa that the system prepared for him so extravagant that even the manager was treating him with this level of respect? But the timing was perfect. He pointed at Zhang Jihao and said, "This guy tried to attack me but lost, so I beat him up. You have security footage, right? You can back me up." Zhang Jihao was surprised. Why did this sales office manager know Yi Chang? And why was he acting so respectful toward him? Still, he quickly tried to use his own status. "Manager Liu, you came at the right time. I am Zhang Jihao, the son of the chairman of Zhang Group. I came here today to look at your properties, but this man suddenly attacked me. I need you to detain him and report him to the police." But Manager Liu completely ignored Zhang Jihao. Instead, he turned back to Yi Chang and said, "Of course, no problem, Mr. Yi. You are one of our most esteemed clients. We also have connections with the best law firms in Shanghai. We can arrange for legal assistance if you need it." Much appreciated, Yi Chang said with a smile. Zhang Jihao finally realized something was wrong. Yi Chang was an esteemed client? What the hell? Did he hear that correctly? His eyes drifted back to Yi Chang's outfit Armani. Then, to his watch Rolex full diamond Daytona. Could it be, everything Yi Chang was wearing was real? Not knockoffs? But Zhang Jihao's girlfriend still didn't get it. She still believed Zhang Jihao's claim that Yi Chang was just a broke loser wearing fakes. She pointed at Manager Lu and shouted angrily, "Hey, manager, are you blind? That guy just hit my boyfriend. And instead of punishing him, you're taking his side? My boyfriend is the son of Zhang Group's chairman. If he's happy, he might even buy one of your villas." Manager Lu frowned and replied coldly, "Zhang Group? Never heard of it." Then, he looked at the woman with disdain and continued, "And did you just say Mr. Yi is a broke loser? Sorry to disappoint you, but Mr. Yi recently purchased Yulong Gardens Villa No. 1, valued at 688.8 million yuan. I really don't understand what you mean by broke loser. You and your boyfriend together probably can't even afford the down payment. Furthermore, since you have insulted Mr. Yi and even attacked him, we have the right to add you both to our blacklist. If you attempt to harass our VIP client again, you are welcome to take it up with our legal department. Now, please leave our premises." Zhang Jihao and his girlfriend were completely stunned. Yi Chang bought a 688.8 million yuan villa? Yulong Garden Villa No. 1? Zhang Jihao had heard about this villa before, but he had never seen it in person. Just getting a tour required a financial audit proving at least 200 million in liquid assets. His own personal account didn't have that much, so he had never qualified to view it. Now, the manager was telling him that this villa already belonged to Yi Chang? Yi Chang gave Zhang Jihao a disdainful look and sneered, "Who's the broke loser now?" Then, without sparing him another glance, he turned and walked into the sales office. Manager Lu, with a stern expression, ordered the security guards to keep Zhang Jihao and his girlfriend from entering. Then, he smiled and respectfully followed Yi Chang inside, asking if he would like to inspect the villa today. Yi Chang agreed while listening to the system notification in his head. "Congratulations, host. You have completed option 4 and received Master Level Martial Arts, already claimed. 1 billion yuan in cash. Full ownership of Jinsei Road Commercial District. The cash has been deposited into your account. Expect a call regarding your new commercial property soon." Hell yeah! Forget the martial arts and the billion yuan. Jinsei Road was one of Shanghai's most prosperous commercial districts, even ranking among the top in China. And now, it all belonged to him. He wondered how much revenue it would generate. Just then, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. "Your bank account has received a deposit of 1 billion Chinese yuan. Current balance, 1,090 million Chinese yuan. Manager Lu accidentally caught a glimpse of the message and nearly tripped over his own feet. How many zeros was that? Was that 10 figures? His attitude instantly became even more respectful. At the sales office, Yi Chang received the villa's title deed and keys. Manager Lu offered to personally give him a tour. Yi Chang agreed, then returned to the parking lot to pick up his LaFerrari. When Manager Lu saw the car, he was stunned once again. Meanwhile, far away, Zhang Jihao was still standing there, staring blankly as Yi Chang drove off in a multi-million-dollar supercar. This was the broke loser he had mocked? Wasn't this guy leagues ahead of him? Had Yi Chang been pretending to be poor all along? In the end, the real fool was him. Zhang Jihao felt his back ache even more. Driving into Yulong Garden, Yi Chang and Manager Lu arrived at the villa. The gate guards were instructed to recognize Yi Chang's face and car, ensuring he could enter freely from now on. As they drove in, Manager Lu thought to himself, "If only I were a woman. Landing a man like this would mean never worrying about money again." Arriving at Villa No. 1, Yi Chang saw that the property was surrounded by a European-style fence, with an automatic gate that could recognize license plates. However, since this was his first time here, he had to use the remote key to open it. As he entered, he was greeted by a 3-story villa, predominantly white in color, giving off an elegant and comfortable vibe. Around the house was a spacious garden, even featuring a pavilion, from which one could see the Huangpu River and the distant Bund. Following Manager Lu's instructions, Yi Chang parked his car in a nearby garage. The garage itself wasn't ordinary either, it looked more like a high-end showroom, with space for 5 cars. After parking, Yi Chang followed Manager Lu inside to tour the villa. At this level of luxury, square footage didn't even matter anymore, but Manager Lu still mentioned it: 3 floors, plus a basement, totaling over 6,000 square meters. The interior was already fully furnished with the highest-end decor. Italian handcrafted leather sofas, French master-design flooring and walls, Swiss precision-engineered clocks. Yi Chang had to force himself to stay composed, resisting the urge to show his amazement. After all, he was now a billionaire. By the end of the tour, Yi Chang learned that the interior furnishings alone were worth nearly 100 million yuan. Just the furniture alone could buy a luxury mansion elsewhere in Shanghai. No wonder this villa was worth over 680 million yuan. Mr. Yi, if there's anything you're not satisfied with or if you'd like to add anything to the rooms, please let us know. We will arrange everything for you at the lowest price and ensure your satisfaction. Yi Cheng thought for a moment. He didn't really know what else to add, so he simply said, not for now. Understood. Your property comes with 6 free housekeeping services per year. If you exceed that, you can book more at a 50% discount. If you have any other service needs, feel free to contact me. This is my number. Yi Cheng nodded. Alright, thank you. No need to thank me. It's my honor to serve you. After that, Manager Lu politely excused himself and left. Yi Cheng sat down on the sofa and let out a deep breath. Living in a villa felt amazing. Then, he got up and brought all his stuff from the car, placing it in the master bedroom. The master bedroom was on the second floor, equipped with a walk-in closet, bathroom, sauna, and a huge balcony, over 200 square meters in total. But honestly, all 10 bedrooms in the villa were enormous, with the smallest one still over 100 square meters. Alright, that's enough sightseeing. I still have to return to school tonight. After enjoying the villa until around 9 p.m., Yi Cheng reluctantly remembered that he still had to return to his tiny 20 square meter dorm room. Driving his LaFerrari, he headed back to campus. But on the way, he ran into a problem. Where should he park his car overnight? Inside the campus? Outside? Yi Cheng had never cared about staying low-key, but a LaFerrari was simply too flashy. As he thought about it, he stopped at a red light. Glancing at his rearview mirror, he suddenly noticed. Oh, a white Maserati MC20 was behind him. But after looking for a few seconds, Yi Cheng realized something was wrong. The Maserati was rolling backward. And it was getting dangerously close to his car. Brake failure? What the hell, it's not a Tesla. Oh, fuck. Yi Cheng immediately pulled forward. Though he wasn't too worried, his car was insured, and the owner behind him was probably rich enough to pay for damages. But still, even if the insurance covered everything, getting hit would make his car a damaged vehicle, which lowered its value. And unfortunately, bang, the Maserati still rear-ended him. Only then did the driver behind snap out of it and hurriedly move the car back. Yi Cheng sighed and rubbed his forehead. Damn it. I've only driven this car for a few hours, and now it's already been hit. He got out, walked to the back, and checked. Great. The rear diffuser was bent out of shape, and part of the bumper had caved in. At that moment, the Maserati's owner also stepped out, came forward to check the damage, and apologized sincerely. I'm really sorry. I truly apologize. When you repair it, please send me the bill. I'll fully cover the cost. It was a woman's voice. And it sounded incredibly pleasant. Yi Cheng turned his head to look. Damn, this woman was at least a 9.5 out of 10 beauty, just as stunning as Ning Xingxue. But in terms of elegance and fashion, she was far superior. Yi Cheng sighed. A female driver. What else could he say? Even if he complained, what if she turned out to be unreasonable? Seriously, how does someone not realize their car is rolling backward at a red light? He simply said, let's wait for the traffic police. They're already on their way. At that, the woman panicked. I just had dinner with friends and drank half a glass of beer. Will they check if I'm drunk driving? Yi Cheng rubbed his forehead again. Well, tough luck. Half a glass of beer wouldn't make her drunk, but it would still register as DUI. Since it's a traffic accident, they have to check for drunk driving. Will they arrest me? The woman freaked out even more. Yi Cheng was speechless. Sis, how did you even get your driver's license? First-time DUI just results in a license suspension. Only a second offense leads to detention. This is your first time, right? Oh, I see. That's fine then. It's my first time. The woman sighed in relief. Losing her license was fine, getting detained was the real concern. Meanwhile, bystanders enjoyed the rare sight of two luxury cars colliding. Many lowered their windows to take photos. Soon, the traffic police arrived, assessed the situation, and instructed them to pull their cars aside before handling the procedures. Then came the breathalyzer test. As expected, the woman tested positive for alcohol, resulting in a 6-month license suspension and a fine of over 1,000 yuan. But for rich people, a small fine meant nothing. Then, the accident report confirmed the Maserati driver was fully at fault. By now, Yi Cheng had also learned her name, Yan Yuaning. For some reason, the name felt familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. After all the paperwork, they exchanged contact information to settle the insurance process later. Finally, both prepared to leave. However, since Yan Yuaning's license was suspended, she obviously couldn't drive her car anymore. She had to find a parking spot and have someone else pick up the car later. Now, she was deciding whether to call a taxi or ask a friend to drive her home. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. A beautiful woman can't drive home. As a man who appreciates beauty, shouldn't you offer to help? Option 1, she crashed into me, and now she wants my help? No way. Reward, +1 to straight male attributes. Option 2, a gentleman should always help a lady in need. Reward, master-level driving skills. Yi Chang sighed and chose option 2. Then, he turned to Yen Yuaning and asked, need a ride? She hesitated briefly but soon nodded. Then, I'll trouble you. After all, she was a wealthy and beautiful woman. Taking a random taxi could be dangerous. Besides, Yi Chang was handsome and drove a supercar. Even though she was at fault, he had remained calm and polite, leaving her with a good impression. Except for one thing. He actually called her sis earlier. Unforgivable. Today, the passenger seat of the LaFerrari once again had a stunning beauty sitting in it. Yi Chang couldn't help but sigh. Life was truly amazing. Or rather, being rich made life so much more exciting. At the same time, he had just received the master-level driving skill reward, which perfectly made up for his lack of driving experience. Then, when Yen Yuaning mentioned her destination, Yi Chang was shocked by the coincidence. You live in Yulong Garden too? Hearing this, Yen Yuaning was also stunned. Yeah, do you live there too? Yi Chang shrugged. Yep, I just came from there. Yen Yuaning was surprised. Wow, then we're neighbors. Which villa do you live in? Villa number 1. Oh, villa number 1. Wait, what? Yen Yuaning suddenly realized something. You live in number 1? But that villa was never sold. Yi Chang smiled. I just got the property certificate today. Yen Yuaning nodded and said with envy, I toured villa number 1 before. The environment is amazing, but it was just too expensive. My family didn't buy it for me, they only bought villa number 18, which was much cheaper, just 200 million. That's 3 times less than number 1. Yi Chang, feel free to visit when you have time. Yen Yuaning gave him a glance. This man had been acting serious earlier, but now that they were alone in the car, his true nature was showing. He was inviting her to his house. His intentions were obvious to everyone. So she smiled and waved her hand. No need, I have to work most of the time. Yi Chang nodded and didn't say anything else. In his opinion, inviting a neighbor over was normal, but it seemed like his words were misunderstood. Oh well, if she misunderstood, so be it. He couldn't be bothered to explain. They continued chatting casually along the way, and 10 minutes later, they arrived at Yulong Garden. Nothing unexpected happened. Yen Yuaning had only drunk half a glass of beer, so she wasn't even slightly drunk. When they reached villa number 18, Yen Yuaning got out of the car. Yi Chang noticed that a Rolls-Royce Wraith was parked in her garage. This car was probably more low-key than a LaFerrari, right? Yi Chang stroked his chin and suddenly asked, Miss Yen, could you do me a favor? Yen Yuaning, who had just stepped out, turned back and asked, what is it? Yi Chang pointed at the Rolls-Royce Wraith and said, can I leave my car here for now and borrow your Rolls-Royce for a day? I'll return it to you tomorrow. Yen Yuaning was taken aback. Why? Yi Chang, can I just say that I don't want to drive a damaged car? Hearing this, Yen Yuaning laughed. Of course, that's totally understandable. A lot of people think the same way. Then go ahead and park it inside. After all, I was the one who hit your car. Thanks a lot. Yi Chang smiled and drove into the villa's garage. When Yen Yuaning opened the garage, Yi Chang noticed that there were 2 other luxury cars worth millions inside. After parking, he got out and said, I'll wait outside then. If he asked to go inside, this Miss Yen might misunderstand him again. Yen Yuaning nodded. She actually appreciated his politeness. A moment later, she returned with the keys. Yi Chang took them and looked at the double R emblem. He couldn't help but feel amazed. Today, he had gotten the keys to 2 luxury cars. Alright, thanks a lot. As Yi Chang was about to get in, Yen Yuaning suddenly spoke. By the way, Yi Chang turned to look at her. She hesitated for a moment, then said, could you do me a favor? Tomorrow morning, before 9 a.m., could you drive me to my company? My license got suspended, so I can't drive for now. She was the CEO of a company, but her assistant had recently resigned, so there was no one to pick her up. Since she had a good impression of Yi Chang, she figured she could ask him. Yi Chang thought for a moment. Before 9 a.m.? But he had an interview at 10 a.m. Still, he didn't refuse immediately and asked, where's your company? Yixing Tower. Yi Chang froze on the spot. Yixing Tower? Wasn't his interview at Tangcheng Finance also in Yixing Tower? Not only that, but Yixing Group's headquarters was in Yixing Tower. Yi Chang couldn't help but stare at Yen Yuaning. This was too much of a coincidence. Seeing his handsome face staring at her, Yen Yuaning avoided his gaze and her cheeks turned slightly red. She playfully scolded, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Oh, nothing. No problem. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., right? I'll pick you up at 8:30, is that okay?" Yen Yuaning smiled brightly. "Of course, that's fine. Thank you." Yi Chang nodded. "Alright, it's settled then." Driving the Rolls-Royce Wraith, Yi Chang returned to campus. Back in the dorm, his roommates didn't notice anything different about him. Since he was in a good mood after activating the system, Yi Chang logged into his computer and opened Zhenwang 3, a game he hadn't played in a long time. This MMORPG was either about PvP or dungeon raiding, but in reality, it was a giant social platform. He used to have a lot of online friends, and even though it was already 10 p.m., some of them were still online. As soon as he logged in, someone messaged him. "Muing Ying, bye, you're back?" Yi Cheng's in-game ID was Yi Bai, and he played at Sangjin, swordsman, male character, commonly referred to as Ershao in the game. Seeing this message, Yi Cheng smiled. This was a close online friend, whom he considered his big sister in the game. She was 26 years old, 4 years older than him. Back when he broke up with Lin Shanshan, it was this sister who comforted him for a long time. Even after being away for so long, logging in and getting an instant message felt really nice. He replied, "Yeah, just came online to check things out." Muing Ying sent a party invite, and Yi Cheng accepted. Once the voice chat opened, a gentle and sweet voice came through his headphones. "Little brother, want to run the big battlefield mine quest?" Since it was late, Yi Cheng typed instead of speaking. "I'm not max level yet, I can't do that quest." "Oh, then level up. I'll carry you through dungeons later." "It's too late, my roommates are already asleep. I'll log off soon and level up another time." "Okay." Then Muing Ying said, "By the way, little brother, say something. I haven't heard your voice in so long." Yi Cheng's voice was really pleasant, and many of his online friends liked hearing him talk. Yi Cheng helplessly replied, "It's late, I don't want to wake my roommates." "Oh, then never mind, next time." Muing Ying didn't push it further and instead stood beside his character in the game, playing around with some in-game interactions. She played a female Tiansu character and was probably a rich player since her character wore all the newest premium outfits. Yi Cheng, on the other hand, wore the cheapest default outfit, his sex standard uniform. Still, no one really cared about expensive outfits in this game, and Muing Ying certainly didn't mind. After playing for a bit, Yi Cheng logged off. He had an interview tomorrow, so he needed rest. The next morning, at 8:30 a.m., a Rolls-Royce Wraith parked outside Villa number 18 in Yulong Garden. The villa's doors opened, and Yen Yuaning stepped out, wearing a dark blue women's business suit. Her neat short hair and sharp outfit gave off an undeniable aura of power. She got into the car and said, "Thank you." Yi Cheng glanced at her a few more times, slightly surprised by her professional appearance. Then, he said, "No need to thank me. Let's go." Yi Cheng drove the car, now with master-level driving skills, and since he was driving a Rolls-Royce, which prioritized comfort, Yen Yuaning couldn't help but think having a driver like this wouldn't be bad at all. At the same time, she sized up Yi Cheng. Right now, he was dressed in a finely tailored Armani suit, with a tie neatly fastened at his collar. With his handsome face and immense wealth, even someone like Yen Yuaning, who had met countless men, couldn't help but glance at him a few extra times. Suddenly, Yi Cheng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. An unknown number. Could be a sales call. So, he put it on speaker and answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi Cheng?" Yi Cheng was slightly surprised. The caller knew him? "Yes, speaking. What's the matter?" "Oh, hello. I'm Li Chang, the general manager of Jinsei Street Corporation in Shanghai. The company has officially been transferred under your name. May I ask when you'd be available to visit? We'd like to report the company's overall status to you." Hearing this, Yi Cheng finally remembered yesterday, after teaching Zhang Jihao a lesson, he had received ownership of Jinsei Street. He felt a bit embarrassed. He had almost forgotten about it. So he replied, I'm free today. Around noon actually, never mind. You guys should have your lunch first. I'll come by at 2 p.m. instead. Send me the address." "Understood. I'll arrange everything right away." Hearing that Yi Cheng was thoughtful enough to consider their lunchtime, Li Cheng's first impression of his new boss became very positive. This new owner seemed easy to get along with. After hanging up, Yi Cheng noticed a gaze from the side. Turning to look at Yen Yuaning, he smiled and asked, "Why are you staring at me, Miss Yen? Could it be that you find me handsome?" Yen Yuaning ignored his teasing and instead seriously stared at him before asking, "Mr. Yi, Jinsei Road belongs to you?" Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Oops. Looks like he accidentally showed off in front of this beauty. He really hadn't expected that call to expose the fact that he now owned Jinsei Road. Of course, even if he had remembered in advance, he still would have put it on speaker and maybe even acted more indifferent about it. So he casually replied, "Oh, Jinsei Road isn't mine. It belongs to the country. I just happen to hold its property rights for now." Yan Yuaning rolled her eyes. What nonsense! But still, this was beyond shocking. Jinsei Road was the most famous commercial street in Shanghai, even all of China, often called China's #1 commercial street. How could she ignore the fact that the person sitting right beside her owned it? And what made it even more unbelievable, he was so young. In her eyes, Yi Cheng's background suddenly became even more mysterious. "So shouldn't you be heading straight to your company after dropping me off at Yixing Tower? Jinsei Road alone generates hundreds of billions in rent every year, doesn't it?" "Hundreds of billions? That much?" Yi Cheng was genuinely surprised. "You didn't even know?" Now Yan Yuaning was even more shocked. "How the hell did you become the owner of Jinsei Road without even knowing its value?" Yi Cheng coughed twice and quickly answered her previous question. "Actually, I have business at Yixing Tower too, so I won't have much time to visit Jinsei Road's offices today." "You also have business at Yixing Tower? For what?" "An interview." "An interview?" Yan Yuaning froze. "I'm also going for an interview today." "You too?" "Yes. I'm the CEO of my company, so I'm going as an interviewer." She nodded and then asked, "Do you have investments in Yixing Group? Are you going as an interviewer too?" Yi Cheng fell silent. Something felt off, because he suddenly realized something. Yixing Group's chairman had the surname Yan, and Tangcheng Finance, the company he was interviewing for, was a subsidiary of Yixing Group. Moreover, Tangcheng Finance was a well-known financial firm, and its CEO's surname was also Yan. And if he remembered correctly, that CEO's name was Yan Yuaning. For a moment, he didn't feel like going to the interview anymore. It might be too awkward when they met face to face, but if he didn't go, he wouldn't get Yixing Group's shares. So, he decided not to tell Yan Yuaning just yet. That way, when they met later, she'd be the one caught off guard and she'd be the one feeling awkward. So he replied with a smile, "Yeah, I'm also going as an interviewer." Yan Yuaning nodded and curiously asked, "What's the name of your company?" That's a secret for now." Yan Yuaning raised an eyebrow. "He's keeping secrets from me? It's just a company. What's the big deal?" "Fine, whatever." She let out a small humph. Yi Cheng glanced at her. Wait, was that a real humph? What was with this tsundere-like reaction? He thought for a moment maybe he was just too rich, making her feel slightly frustrated. Meanwhile, Yan Yuaning also realized her reaction was a bit unusual. Her face turned slightly red. She had never acted like this in front of a man before. It must have been an unconscious reaction. No, wait. The fact that it was unconscious made it even weirder. The more she thought about it, the more her thoughts spiraled. So, she forced herself to focus on her phone to distract herself. For the rest of the drive, they remained silent, and soon, they arrived at Yixing Tower. Located in the HP district, near the Huangpu River and not far from the Bund, Yixing Tower was owned by Yixing Group. It had 66 floors and was one of Shanghai's tallest buildings. To avoid Yan Yuaning realizing too soon that he was one of the interviewees, Yi Cheng suggested, "I'll drop you off at the entrance first, then go park." She agreed. But after hesitating for a while, she suddenly asked, "Can you pick me up at 8 p.m.? Yi Cheng sighed. If he actually became her assistant, would he have to drive her around every day? He didn't answer directly and just said, "I'll see if I'm free tonight." Hearing that, Yan Yuaning felt a bit annoyed. "I let you borrow my Rolls-Royce for free, and you can't even give me a ride home? Am I not pretty enough or something?" For the first time, the powerful CEO Yan Yuaning felt a slight sense of insecurity about her looks. But getting angry over something like this would be childish. So, she smiled and said, "Alright, just call me if you need to return the car." Yi Cheng nodded. "Thanks, I'll return it soon." Then, Yan Yuaning stepped out of the car and entered Yixing Tower, while Yi Cheng drove to the parking lot. Yi Cheng parked his car and waited downstairs for a while before heading up. Tangcheng Finance was located on the 36th floor, and since the elevator took some time, he had a moment to think. What kind of questions would Yan Yuaning ask once she realized it was him applying for the job? If she got mad, what if she deliberately made things difficult for him during the interview? Yi Cheng quickly came up with a solution. Pass the interview, get the system reward, and then quit. Then, as Yixing Group's second largest shareholder, he'd directly replace her as the CEO. She could become his secretary instead. And if there was work, she'd do it. If there wasn't, well, that part was just a fantasy. There was no way Yan Yuaning would agree to be his secretary. Ding! The elevator reached the 36th floor. The entire floor belonged to Tangqing Finance, which wasn't surprising. This company was strategically important to Yixing Group. Walking out of the elevator, Yi Cheng quickly found the front desk and asked where the interviews were being held. After getting his answer, he arrived outside the conference room. Inside, the interviews were already in progress. Outside, a few rows of chairs were arranged neatly, and the other candidates had already arrived. After all, Tangqing Finance was a big company, and getting a job here wasn't easy. Everyone wanted to make a great impression. There were 6 candidates, 2 men and 4 women. All of them were well-dressed, young, and clearly prepared. Some were chatting, while others were going through their notes for last-minute preparation. Yi Cheng? He sat there, completely relaxed, playing on his phone. Read interview materials? He could, but he didn't need to. After all, his chances depended entirely on Yen Yuaning's mood when she saw him. If she wanted him, he'd stay. If she didn't want him, there was no hope anyway. Truly a tragic situation. He rubbed his temples. If he didn't have the system, he'd probably be worried about this interview. But then again, if he didn't have the system, he wouldn't have met Yen Yuaning in the first place. Time passed quickly, and the first 2 candidates had already finished their interviews. Then, a voice called out, "Next candidate, Yi Cheng. Please come in." Yi Cheng stood up, adjusted his suit, and walked toward the conference room. Inside the conference room, at the center of the long table, Yen Yuaning was seated. She had just finished reviewing the previous candidate's evaluation, marking a few circles and crosses on the form. Then, she flipped to the next candidate's profile and saw the name, Yi Cheng. She froze. Immediately, she thought of that man. At first, she assumed it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was just the same pronunciation but a different name. But then she saw the photo. She was stunned. This guy, wasn't this that guy? Just then, the door opened. She looked up, and there he was. Yi Cheng, didn't he say he was going to be an interviewer? Why is he applying to be my assistant? This guy lied to me. Yen Yuaning's eyebrows shot up, and she glared at Yi Cheng. If it weren't for the other interviewers sitting beside her, she might have slammed the table and confronted him on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng pretended not to notice her glare as if he didn't even recognize her. He looked completely calm and composed. But seeing his nonchalant attitude, Yen Yuaning became even angrier. So, he really hid this from me? Fine, then. Time to teach him a lesson. She made up her mind. Her gaze toward Yi Cheng turned dangerous. Yi Cheng, unaware of this change, walked up to the interview panel, gave a slight bow, and respectfully greeted. "Good afternoon, interviewers." One of the other interviewers, seemingly satisfied with his appearance, smiled and nodded. "All right, please have a seat and give us a brief self-introduction." But just as Yi Cheng was about to sit down, Yen Yuaning suddenly spoke. "Wait. Don't sit yet." The other interviewers were stunned. What's the CEO doing? This candidate just walked in, and she's already making things difficult? Did she not want a male assistant? Yi Cheng sighed internally. As expected. She's targeting me, but he wasn't here to be a pushover. So, he pretended not to hear her, sat down anyway, and looked at her with confusion. What did you say? Yen Yuaning gritted her teeth. This guy is here to interview for my assistant position, and he dares act so smug? But with her subordinates watching, she had to keep her composure. So, she swallowed her frustration, put on a blank expression, and said, "Oh, nothing. Go ahead with your introduction." Yi Cheng smiled slightly and began. "Good afternoon, interviewers. My name is Yi Cheng. I studied business administration at Modern University, and I'm applying for the position of CEO assistant." Before he could even finish his first sentence, Yen Yuaning interrupted him. "Excuse me, but I have a question first." The other interviewers paused. Why is the CEO interrupting the introduction? Yen Yuaning stared at Yi Cheng and asked coldly. "You're applying to be my assistant, correct?" "Yes." "Then tell me, why are you wearing Armani? And why are you wearing a Rolex? Your outfit alone is worth over 100,000 yuan. Meanwhile, as the CEO, my entire outfit is worth less than 50,000 yuan. Even my watch is only worth 30,000. As an assistant, do you really think it's appropriate to dress more luxuriously than your boss?" The other interviewers were caught off guard. They only now realized Yi Cheng's clothes did seem high-end. There weren't obvious logos, but the CEO was experienced enough to recognize them. And that glimpse of his watch, it was definitely expensive. Actually, she had already noticed the Armani logo on his shirt this morning in the car. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. "So, this is the angle she's attacking me from?" Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The female CEO is making things difficult for you. It's time to prove yourself as a real man. Option 1. A gentleman doesn't argue with a woman. Reward: women will see you as soft and easygoing. Option 2. Show dominance. Reward: a full-body physical enhancement. Yi Chang was speechless. Option 1. Are you kidding me? No way he was choosing that. Of course, he picked option 2. Leaning back into his chair, he locked eyes with Yen Yuaning and said, CEO Yen, I believe you're mistaken. As the CEO's assistant, I represent you in the eyes of outsiders. Wearing expensive clothes commands more respect, and it also reflects the company's strength. Besides, even if you wear something cheaper than me, no one would dare look down on you. After all, you're a CEO and a stunning woman. No matter what you wear, you'll always be taken seriously. Yen Yuaning squinted at Yi Chang. Hearing him compliment her looks, she felt a little better inside. Of course. She had been confident in her beauty her whole life. There was no way this man could just overlook it. Unless, he was a scumbag who had seen too many beautiful women. The other interviewers also felt that Yi Chang's words made sense. A CEO's assistant was often responsible for greeting VIPs and business partners, meaning they represented the company's image. If they could afford expensive clothing, it would make people think the company was strong. Even the assistant's salary was high enough to afford such outfits. But then, Yi Chang's next sentence almost made them fall out of their chairs. Of course, if the CEO is short on money, I'd even take out a loan to buy you an outfit. Damn, isn't this a bit too early to show loyalty? You haven't even been hired yet, and you're already talking about taking a loan? And forget the loan, are you serious about saying this in an interview? Do you even want this job? Besides, our CEO is the daughter of Yixing Group's chairman. Our Tangcheng Finance handles billions in cash flow. Why on earth would you think the CEO has no money? But before they could recover from their shock, the CEO spoke up. What if I want something worth at least $1 million? Would you still buy it for me? Yi Chang grinned, glanced at Yen Yuaning, and playfully winked before saying, Of course. But I'll decide what to buy. Yen Yuaning almost laughed. She didn't doubt that Yi Chang had the money. The question was, would he really spend over $1 million on her? Over the years, plenty of men had tried to throw money at her to win her favor. But since she had no interest in them, they never got the chance to spend a dime on her. If it were Yi Chang, though, she wouldn't refuse. Not that she wanted to analyze why she felt this way. That won't work. If you're buying me something, you have to listen to me. How about this? Half your choice, half mine. No way. Then forget it. Fine. 75% my choice, 25% yours. I said half and half. Any less, and it's all my decision. The system required Yi Chang to stand his ground. To him, that meant he had to be assertive. Yen Yuaning glared at him. Yi Chang, on the other hand, looked completely indifferent. At that moment, the other interviewers finally caught on. Wait, you two know each other? Is this guy the CEO's suitor? And from the CEO's attitude, she didn't seem totally against it. The interviewers suddenly felt like they were witnessing something interesting. Meanwhile, one of the male candidates secretly took a photo of Yi Chang. In the end, Yen Yuaning backed down. With other people in the room, she couldn't say much more. Yi Chang might be her current enemy, but not an outsider. Brushing her hair back, she let out a breath, suppressed her irritation, and said, All right, let's officially start the interview. Everything before this? Off topic. But she wasn't done testing him yet. She didn't let any of the other interviewers ask questions. She was the only one grilling him. Yi Chang wasn't worried at all. Professional questions? Easy. He was well prepared. Then came the real challenge. Since Yen Yuaning didn't have a personal driver, her assistant needed to be on call 24/7. Could he handle that? This was obviously payback for how he didn't immediately agree to pick her up last night. But Yi Chang's answer made her grind her teeth in frustration. Depends on my availability. Any other candidate would have been kicked out immediately. But since Yi Chang knew Yen Yuaning, the other interviewers stayed silent. Yen Yuaning clenched her jaw and moved on to other questions. No matter how tricky her questions got, Yi Chang never fell for her traps. She was completely stuck. So, after 40 minutes, she finally ran out of things to ask. Fuming, she glared at him and said, The interview is over. Then, she stood up, walked straight to Yi Chang, and grabbed his wrist, dragging him toward the door. Continue interviewing the others. Director Zhang, take my place. Before anyone could react, she opened the door and pulled Yi Chang out. The other candidates, who had been waiting outside, were relieved when the door finally opened. But then, they saw something shocking. A woman had dragged one of the candidates out by force. They had no idea this was the CEO herself. They'd only realize it once they got inside and saw the nameplate. CEO Yen, where are you taking me? Yi Chang sighed after being dragged several meters down the hall. Yen Yuaning shot him a glare. We'll talk outside. Then can you let go of my hand? Men and women shouldn't be too close, you know. Yen Yuaning's blood pressure skyrocketed, but then she noticed. Company employees were watching. They were staring at her, clearly wondering, why is our beautiful CEO dragging a random man? Her face turned red. She immediately let go of Yi Chang's hand, glared at him again, and stormed toward the elevator. Yi Chang chuckled and casually followed. At that moment, the system finally spoke up. The host successfully held his ground during the interview. Reward, 1 full body enhancement. Claim anytime. But Yi Chang was still waiting for the reward from the Ishin Group interview. He asked the system, I attended the interview. Why haven't I received my reward yet? The interview results are not finalized. Please wait. So I have to wait for the results? Fine. The system's rules were absolute, so he had no choice but to wait. Most likely, the decision would come out tonight. But, would he accept the job if they offered it? Yi Chang looked up at Yen Yuaning's back. Her tailored suit fit perfectly, emphasizing her curves. Her chest size was definitely not smaller than a C cup. Her waist was slim, and her hips had an ideal 0.7 waist-to-hip ratio, considered the perfect proportion for women. She was wearing 5 cm heels, making her around 1.75 meters tall, just a bit shorter than Yi Chang. Between her pointed high heels and her pants, a small portion of her stocking-covered foot was visible. Yi Chang swallowed. Was she wearing ankle stockings, or full pantyhose? Either way, it was tempting. Yeah, he'd probably stay. Yen Yuaning was walking ahead when she suddenly turned around and noticed Yi Chang staring at her. Her face flushed slightly, and she asked, Why are you looking at me? Because you're beautiful, Yi Chang replied smoothly. Many men had complimented Yen Yuaning's beauty before, but Yi Chang's words somehow made her feel a bit pleased. However, she didn't show it and instead brought up an old grudge. Weren't you the one calling me big sis yesterday? But today, you suddenly find me beautiful? For a woman in her 20s, especially a beautiful one, being called big sis was something she could hold on to for a lifetime. Yi Chang was stunned. Did I say that? Yen Yuaning stared at him for a while, confirming that he really didn't remember, then snorted, Forget it. I won't argue about it for now. I'll settle this with you later. Later? Yi Chang felt that this later was worth thinking about. By now, they had reached the elevator, and since this was an internal elevator within Ishin Tower, Yen Yuaning, as the daughter of Ishin Group's chairman, naturally had access to it. Once inside, she pressed B1, and as soon as the doors closed, her expression became serious. She locked eyes with Yi Chang, staring intently at him. Yi Chang, what are you doing? Yen Yuaning, coldly, weren't you here for an interview? I was. Don't play dumb with me. You said you were going to interview others. Yi Chang touched his nose and cautiously said, Can I say, I was actually coming to interview you? Do you believe me? Yen Yuaning almost burst out laughing from anger. Her fists clenched, and she stepped forward, standing right in front of him. She tilted her head slightly, glaring up at him. You? Interview me? So what, is this assistant job actually about choosing who gets to be your boss? Before Yi Chang could reply, the system activated. A man and a woman, alone in a confined space. The beauty is being aggressive, shouldn't you show some dominance? Option 1, let it go, be a good man. Reward, +1 good man attribute. Option 2, wall slam her. Reward, master level flirting skills. Option 3, wall slam her and confess. Reward, master level flirting skills plus master level musical instrument proficiency. Option 4, wall slam her and kiss her. Reward, master level flirting skills plus master level cooking skills. Option 5, wall slam her, confess, and kiss her. Reward, master level flirting skills plus master level musical instrument proficiency plus master level cooking skills. More than 10 options popped up, each more outrageous than the last. One even suggested touching places he shouldn't, and the final option was, well, let's just say it involved deep communication. Yi Chang was speechless. Did this system seriously think there was enough time for deep communication in an elevator ride? This system can cut off the elevator's power supply, ensuring it won't resume operation for at least 30 minutes. Yi Chang. No need for that. Just cut the security cameras. As much as he enjoyed teasing Yen Yuaning, he wasn't crazy enough to pull an actual stunt in an elevator. Plus, they'd only known each other for a day. Who knew if she'd have him arrested afterward? System, cameras disabled. Go ahead. Yi Chang took a deep breath, locking his eyes on the feisty CEO in front of him. With her delicate eyebrows, sharp phoenix eyes, high nose bridge, and full lips, even when angry, she was irresistibly captivating. Then, Yi Chang took a step forward. Yan Yuaning was startled and instinctively stepped back. "What are you doing?" Yi Chang didn't answer, he took another step forward. Yan Yuaning stepped back again. The elevator was spacious, but after just 2 steps, Yi Chang had already cornered her against the wall. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you." But at that moment, Yi Chang raised his hand and placed it against the wall, right next to her head. A perfect wall slam. Then, he leaned in, stopping just 20 centimeters from her face. In the small, enclosed space, the air suddenly became charged with an ambiguous tension. Don't do anything stupid." Yan Yuaning's voice unconsciously softened, realizing she had cornered herself. But instead of forcing a kiss, Yi Chang calmly answered her previous question. "Of course, I wasn't here to interview for my own CEO." Then, he smiled slightly, lowering his voice into a deep, magnetic tone. "I was here to interview my future girlfriend." Yan Yuaning's mind went blank. Her face instantly turned bright red. Interview for a girlfriend? He was referring to her? Was this a confession? But they had only known each other for a day. She wasn't ready for this. She completely forgot that Yi Chang had applied for this job months ago, long before they ever met. So it was impossible for him to have planned this from the start. After a moment of dazed silence, Yi Chang continued. "And now, I think you're very suitable for the role. In fact, the moment I first saw you, Yuaning—" "No!" Yan Yuaning shouted abruptly. "Yuaning, don't say no, no. Say yes, yes." Yi Chang grinned mischievously. For a moment, Yan Yuaning's brain actually processed his words, and she nearly fell for it. But she quickly shook her head. "No. No." Yi Chang lowered his voice and insisted. "Yes. No MMPH." Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chang kissed her, firm, yet gentle. His masculine scent enveloped her senses, making her mind go blank. Inside, 2 voices fought within her. One screamed, "This is your first kiss. How could you give it to a man you just met? He's a total scoundrel." The other whispered, "This is your assistant. He's going to drive you to and from work for 6 months. Didn't you find his driving extremely comfortable? So what if it's just a kiss? He's handsome, rich, and owns Jinsei Road. He must really like you to take this job. Just treat it as a reward for him. You can always make him buy you something later." In the end, she chose the longer argument. She closed her eyes and rewarded him. As the kiss deepened, their bodies pressed closer together. According to various statistics, when men and women kiss passionately, men tend to let their hands wander. But Yi Chang wasn't just randomly touching her, he was following the system's mission requirements. Except for one place that was completely off limits, he made sure to explore every other spot. Mission accomplished. Finally, as the elevator slowed down, Yi Chang pulled away. He looked at Yan Yuaning's flushed face, his heart pounding uncontrollably. This powerful and untouchable CEO. He had just stolen her first kiss. Yan Yuaning opened her eyes, her face so red it seemed like it could bleed. Her delicate lips were slightly swollen, and her lipstick was smudged. Seeing Yi Chang's intense gaze, she felt both embarrassed and furious. She immediately raised her fist and punched his chest hard, cursing, "You pervert! Shameless! Freak!" As the elevator doors opened, she pushed Yi Chang aside, covered her face, and ran out. However, she had forgotten that she was wearing high heels. After only a few steps, her ankle twisted. She lost her balance and began falling toward the sharp corner of the elevator entrance. At that moment, her heart filled with bitterness. She blamed Yi Chang entirely. If she got injured, he'd better take care of her for the rest of her life. But just as she was about to hit the corner, she suddenly felt a strong arm wrap around her waist, pulling her back. Her body was instantly enveloped in a broad and warm embrace. Feeling a brief sense of relief, she turned her head and saw Yi Chang's face. It was that annoying face, the one that had just stolen her first kiss. But at this moment, all she felt was an overwhelming sense of security. No matter what kind of woman she was, she couldn't deny that a man who could make her feel safe was incredibly attractive. And Yi Chang fit that role perfectly, tall, well-built, and now her rescuer. For a moment, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. But that didn't mean she was going to be nice to him either. "Let me go." She pushed against his chest, trying to break free. Yi Chang, knowing that she was in a fragile emotional state, spoke softly. "Stand still first. Stop running. Why are you even running in high heels?" As he spoke, his hands gently supported her slim waist, ensuring she was stable before slowly letting go. Feeling his hands release her, Yan Yuaning's face turned even redder. She huffed and said, "Stay away from me. You pervert." She tried to walk forward again, but as soon as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She let out a soft whimper, crouching down to rub her ankle. The pain was so intense that tears welled up in her eyes. "You twisted your ankle?" Yi Chang asked with concern. Yan Yuaning let out a soft unable to speak from the pain. "Let's get you to the car first." Yi Chang supported her arm, helping her up. "Take it slow." With Yi Chang's support, Yan Yuaning stood up and tried to take a step. However, the moment she put pressure on her foot, pain shot through her leg, causing her to collapse into his arms again. She didn't even have the energy to be mad about him holding her anymore. Like a little girl, she whined pitifully, "It hurts. I can't walk." Then, she raised her voice even more, "This is all your fault. If you hadn't kissed me, I wouldn't have twisted my ankle. You pervert." "Alright, stop being so dramatic." Yi Chang patted her perky backside, and his eyes lit up. "Nice. Good elasticity." Yan Yuaning's eyes widened in disbelief. Her face turned completely crimson as she shouted, "What are you doing, freak?" Without saying a word, Yi Chang bent down, wrapping one arm under her legs and the other around her waist. With one swift motion, he lifted her up. A princess carry. The moment her feet left the ground, Yan Yuaning panicked, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Realizing that she was being held like this, she immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Put me down." "It's okay, Yuaning. Just relax." Yi Chang gazed into her eyes, his voice soft and gentle. "Let's get you to the car and check your ankle. You can't walk right now. If you keep forcing it, it'll just get worse." Yan Yuaning puffed her cheeks in frustration, glaring at him as if she was furious. But after a few seconds, she quickly averted her gaze. With a soft she buried her face in his chest, not daring to look at him anymore. However, even though she wasn't looking at him, her heart was racing wildly. Why did his gentle words make her so weak? Did she actually like him? No, he was a pervert, but being held like this felt so comfortable and warm. As her thoughts grew more complicated, she let out a soft thought, "I'll observe him for a while. If he behaves well, maybe I might consider liking him. After all, he already took my first kiss." And now, she could still feel his touch on her chest, thighs, and elsewhere. She recalled how he had kissed her in the elevator, and even smacked her butt. And for some reason, she actually felt like she had enjoyed it? No, it had to be an illusion. She shook off her messy thoughts and quietly nestled in his arms, enjoying the warmth. With Yan Yuaning in his arms, Yi Chang carried her to the Rolls-Royce Wraith. With both hands occupied, he had to struggle a bit to retrieve the car keys from his pocket. After opening the car door, he gently placed her into the passenger seat, closed the door, and then got into the driver's seat himself. Yan Yuaning sat there, rubbing her swollen ankle, her lips pursed in frustration. She glanced at Yi Chang and snorted, turning her head away. Yi Chang chuckled. At this moment, he realized that this cold and arrogant CEO could actually be adorable, just like a little girl who had been bullied. Then, the system's notification popped up. He could now claim his rewards. First, he accepted the perfect body enhancement reward. A strange sensation coursed through his body. He felt his strength increase, his reflexes sharpen, and his mind become clearer. If he looked in the mirror now, he would notice subtle improvements in his face. If he was a 95 out of 100 before, now he was a perfect 100. Any woman who was attracted to looks would instantly fall for him. Even those who weren't focused on appearances would feel an undeniable attraction toward him. And if he took off his shirt, he would see that his muscles were even more defined. Even his special ability had been enhanced significantly. However, Yi Chang hadn't noticed this yet. Next, he received his second set of rewards. Congratulations! You have received Master Level Flirting Skills plus Master Level Instrument Proficiency plus Master Level Vocal Proficiency plus Master Level Cooking plus Master Level Massage plus Master Level Censored plus Master Level Dance plus Master Level Calligraphy plus Master Level Painting. Yi Chang was stunned. 9 rewards at once? And they were all skills related to romance. He couldn't help but side-eye the system. Was it trying to turn him into the ultimate playboy? And wasn't there something strange mixed in there? Although, he wasn't complaining. Finally, he turned his gaze back to Yan Yuaning. Perfect. His master-level massage could help relieve her ankle pain. Yi Chang patted his thigh and said, "Put your foot up here, I'll massage it for you." Yan Yuaning looked at him warily and said, "What are you trying to do? Trying to take advantage of me again?" Yi Chang replied, "I've already kissed you. Do you think I still care about something this minor?" Yan Yuaning gritted her teeth. "You! Hurry up and put your foot up. If you don't massage a sprained foot in time, the clotted blood inside might flow back into your bloodstream. It could even affect your skin later." Yi Chang completely made it up on the spot. Yan Yuaning rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? Go use that nonsense to fool a kid. Yi Cheng chuckled, not minding that she saw through him. Fine, if you don't want me to, forget it. I'll just take you home first. Yan Yuaning was displeased. Didn't you say you were going to buy me something worth over $1 million? Now you're backing out? Yi Cheng sighed. You can't even walk right now. How are you going shopping? Yan Yuaning protested loudly. If you don't buy it for me, I won't let you be my assistant. Then I won't be your assistant. Yi Cheng rolled his eyes. By tomorrow, I'll be Yixing Group's second largest shareholder. When I come to inspect Tangqing Finance, let's see who gets to make things difficult for whom. Yan Yuaning gritted her teeth and coldly humphed. Then I'll just hire another male assistant and have him drive me to and from work every day. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Yuaning, trying to determine if she was serious. Even though his confession earlier was prompted by the system, as a man who appreciates beauty, he naturally liked Yan Yuaning. So how could he possibly allow her to hire a male assistant? Yan Yuaning wasn't afraid of him and stared straight into his eyes, as if daring him to challenge her. Yi Cheng slowly asked, Are you sure? What does it have to do with you? Yan Yuaning lifted her delicate chin proudly, exposing her swan-like neck, refusing to back down. Yi Cheng stared at her for a while, then suddenly lunged forward, grabbing both of her wrists and kissing her once again. At the same time, he reclined the seat fully back, pressing down on her body, feeling her soft curves. He kissed her without restraint, savoring the sweetness of her slightly swollen lips. Pinned beneath him, Yan Yuaning struggled at first, weakly hitting his back, but it was useless. In the end, she had no choice but to surrender to the overwhelming sensation. After a long while, Yi Cheng finally pulled away, looking down at her flushed face. He grazed her lips teasingly, then sat back up. Yan Yuaning opened her eyes, her gaze shifting from dazed passion to embarrassment and anger. But she was too lazy to resist, merely glaring at him and muttering softly, "Shameless pervert." Yi Cheng brushed his fingers against her delicate face, stroking her gently. Kissing the CEO twice in a single day, who else could pull that off? He laughed inwardly and then asked, So, are you still hiring a male assistant? Yan Yuaning stubbornly refused to give in. I will hire a male assistant. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow, then began unbuttoning his shirt. Yan Yuaning became alarmed. What are you doing? You pervert! She shouted angrily and tried to open the door to escape, but Yi Cheng had already locked it. At the same time, he had tossed aside his expensive Armani suit jacket. Let's see if you still dare hire another male assistant. Yi Cheng smirked as he continued unbuttoning his shirt. I won't hire one anymore. Yan Yuaning panicked. Even though she had already been kissed by him, she definitely wasn't ready to go all the way, especially not in a car, in a parking lot, where someone could walk by at any moment. Even if she did have feelings for him, it was way too soon. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Really? By now, he had unbuttoned more than half of his shirt, leaving his chiseled chest exposed. Yan Yuaning hesitated for a second, then nodded quickly. But the moment her gaze landed on his open shirt, she froze completely. Wow. This guy actually had such an amazing body? Yi Cheng noticed her staring and asked, What are you looking at? Yan Yuaning snapped out of it, her face turning bright red. And nothing. I wasn't looking at anything. Yi Cheng didn't believe her and glanced down at himself. Then he was stunned. His perfectly defined chest muscles and symmetrical abs were like a sculpted masterpiece, exuding raw masculinity. So this was the result of the perfect body enhancement reward. Yi Cheng was even more satisfied with this upgrade. Then he suddenly looked back at Yan Yuaning, realizing she had been staring at him just now. His lips curled into a smirk. Why are you smiling? Yan Yuaning grew even more cautious, afraid he would pounce on her again. Yi Cheng undid the last button, fully exposing his muscular physique. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he asked, "Want a touch?" Yan Yuaning stole a few quick glances, then shook her head violently, covering her eyes. What are you doing? Shameless. Yet, she still peeked through her fingers. Yi Cheng chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her little act. If you don't want to touch, then forget it. Let's go. Saying that, he started the car and prepared to drive off. Yan Yuaning pouted, muttering under her breath, "Liar." Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. What did I lie about? You're a liar. Yi Cheng thought for a moment, then realized what she meant and chuckled. Once your foot stops hurting, I'll take you shopping. Yan Yuaning's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Yi Cheng smiled. But since you won't let me massage your foot, you'll have to wait about a week until the pain goes away. How long if I let you massage it? Tomorrow. Yan Yuaning rolled her eyes. What kind of massage skills do you even have? You just want to take advantage of me. You won't know unless you try. Yan Yuaning hesitated. She really didn't want to wait a whole week for the pain to subside. Finally, she muttered, "Fine, once we get to my place, you can massage it." "At your place?" Yi Chang raised his voice slightly. Yan Yuaning's face turned red. She had never invited a man to her house before. "I don't want to do it in the car. What if someone sees?" "Then let's go to your place." Yi Chang grinned. "Why not?" He immediately stepped on the gas, fully utilizing his master-level driving skills. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly as he pushed its performance to the limit. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived back at Yulong Garden. Yi Chang parked the car, walked over to the passenger side, and opened the door for Yan Yuaning. Then, without hesitation, he scooped her up in his arms again and carried her toward Villa number 18. Being carried by Yi Chang once again, Yan Yuaning felt that overwhelming sense of security. Moreover, Yi Chang still hadn't buttoned up his shirt, leaving his chest exposed. When Yan Yuaning lowered her head, she could see his well-defined pectoral muscles. She wanted to touch them but felt too shy. Yi Chang looked down and noticed her hesitation. With a smile, he said, "If you want to touch, just do it. Sooner or later, you'll have to." Yan Yuaning huffed and stubbornly retorted, "Who says I'll have to?" But her hands, acting on their own, reached out and rested on Yi Chang's chest. Feeling his firm and solid physique, her face turned red. Suddenly, she recalled how his hands had been all over her body when he forcefully kissed her earlier. So, in retaliation, she started kneading his muscles forcefully. Yi Chang noticed her little act of revenge. He responded by giving her a firm smack on her perky rear. He was about to say something when he unexpectedly heard her let out 2 soft moans. It sounded like she enjoyed it. He gave her a curious look, and Yan Yuaning also realized what she had done. Her face turned scarlet, and she scolded, "You hit me there again. You pervert." Yi Chang brushed off her complaint and warned, "Touching is fine, but no pinching." Yan Yuaning glared at him and then pinched his skin harder. "I'll pinch if I want to." Yi Chang winced from the pain. "Hey, if you keep this up, I'll deal with you properly once we get inside." It was then that Yan Yuaning realized they had arrived at her house. She quickly said, "No funny business in my home. Otherwise, I won't let you in." Yi Chang rolled his eyes. They were already at the villa's entrance. "Got it. Open the door. Where's your key?" He glanced at the door and saw a password lock. "What's the code?" "I'll open it." "I'm not telling you." Of course, Yan Yuaning wouldn't reveal her home's password. "Put me down." Yi Chang shrugged. If she didn't want to tell him, there would be plenty of chances in the future. He gently set her down. "Take it easy." With her feet back on the ground, Yan Yuaning suddenly regretted not letting Yi Chang keep carrying her. It was so comfortable being in his arms, why did she insist on getting down? But she was too embarrassed to ask him to pick her up again, though she knew this shameless guy would probably be more than happy to do so. Then, she used her fingerprint to unlock the villa's door and carefully stepped inside. Seeing how difficult it was for her to walk, Yi Chang shook his head helplessly and picked her up again. "If it hurts, don't force yourself. It's not like I can't carry you." Now back in his warm embrace, Yan Yuaning didn't resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, feeling secretly pleased. However, she still huffed, "Pervert. You're just using this as an excuse to take advantage of me." "Pervert, pervert," Yi Chang frowned. This little minx really refused to back down. So he simply shut the door, carried her to the living room, and placed her on the couch. "Fine, then I'll really show you what being a pervert is." With that, he pressed her down again and kissed her passionately. A few minutes later, Yi Chang walked over with a tray carrying some bruise relief spray and a towel soaked in ice water. On the couch, Yan Yuaning's face was still flushed as she adjusted her messy white blouse and buttoned it back up. This pervert had gone even further than in the car, he nearly stripped her. When she saw Yi Chang approaching, she glared at him, huffed, and turned away. Yi Chang didn't say anything. He set the tray down and lifted her injured right leg onto his lap. Seeing her delicate foot resting on this man's leg, Yan Yuaning felt both shy and reluctant. She wanted to say she could handle it herself, but then she thought this injury was his fault. He should be the one to take care of her. As she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt his hands grasp her ankle. Then, her high heel was slipped off. Yi Chang looked at the small foot wrapped in black silk stockings. Unfortunately, it was just a short stocking. He shook his head in disappointment. Yan Yuaning noticed and asked, "Why are you shaking your head?" Yi Chang answered honestly, "Why aren't you wearing full pantyhose?" "Why would I? Wearing that to work would be way too hot," she said irritably. Yi Chang chuckled. "Haven't you heard of tips for meeting your boyfriend?" Yan Yuaning was confused. "What's that?" "Look it up on your phone," Yi Chang said as he removed her stocking. Her fair skin was now fully exposed, and her 5 delicate toes looked as if they had been sculpted. He couldn't help but give them a gentle squeeze. Yan Yuaning instinctively pulled her foot back. "Why are you squeezing it?" Yi Chang replied, "It's part of the massage." Her ankle was injured. Why was he touching her foot? "You really are a pervert," she muttered. Yi Chang chuckled but didn't tease her further. He turned his attention to her swollen ankle, where a noticeable bump had already formed. He furrowed his brows. He would have to be extra careful while massaging it, too much pressure could worsen the injury. He took out the cold towel, wrung out the excess water, and placed it on the swollen area. Using a specialized technique, he began to massage her foot. Seeing how focused Yi Chang was and that he wasn't trying to take advantage of her, Yan Yuaning's heart warmed. This man actually wasn't that bad. And his massage technique was remarkably effective. She could already feel the relief in her foot. Meanwhile, her phone search had pulled up several videos about tips for meeting your boyfriend. She clicked on one and immediately understood what Yi Chang had meant earlier. Oof. This guy is so shameless. He's always thinking about perverted things. Besides, he's not my boyfriend. Why should I bother with these tips? Out of curiosity, she clicked on a few more videos. The content was all similar. She glanced at Yi Chang and huffed. Just what kind of things does this guy usually watch? After finishing the massage, Yi Chang sprayed some medicine on her ankle and reminded her, "You should rest at home for the next 2 days and take a break from work." Yan Yuaning nodded lightly. Even though she still saw Yi Chang as a shameless pervert, his thoughtful care and warm words filled her heart with a sense of comfort. Yi Chang then glanced at the time and suddenly froze. "Ha? It's already noon?" He turned to look at her. "Are you hungry?" "I'm starving," Yan Yuaning replied. "Do you have groceries at home?" "In the fridge," she said. She knew how to cook, but since she spent most of her time at work, she only occasionally made herself a late-night snack. But wait, was Yi Chang asking because? She looked at him in surprise. "You know how to cook?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Not only did he have a system reward for master-level cooking, but he already knew how to cook before. "Of course. Don't underestimate me. I bet you're not better than me." Yi Chang smirked. "And what if my cooking is better than yours?" Yan Yuaning hesitated for a moment. When she looked up and saw Yi Chang's confident expression, she immediately said, "I just won't do anything special." This guy dared to make such a bet, he must have confidence. She wasn't going to fall for it. She mentally gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Yi Chang chuckled, "Coward." Then, he walked toward the kitchen, not forgetting to remind her again, "All right, don't move around. Wait for me to finish cooking before you eat." Yan Yuaning responded with a soft then watched Yi Chang's back as he entered the kitchen, feeling that all of this was simply unbelievable. She suddenly thought of her father. Her father had always wanted her to marry some wealthy second-generation heir of a family with equal status, but she had never agreed. However, her father never pushed too hard. If her father knew that Yi Chang was actually the owner of Jinsei Road, he would probably be so happy he'd jump up in excitement. But of course, she wouldn't take Yi Chang to meet her father just yet. Otherwise, Yi Chang would definitely overthink things and assume she had agreed to be with him. She wouldn't let this shameless guy be that happy. Thinking of this, Yan Yuaning couldn't help but smile. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. When she saw the caller ID, it was actually her father. Her good mood instantly disappeared. She frowned, wondering why her father was calling. Because of his insistence on her marrying another rich heir, their father-daughter relationship had always been somewhat strained. Still, she couldn't ignore his call, so she answered, "Dad, why are you calling?" "You're my daughter. Am I not allowed to call you?" A hearty laugh came from the other end. Hearing her father's laughter, Yan Yuaning relaxed slightly. It seemed he wasn't calling to talk about something she didn't want to hear. It was never a good feeling to be at odds with family. She also hoped to mend things with her father, and deep down, she even secretly wished he was calling to tell her that he had finally agreed to let her date freely. "Of course, you can call me anytime. Besides, you're always at the top floor of the company, and I'm on the 36th floor. If you wanted to see me, you could do so anytime." Well, if I go to the 36th floor right now, will I see you?" Yan Yuaning froze. She was at home right now, how could he possibly see her? Something felt off. "I'm not at the company. I'm at home." At home. Her father's voice suddenly rose a few octaves, but he quickly calmed down and asked quietly, "Are you home alone?" Yan Yuaning fell silent. Her father's question already indicated that he had discovered something. Her silence also made Yan's father realize that something he wouldn't like had likely happened. He asked in a deep voice, "Who is that man? What is your relationship with him?" Yan Yuaning sighed inwardly, just as expected. Clearly, someone from the company had reported today's interview to her father. It was probably one of the interviewers. Of course, it wasn't surprising that her father had people in the company. What annoyed her was that those people were actually reporting her whereabouts to him. Yuaning? Seeing that his daughter hadn't responded, Yan's father called out again. Yan Yuaning finally spoke. Dad, what are you talking about? What man? You left the company with a strange man, her father said in a stern tone. Yuaning, you need to understand, I'm doing this for your own good. A man with no money can't bring you a happy future. Dad, who told you I left with a strange man? Yan Yuaning still refused to admit it. Instead, she asked, is someone lying to you? Her father hesitated for a moment, then uncertainly said, it was Chun Yan. He was at the interview with you. Suddenly, Yan's father realized something. As a seasoned businessman, he immediately understood that his daughter had just tricked him into revealing his source of information. Yan Yuaning let out a cold laugh. Dad, you really have eyes and ears everywhere. Are you planning to assign me a nanny or a bodyguard next? That way, you can get reports on where I go and when I come home? Yuaning, what nonsense are you saying? His voice carried a trace of anger. Yan Yuaning replied in a calm tone, that man is my friend, Dad. Stop trying to deal with him, you can't afford to. Alright, I'm hanging up now. Oh, by the way, I'm taking a week off. I sprained my foot and can't walk. Also, I'm feeling a bit tired and want to take a good rest. If you think I'm unfit for my job, you can fire me. What are you talking about? However, before her father could finish speaking, the call was already disconnected. At the top floor of Yixing Tower, in the chairman's office of Yixing Group, Yan's father slammed the phone onto his desk. He closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and gradually calmed down. Chairman, please don't be angry. Miss Yuaning, she. The secretary, standing nearby, handed him a cup of water, trying to console him. But he waved his hand and said, enough. Go investigate this Yi Cheng for me. I want to know exactly who he is. My daughter actually said I can't afford to deal with him? If that was true, then great, he would fully support it. As long as Yi Cheng was even slightly better than the heir he had chosen for her, he could accept it. But if Yi Cheng was just an ordinary man, then he would not hesitate to use every means necessary to break them apart. Hopefully, his daughter wouldn't resent him for it. Inside Villa number 18 at Yulong Garden. Yan Yuaning closed her eyes and took a deep breath, occasionally following Yi Cheng's instructions to apply an ice towel to her right ankle. What she said was true, her father probably couldn't afford to deal with Yi Cheng. There were too many major companies headquartered on Jinsei Road. As long as Yi Cheng was willing to lower rent prices slightly, those companies could easily put pressure on Yixing Group. Even just a few targeted remarks could severely impact the company's stock price. If that happened, even though her father owned over 40% of the company's shares and held significant power, if the shareholders were unhappy, they could still vote him out. Having a boyfriend who could challenge her father seemed pretty nice. Yan Yuaning smirked, looking at her ankle, which still carried the sensation of Yi Cheng's touch from his massage. And this man knew how to take care of others. Just then, a delicious aroma reached her nose. Her eyes lit up. Yi Cheng really could cook, and it smelled amazing. She immediately got up, but since Yi Cheng had carried her inside and she hadn't put on slippers, she simply walked barefoot toward the kitchen. Step by step, she approached the doorway and saw his busy figure inside. What are you making? Yi Cheng turned around, saw her, and frowned. Why aren't you wearing slippers? Your feet will get cold. Yan Yuaning gave him a sweet smile. You really can cook? Then what do you think I'm doing? Yi Cheng shook his head and continued cooking. Soon, a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes was ready. He picked up a delicate plate, transferred the food onto it, washed his hands, and walked to the doorway. He handed her the slippers he had changed into earlier. Wear mine. Stop running around, or your foot will hurt again. Yan Yuaning obediently nodded, slipping her feet into the warm slippers. She then watched as Yi Cheng, now barefoot, returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. A warm feeling slowly filled her heart. How nice! Wow! Delicious! Wow! This is also so good. Yi Cheng, how do you cook so well? It's even better than 5-star hotel food. Watching Yan Yuaning praise the food after every few bites, Yi Cheng smiled slightly. This master-level cooking skill was truly no joke. When he cooked, it was as if he had divine assistance. His control over temperature, seasoning, and heat was incredibly precise, and in terms of appearance, aroma, and taste, his dishes were at a Michelin-starred level. If he used fewer ingredients, like employing a Dubai-style knife technique, cutting a single potato into just one strand of shredded potato, cutting 10 potatoes to make a full plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes, then placing a single piece of broccoli on top and using sauce to write an artistic signature. Maybe he could even win a world-class cooking competition. If it's good, eat more. He smiled. Yan Yuaning nodded and continued eating. After a while, she suddenly said, "By the way, I took a week off from work. Why don't you cook for me these next few days?" Yi Chang rolled his eyes. "I haven't even officially become your assistant yet, and you're already ordering me around? Besides, an assistant isn't a chef. I don't care. I just want you to cook for me." Yan Yuaning twisted her body like a spoiled child, looking at Yi Chang with big, watery eyes. "And I'm injured. You were the one who caused it. Not only are you not taking care of me, but now you don't even want to cook for me?" Yi Chang felt a headache coming on. "You're an adult. It's just a sprained ankle. Rest until the afternoon, and you'll probably be able to walk again. Why not just order takeout?" Poof. Yan Yuaning immediately became unhappy, slammed her chopsticks down, and pointed at Yi Chang. "Are you looking down on me because I'm older than you? You were the one who confessed to me. You even kissed me. Now you want to just use me and leave?" Yi Chang's eyes widened. When did he ever say he wanted to use her and leave? They hadn't even taken things to a deeper level yet. What he didn't know was that Yan Yuaning had just had another argument with her father. And since she had also defended Yi Chang during the call, she was feeling extra sensitive. Although Yi Chang was unaware of all this, he thought for a moment and decided to properly comfort this overthinking woman. He put down his chopsticks, sat beside Yan Yuaning, and reached out to pull her into his arms. Yan Yuaning resisted, pushing him away and huffing, "Did I hit the nail on the head? Feeling guilty now?" Yi Chang was both amused and exasperated. He grabbed both of her delicate hands and gently kneaded them in his palms, silently admiring how soft and fair her skin was. At the same time, he said, "Can you stop overthinking things? When did I ever say I was leaving? Our houses are barely a few steps apart. You could block my door anytime if you wanted." Looking at her hands being played with, Yan Yuaning's cheeks flushed slightly. She still wasn't used to being touched by a man like this. The forced kisses from before didn't count. She huffed, "How could I dare block your door? If the security guards see that Villa number 1 is being blocked by someone, wouldn't they just throw me out immediately?" Yi Chang was speechless. He really couldn't argue with that. After all, Villa number 1 was the most prestigious in Yulong Garden, and the security guards would definitely prioritize its protection. After thinking for a moment, he simply said, "Fine, I'll just give you the entry code." Yan Yuaning memorized the code, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her lips. But she still insisted, "I still want to eat your cooking. Come on, I have to go back to school. I'm not even staying here overnight." "Back to school? Why are you going back to school?" Yan Yuaning was stunned for a moment before she suddenly remembered. "Oh right, you're still a university student." Her face turned slightly red. She had already shared such an intimate relationship with a student, even kissed him. For some reason, she gave Yi Chang a strange glare. "Your school doesn't even have classes right now, and you're coming to work at the company anyway. Why bother going back?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow and suddenly smirked mischievously. "Yuaning, do you really want me to cook for you just because my food tastes good? Could it be, you've already accepted that I'm your boyfriend?" Yan Yuaning's face instantly turned bright red. She snapped, "In your dreams. Forget it. I don't need your food anymore." After saying that, she aggressively started eating again, refusing to look at Yi Chang. Yi Chang chuckled twice, sat back down, and continued eating. But wait, did she just say he was going to work at the company? So that means the assistant job was already confirmed? Just then, a system notification sounded. "The host has officially completed the interview. Reward obtained, 35% shares of Ishin Group." Additionally, since the host has passed the interview and become the assistant to the president of Tangqing Finance, an extra reward has been granted, 20% shares of Mohang Bank. Yi Chang's eyes widened in shock. So passing the interview also came with bonus rewards? 20% shares of Mohang Bank? This was one of the world's most renowned investment banks, a subsidiary of the British Mohang Financial Group, with assets ranging from trillions to tens of trillions of dollars. Its market value was in the hundreds of billions, far exceeding that of Ishin Group, and now the system had just casually given him 20% of its shares? Yi Chang only had one thing to say to the system: "This is absolutely insane." But more than anything, he just felt one thing: ecstatic. Now, he was officially a major shareholder in an international financial giant. Feeling overjoyed, he took the initiative to put more food on Yan Yuaning's plate, encouraging her to eat more. She hesitated for a moment, then also picked up some food and placed it on his plate. Yi Chang felt like his happiness had just doubled. After finishing their meal, Yi Chang left. Of course, before leaving, He repeatedly reminded Yan Yuaning to get plenty of rest and apply her medicine on time. Driving away in Yan Yuaning's Rolls-Royce Wraith, Yi Chang realized something. While the LaFerrari was flashy and far more expensive, in terms of comfort, it was no match for the Rolls-Royce. It almost made him not want to drive a sports car anymore. Soon, he arrived at Villa No. 1, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and then drove straight to his company on Jinsi Road in Shanghai. Shanghai, Jinsi Road. Naturally, his company was located on Jinsi Road. At the very heart of Jinsi Road stood the Jinsi Tower. Yi Chang's Rolls-Royce Wraith pulled up in front of the towering skyscraper. Stepping out of the car, he looked up at the building. From now on, this skyscraper shall be called Yi Chang Tower, and this street shall be Yi Chang Street. He indulged in his fantasy for a moment, then chuckled to himself and stepped forward. However, upon reaching the entrance, he realized that Jinsi Tower was not open to the public. A keycard was required for access. He was suddenly frustrated. The boss of the building had just returned home, only to find himself locked out. Just then, a fair, delicate hand reached out from beside him. Holding a card, the person swiped it over the sensor, and the door unlocked. "Forgot your card?" A questioning voice came from beside him. Yi Chang turned his head and saw a young woman dressed in office attire. She had a fair, oval-shaped face, with a pair of dark, bright eyes that accentuated her features. Her delicate nose and cherry lips gave her a soft and fragile appearance, making men either want to cherish or tease her. Her long, jet-black hair was neatly tied up, cascading smoothly down her back, a perfect example of sleek, straight black hair. Beneath her fitted skirt were a pair of slender, well-proportioned legs wrapped in sheer stockings, complemented by a pair of black high heels. Yi Chang was momentarily captivated by her looks but quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Thanks, yeah, I really did forget my card." "You're welcome. Come in with me," the woman said with a polite smile, pushing open the door and stepping into the building. Yi Chang followed behind, unexpectedly needing a woman's help just to enter his own building. Would this be considered using a backdoor through a woman? TSK. However, he didn't follow the helpful woman to the elevator because he didn't even know which floor his company was on. After parting ways with the beautiful woman, he found a sofa in the lobby, sat down, and observed the office workers coming and going on the first floor. Then, he took out his phone and called Li Chang, the company's general manager, the same person who had contacted him earlier. The call connected quickly. "Boss," Li Chang greeted respectfully. Yi Chang said, "I'm already downstairs. I didn't know that you need a keycard to enter Jinsi Tower. I had to get help from someone to get in." "Ah, my apologies, boss, I forgot to inform you. I'll come down immediately. Please wait a moment." "Alright, hurry up," Yi Chang replied. After hanging up, he curiously took in his surroundings. The color scheme had a strong business aesthetic. Office workers in suits and ties bustled around, carrying documents, talking on phones, and going up and down the elevators, all engaged in their busy routines. No one else, except him, had the leisure to just sit on the sofa and wait. Under normal circumstances, he might have been one of these workers, working hard to make money for his boss. But now, he could decide with a single word whether they, or even their bosses, could enter this building. This feeling is pretty damn good. As he sighed inwardly, his phone rang again. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Beijing. He didn't recognize the number. Slightly puzzled, he answered, "Who's calling?" A pleasant female voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Elena Mohong, the president of Mohong Bank's Greater China region. I have received instructions from headquarters to sign the board of directors agreement with you. May I ask which city you're in? I will arrange to meet you as soon as possible." At first, Yi Chang didn't think much of her fluent Mandarin, but when she mentioned her name, his expression turned strange. A foreign name? That meant this president was a foreign woman, and her surname was Mohong. Wasn't that the Mohong family? His interest was piqued, but only just a little. "I'm in Shanghai." "Shanghai? All right. I'll do my best to arrive within 2 days to sign the necessary agreements with you. Please keep your phone accessible." "Sure, no problem." After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. At this point, he now had 3 industries under his name, all of them massive, each more impressive than the last. Yi Chang couldn't help but grin. So this is what being rich feels like? Just then, 3 people emerged from a corner of the lobby, 2 men and 1 woman. The man in front spotted Yi Chang sitting in the lounge area, smiled, and quickly walked over, extending his hand. "Hello, boss. I'm Li Chang." Yi Chang shook his hand. The other 2 also stepped forward to shake hands with him. "I'm Hu Ning, Director of Finance." "I'm Yao Tongtong, Director of Marketing." Yi Chang glanced at the female director. She was a mature beauty, likely in her 30s, with well-maintained skin and an elegant, charming demeanor. A small beauty mark near her eye added to her allure. Unlike the typical office attire, her outfit was more personalized, understandable, given her high-ranking position in the company. Of course, he only gave her a second glance before shifting his attention back to their positions. A general manager, a finance director, and a marketing director, these three were essentially the core leaders of a company managing an entire commercial street. And he was the leader above them all. "Nice to meet you all. I won't introduce myself," he said with a smile. "Let's head up." "Of course, this way, please," Li Cheng nodded and led them toward the elevator. It was a private internal elevator that went directly to the 81st floor, which was the company's headquarters. Starting from the 5th floor, the elevator offered a clear view of Jinsei Road outside. As they ascended higher, the panoramic scenery became increasingly breathtaking. While inside, Li Cheng began briefing Yi Cheng about the company. "Our company primarily consists of 3 key departments: finance, marketing, and human resources. I personally oversee HR. We also have a legal department. The legal director is Professor Wang Yang from the Shanghai University of Political Science and Law. He has a class today, so he's not here. However, I booked a suite at the Jinsei Grand Hotel to welcome you, and Mr. Wang will be there to meet you. Including myself and the directors, we have a total of 30 employees. Jinsei Road is fully owned by the company. Last year's net profit after taxes was 27.8 billion yuan. This is largely influenced by land prices, and profits should continue to grow. Currently, we have over 26 billion yuan in liquid assets." Yi Cheng listened to the report, feeling a wave of emotions. Only 30 employees, yet the company had nearly 30 billion yuan in annual profit. It hadn't made the Fortune 500 list simply because it wasn't publicly traded. If it were listed on the stock market, considering that a company's market value is typically 10 to 100 times its annual profit, and given the stable nature of their profits, damn, it was unimaginable how much it would be worth. Not to mention that Jinsei Road itself was an asset. The buildings, malls, plazas, everything belonged to the company. Or rather, to Yi Cheng himself. From what Li Cheng said, even the taxes paid by businesses operating within the commercial district amounted to over 30 billion yuan annually. And that wasn't even counting the contributions from the major corporations renting space there. Yi Cheng started to wonder, am I actually undercharging them? Should I raise the rent? He chuckled at the thought. If he really did that, those companies would probably sue him. Shaking his head slightly, he shifted his gaze outside. By now, they had reached the 60th floor, and all of Jinsei Road's bustling scenery lay spread out beneath him. He couldn't help but imagine, what if he and Yan Yuaning had done something naughty in this elevator this morning? What kind of scene would that be? After stepping out of the elevator, Yi Cheng entered the company's office floor. With Li Cheng's introductions, he quickly got to know all the employees. When they saw their young and handsome boss, many of them were momentarily stunned, and some of the female employees even flirtatiously winked at him. Yi Cheng, however, completely ignored them and walked straight into the chairman's office. This office was, of course, prepared for him. It was over 300 square meters, featuring a spacious solid wood desk, a bookshelf filled with books, and even an antique display shelf adorned with various potted plants and ornaments. The walls were decorated with famous calligraphy and paintings, giving the space an air of grandeur. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city stretched out from over 300 meters high, giving him a commanding view of the streets below. Standing by the window, Yi Cheng instantly felt a strong sense of prestige. He sat in the leather office chair, which had an incredibly comfortable texture and even a massage function. He could lean back fully without worrying about falling over. Meanwhile, the 3 senior executives stood in front of his desk, continuing their report and handing over various documents. Yi Cheng didn't even bother looking through them. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want them to think he was intentionally making things difficult, he would have just asked them to read everything out loud to him instead. And so, the 3 of them continued reporting for half an hour. If not for his enhanced body, which kept him energized, he would have probably been nodding off by now. However, for a company with such massive profits, summarizing everything in just half an hour was actually quite brief. This was mainly because the company only had one business segment, leasing. When they finished, Li Cheng asked, "Boss, there's over 20 billion yuan in the company's accounts. How would you like to use it?" Yi Cheng sat up in his chair. This 20 billion yuan was the remaining balance after deducting all expenses, including facility maintenance and salaries. Meaning, it was fully at his disposal. For example, he could simply transfer it all to his personal account and make it his money. Of course, doing that would mean paying an enormous amount in taxes. Instead, he could spend the company's money directly buying houses, cars, etc., and keeping them under the company's name. Since he owned the company, it wouldn't make a difference. Plus, these expenses could be written off as business costs, reducing taxes. That's why companies reimburse employees when they collect invoices. But 20 billion? That was enough to buy an entire skyscraper in Pudong. He couldn't just blow it all on personal expenses. So, he hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he finally made a decision. Let's casually spend 1 billion yuan to set up an investment department. You guys handle hiring and arrangements. Actually, let's make it 3 billion. If it makes money, we'll keep investing. The three executives exchanged glances. Casually spending 1 billion? Is that something a human says? But then again, considering the company's size, it wasn't actually that crazy. Moreover, Yi Chang had just allocated 3 billion yuan for a new project. For them, this was great news. Li Cheng immediately responded, "Understood, boss. I'll have everything ready give me 2 weeks." Yi Chang nodded. "All right, that's settled." He glanced at his watch. It was only 3 p.m. "What time is dinner?" he asked. "I booked it for 6 p.m. The whole company will be attending. Is that okay?" "The whole company?" Yi Chang was surprised for a moment, then nodded. "All right. I'll rest for now, call me when it's time to eat." "Understood." With that, the three executives quickly left the luxurious chairman's office. Yi Chang yawned. He was a little tired, but he wasn't about to nap for 3 hours. Playing games sounded like a good idea. He immediately powered on the office computer. The design looked businesslike, but after checking the specs, he realized it was extremely powerful, capable of running any AAA game smoothly. Unfortunately, he only wanted to play Jianwang 3, Swordsman Online. This computer wasn't worthy of AAA games. He went to the official website and started downloading. The internet speed was several hundred megabytes per second, ridiculously fast. Compared to the terrible dorm Wi-Fi at school, it was night and day. Shaking his head, he walked to the sofa to rest while the game downloaded. About an hour later, he got up and returned to his desk. The game had finished downloading. After installing it and waiting for some automatic updates, he finally logged in. A game character with the name Yi Bai appeared on the screen, carrying 2 swords, 1 long sword and 1 greatsword. This was the signature style of the Tsangjian mountain sect, wielding dual weapons. Back then, Yi Chang had originally wanted to play as a female character. Staring at a male character's backside all day was unpleasant. But after switching to a male character, he discovered that his deep, pleasant voice often attracted female players hitting on him. That's when he understood the true purpose of playing a male character. If it weren't for his bad breakup with Lin Shanxian, which made him temporarily lose interest in romance, he probably would have found a girlfriend in the game long ago. After finally moving on from that relationship, he had focused entirely on studying, leaving little time for gaming. The version has been updated. I need to level up first. So, he used divine travel to teleport to a new map and began doing leveling quests. Leveling in this game was convenient. As long as you kept doing quests, you could eventually reach max level. And only at max level did the real game begin, since most events and activities required max level players to participate. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Yi Chang was farming monsters on a narrow path when suddenly, in the Who's Watching You notification panel, a player named Du Lu appeared. Yi Chang hesitated. Why was this guy watching him? The next second, his health bar dropped to 0. He was dead. Yi Chang? Killed by Du Lu. The game had 2 factions that players could join. Once a player joined a faction, they would see members of the opposing faction as red-named enemies in open-world maps, meaning PvP was always enabled. Fuck, what a lunatic. Yi Chang was annoyed. This kind of player was a troll bullying low-level players for fun. People like him were hated by the entire community. Thinking that the guy had left, Yi Chang revived on the spot and started meditating to recover health. But the moment his invincibility timer ended, he was attacked again by Du Lu. Seeing himself die once more, Yi Chang immediately sent a private message. "You fucking idiot?" To his surprise, Du Lu replied. "Trash, mad?" Yi Chang's temper instantly flared up. These toxic players were the worst, acting like jerks and not even caring. When Yi Chang was about to curse back, the system voice sounded. "Game world, just go for it. Option 1, swallow your anger, reward, -1 centimeter. Option 2, curse back, reward, luck in the game doubled. Option 3, find a way to kill the opponent, reward, virtual tycoon card. Option 4, curse back and then kill the opponent, reward, luck in the game doubled plus virtual tycoon card." Yi Chang immediately chose the fourth option. However, killing the opponent was almost impossible given his equipment and level. The other guy had 80,000 combat power, while Yi Chang was still using outdated gear from several patches ago, with only about 40,000 combat power, completely incomparable. So, he quickly entered the friends chat and started calling for backup. Friends chat, Yi Bai, help! I was leveling up and got killed, and now I'm being corpse camped. Please help. Ba Diao, Lao Bai? You're actually online? I'm coming right away. Li Wudao, Lao Ji, you're finally back. I'll teleport there now. Yuninin, wow, Xiao Bai, you're back. I'm coming too. Seeing that he got responses from 3 old friends right away, Yi Chang smiled. It was only because today wasn't a holiday and it was still the afternoon, so fewer people were online. Back then, he had over 20 close friends in the game. Even though many had quit, at least a few had stayed. He quickly teamed up with the 3 of them and waited for them to arrive. In the meantime, he started trash-talking the opponent. Yi Bai, come on, you trashy tumor, keep killing your daddy. Du Lu, revive first, you little piece of garbage. Daddy's just here to kill you. Yi Bai, brain-dead tumor. The long-lost thrill of online trash talk made Yi Chang feel like a keyboard warrior again. Not long after, the friends he called arrived, and together, they ganged up on Du Lu. Within moments, they had beaten him to death. Now, it was their turn to corpse camp him. Nearby chat, Yi Bai, filthy trash, get up? If you revive, I'll put a bounty on you every time. Ba Diao, dumbass tumor, your highest rank in the arena is just tier 5, and you come bullying lower level players? Yuninin, added to my kill on sight list. I'll kill you every time I see you. Before they could curse a few more times, the corpse on the ground disappeared. The guy had logged out. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. That's it? He sent a few more private messages cursing him. Since private messages are still received upon the next login, this guy wouldn't escape his words. Ding! The host has received rewards, luck in the game doubled plus virtual tycoon card. The luck boost effect must be explored by the host. The virtual tycoon card can be used to purchase any virtual items online, with a monthly spending limit of 50 million, automatically replenished at the start of each month. Hearing the system notification, Yi Chang's eyes lit up. Luck doubled? How much could that affect his luck? Could he easily pull rare rewards from loot boxes? But since the system said he had to figure it out himself, he could only test it later. There weren't any loot box mechanics in Jian San Sword 3, though there were many luck-based features, especially the highly coveted adventures. Adventures were a major highlight of Jian San, only triggered through sheer luck. Once triggered, a server-wide announcement would be made. If it was an ultra-rare adventure, the entire server would collectively go tisk in envy. Yi Chang had played the game for 3 years, had a high veteran rank, yet had never triggered an ultra-rare adventure. Now, he was starting to look forward to it. As for the virtual tycoon card, it was a surprise strictly for virtual purchases? That basically meant unlimited top-ups. He chuckled. Back then, he envied big spenders in the game, but now, he could drop 50 million every month without worry. The funny thing was, this game didn't even have enough stuff to spend 50 million on. Even spending $1 million would be tough, and he didn't play other games. So, in a way, the 50 million was practically wasted. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and focused on leveling up. He had to reach max level to unlock more content. After thanking his friends, he told them he'd continue leveling. Yuninin, Xiao Bai Bai, say something, I really want to hear your voice. Yi Chang's face twitched. This game was like that. If you had a good voice, you could easily attract a bunch of fangirls and fanboys. Yuninin was a voice enthusiast. She had even flirted with him before, but he always played dumb. But hey, she did help him earlier. Might as well give her a little reward. So, he turned on his mic and spoke in his deep, signature tone. Yuninin, don't mess around. Yuninin, Yuninin, I'm satisfied. I'm going to power level you. Li Wudao Ba Diao, you two get lost. I want to be alone with Xiao Bai Bai. Li Wudao, foolish healer, don't you know our chicken bro only likes adult female avatars? Your lowly avatar doesn't stand a chance. Yuninin, I can switch to an adult female avatar. Yi Bai, enough, you guys. With that, he ignored them and continued leveling. Yuninin actually did stay to help him level for a while. But soon, someone called her to run a dungeon, so she left. Yi Chang was back to playing solo. Not long after, a notification popped up in the lower left corner. Friend Muingying is online. Team up and play together. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. If there was anyone in his friend list he was closest to, it was Muingying. He had run into her yesterday when he logged in, and now they were online at the same time again. He immediately sent her a team invite, and she accepted right away. Muing, wow, little bro, you're actually online. Are you really getting back into the game? Yi Bai, yeah, I suddenly felt like playing again. He had quit back then due to real-life struggles. But now, that was no longer an issue. He had already met thousands of his previous small goals. At this point, he might as well tell the beef noodle shop owner to skip the noodles and just load up his bowl with beef. Yi Bai, what about you? Why are you online? Aren't you at work? Muing, I'm sneaking in some playtime at work. My game booster took the day off, so I have to do my dailies myself. Yi Bai, aren't you afraid your boss will catch you? Muing, of course I am. That's why I have to hurry up and finish my quests. You better hurry up and level up too. Let's play together tonight. Yi Bai, alright. After that, Muing left the party to do her dailies, while Yi Cheng continued leveling. But she kept chatting with him the whole time. As time passed, their conversation gradually slowed, and then, all of a sudden, Muing went silent. A while later, she logged off. Yi Cheng frowned. Did she finish her dailies that quickly? Although he was puzzled, Yi Cheng thought about it and figured that Muing probably had something to do at work. He shook his head. After all, they were just online friends, and there wasn't much he could do about it. Checking the time, it was almost 6 p.m. time for dinner soon. He glanced at his level. He was only 2 levels away from the max level of 110. So, he continued leveling up at full speed. Time quickly passed, and soon it was 6 p.m. Yi Cheng looked at his max level character, satisfied, and logged off. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Li Cheng walked in and said, Boss, it's time for dinner. President who has already arranged for the employees to head downstairs. Yi Cheng nodded. After shutting down his computer, he stood up and said, Alright, let's go. He then left the office, followed by Li Cheng, Hu Ning, and Yao Tongtong. They entered the private elevator and went straight down. Are the employees walking there? Yi Cheng asked in the elevator, fulfilling his duty as a boss by showing concern for the staff. The Jinsi Hotel isn't far, they can just walk over. Yi Cheng nodded, then suddenly asked, By the way, does the company have any cars? We never bought any. The business hasn't required it, Hu Ning quickly replied. Yi Cheng nodded again and thought for a moment before saying, Since we're setting up an investment department, make a plan to buy a few cars, it'll help with the company's image. The three of them looked shocked. This boss was way too generous. First, he allocated $3 billion to establish a new department, and now he was asking them to buy company cars? Li Cheng asked, Boss, could you give us a budget first? That way, we can plan accordingly. Yi Cheng, Li, get yourself one under 2 million. Each of the 3 directors can get one under 1.5 million. Buy a few larger vehicles under 1 million each, so employees have company transportation for group events. Also, get a few sedans under 500,000 each for work trips. Oh, and you 3, plus Director Wang, hire drivers as well. Li Cheng quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, boss, there's no need for that. We can drive ourselves. Hu Ning and Yao Tongtong also immediately declined. Damn, their boss was handing out luxury cars like candy, each of them getting a car worth over $1 million? This alone would cost over 6 million, plus the large vehicles and sedans? That was tens of millions. If they added personal drivers, they feared Yi Cheng might one day think they were just freeloading and fire them all. In reality, they weren't wrong. Their company was essentially a rent-collecting firm. There was no real management system anyone could sit in their positions. Now that Yi Cheng was setting up an investment department, it was finally going to be a department where actual performance mattered. The 3 of them were determined to prove themselves. If they could land a few successful investments, they would truly earn their titles. Seeing their firm refusals, Yi Cheng didn't insist. He didn't really care about spending tens or even hundreds of millions. The company was already highly profitable, and with over 20 billion in the bank, even at the current 4% interest rate, it was generating 800 to 900 million a year. He could burn money however he wanted without worry. Boss, what car would you like for yourself? Li Cheng suddenly asked. Yi Cheng paused. He hadn't even considered getting himself a car. After all, he had been driving Yu Ning's car comfortably, practically treating that Rolls-Royce as his own. His Ferrari was still in the repair shop, and since the parts had to be shipped from Europe, it would take about a month. Just get me something random. I already have a car, Yi Cheng said casually, not really caring. But when Li Cheng heard that, he knew random wasn't really random. A boss's random car couldn't be just any ordinary vehicle. He started thinking he had seen a luxury Mercedes called the Pullman at an auto show before, worth over 10 million. The elevator was fast, with a maximum speed of 5 meters per second. But since the building was 81 floors tall and over 300 meters high, it still took more than a minute to reach the ground floor. When the doors opened, Yi Chang stepped out first and walked into the lobby. Suddenly, he remembered how he had been stuck outside earlier that afternoon because he didn't have an access card. A beautiful office lady had helped him get in back then. So, he turned to Li Cheng and said, "By the way, I don't have an access card for this building yet." Li Cheng quickly pulled a card from his bag and said, "I already got it for you. This card grants access to the building's doors and the internal elevators." Yi Cheng nodded, took the card, and continued walking forward. At that moment, they didn't notice that around the corner, a woman was rushing toward them. She was wearing high heels, making it hard to run, so she could only move in short, hurried steps. Her face was filled with fear and panic. Just as she appeared, another man rushed out from the elevator area, angrily shouting, "Muziing! Stop right there! Are you trying to lose your job?" The woman didn't stop, but because of her high heels, she was much slower than the man chasing her. It was clear that she wouldn't be able to escape for long. Meanwhile, the people nearby noticed that she was about to run straight into a group of people coming from the other direction. At the front of that group was a young man. The onlookers didn't know who the young man was, but they recognized Li Chang, who was walking half a step behind him. As the general manager of Jinsei Road Corporation, Li Chang was well known in the Jinsei Tower. And judging by his respectful attitude toward the young man, that guy must be someone important. If this woman collided with him, she might be permanently banned from entering Jinsei Tower or even any business on Jinsei Road. Some people wanted to warn her, but it was too late. She had already reached the corner, just as the young and handsome man stepped out. A collision seemed inevitable. However, Yi Cheng's enhanced physique had greatly improved his reflexes. He reacted instantly. Yi Cheng quickly turned around, opening his arms wide for the woman running toward him. He planted his feet firmly to ensure he wouldn't lose balance when she crashed into him. Then, he spread his arms, waiting for her to throw herself into his embrace. The next moment, the running woman collided directly into his chest. Yi Cheng instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. He first marveled at how soft her body was, then admired her amazing figure. From his angle looking down, he could see her round, perky hips, completely covering the back of her heels. As for her chest, it was pressed tightly against his. Yi Cheng was only wearing a thin dress shirt, making the sensation incredibly clear. Fortunately, he wasn't a pervert. Sure, he had forcibly kissed a woman in an elevator before, but that was only because the system made him do it. The system was the pervert, he was just after the rewards. So, he simply held her slender waist without taking further advantage of the situation. The woman lifted her face from his chest, blushing as she looked at the handsome young man. When she had turned the corner and realized she was about to crash into someone, she panicked, thinking she would knock the person over. But to her surprise, after running into this man's chest, he remained perfectly steady. In fact, he even took 2 steps back to absorb the impact, preventing her from getting hurt. At the same time, she became fully aware of his arm wrapped around her waist, sending a tingling sensation through her body. She had never been this close to a man before. "I'm so sorry, It's you?" Just as she was about to apologize, she took a good look at his face and was shocked. Wasn't this the man from earlier today, the one without an access card? Yi Chang was also surprised. So it was her, the warm-hearted woman from before. He chuckled. "Looks like we're really fated to meet." They knew each other? Li Chang, who had initially wanted to scold the woman for running wildly inside the building, quietly stepped back. This woman is gorgeous, what if she becomes the boss's future wife? The woman's face turned an even deeper shade of red. The sensation around her waist became more intense. She lowered her voice and said, "Can you let me go?" Yi Cheng immediately released his grip, though his arms registered a reluctant sensation from the warmth they had just embraced. What could he do? He wasn't a pervert, he had no choice but to let his arms suffer in silence. But at that moment, an angry and unpleasant voice rang out. "Mu Ziying, you still think you can run? Mu Ziying?" Yi Cheng glanced at the woman beside him. What a nice name. But he quickly noticed that the moment she heard the man's voice, her expression turned into one of fear. Yi Cheng raised his head and looked at the man approaching. The guy had a protruding belly, resembling most middle-aged men who had long abandoned fitness. However, judging by the luxury watch on his wrist and the expensive belt around his waist, he was clearly successful. Mu Ziying looked at the middle-aged man with fear in her eyes and said, Chairman Chen, I resign. I don't want to work anymore." "You think you can just quit like that?" Chen sneered. The labor law clearly states that employees must submit a resignation notice at least 1 month in advance. You haven't even handed in a resignation letter, and you want to leave? That's illegal. At the very least, you'll have to pay a 100,000 yuan fine. Can you afford that? He was clearly using the law to intimidate her. Mu Ziying, not knowing much about labor laws, was instantly frightened. Her delicate, oval-shaped face turned pale. Then, Chairman Chen stepped forward, reaching out to grab her. "Come back to the office with me." But before he could touch Mu Ziying, he suddenly felt a powerful grip on his wrist. His hand was forcefully twisted. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through his wrist, causing him to gasp and look up at Yi Cheng in shock. "Let go of me." Yi Cheng didn't release him. Instead, he tightened his grip, staring at him calmly. "This is the first time I've seen a boss use labor law against an employee." Chen cursed, "Mind your damn business." He reached out with his other hand to shove Yi Cheng away. But Yi Cheng also had another hand. He swiftly threw a punch, landing it directly on the man's bulging belly. Considering the thick layer of fat that would cushion the impact, Yi Cheng didn't hold back, he punched with full force. At the same time, he let go of the man's wrist. With his enhanced physique, the sheer power behind Yi Cheng's punch was unimaginable. Chairman Chen stumbled backward multiple steps before landing on his butt, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. Mu Ziying was stunned. In just a few seconds, her overweight boss had been knocked to the ground. Her heart was filled with gratitude toward Yi Cheng, but at the same time, she grabbed his arm and tried to pull him away. "Don't be reckless. We have to go. He's Chen Pu, the general manager of Fushan Finance. He has powerful connections." She tugged at Yi Cheng, but to her surprise, he didn't move an inch. She grew even more anxious. "Hurry up, let's go." She glanced at Chairman Chen, who was now pointing at them and struggling to get up. But Yi Cheng simply smiled, patted her arm, and said, "It's fine. Just stand here and watch." His warm smile immediately put Mu Ziying at ease. She hesitated for a moment before nodding and stepping aside. She kept glancing nervously between Chen Pu and Yi Cheng. At that moment, she noticed that a middle-aged man standing beside Yi Cheng stepped forward, placing himself in front of Chen Pu. She didn't recognize this man. Even though she had worked here for years, she was naturally introverted and never paid much attention to the building's management or the powerful figures on Jinsei Road. But seeing Yi Cheng's calm and composed expression, she suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. Maybe, this handsome young man is actually a powerful CEO who appeared in her life out of nowhere? Li Cheng walked up to Chen Pu. At that moment, the overweight man was still clutching his stomach, struggling to get up, filled with resentment. He had worked hard to get dirt on this beautiful female subordinate. He had been watching her for a long time. But just as he got her into his office and was about to make his move, she reacted fiercely and ran away. Worried that she might call the police, he chased after her. But unexpectedly, halfway through, this random young man had appeared out of nowhere and punched him. A hero saving the beauty? Chen Pu sneered. This young corporate worker was about to learn the hard way that this kind of thing doesn't work anymore. "You fucking wanna die?" Chen Pu finally stood up and cursed. But just as he spoke, he suddenly froze because he recognized the face standing in front of him. "Ha, Li. Li Cheng? Why are you here?" On Jinsei Road, Jinsei Corporation was the most powerful company. If anyone wanted to do business here, fine, but they'd better not cross Jinsei Corporation, or they'd be kicked out the next day. Sue them? Sure. Maybe they'd win in the end, but they'd have to endure months or even years of not being able to operate. Besides, no one really knew how much money Jinsei Corporation had for lawsuits. Only banks could compete with them. So, Chen Pu immediately lowered his stance in front of Li Cheng. Li Cheng looked at Chen Pu with a cold expression. As the general manager of Fushan Finance, Chen Pu was indeed running a large enterprise within the building. His company's market value was roughly equivalent to 2 years of rent collected by Jinsei Corporation. He also leased one of the most expensive floors in Jinsei Tower, and they had frequent business dealings. However, he made one critical mistake: he insulted his boss. Li Cheng had just met his boss today and was racking his brain on how to make a good impression, yet this happened? His face remained stern as he reached out and patted Chen Pu's shoulder. He then glanced at Yi Cheng and began introducing him. "Chairman Chen, let me introduce someone to you first." Seeing Li Cheng's serious expression, Chen Pu suddenly had a bad feeling. "This is my boss," Li Cheng said slowly. Chen Pu was dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Cheng in disbelief. Li Cheng's boss? Li Cheng was the general manager of Jinsei Road Corporation, and since the company was a privately owned enterprise, it had no external shareholders. Which meant, the identity of his boss was obvious. Li Cheng confirmed his suspicions. "My boss is the sole owner of Jinsei Road Corporation. The entire Jinsei Road, including this building, is owned by our company. In other words, it all belongs to my boss. Do you understand?" Chen Pu froze on the spot, staring blankly at Yi Cheng. He understood all too well. He was standing on Yi Cheng's property, And just moments ago, he had cursed at the owner? The people around them were even more shocked. The entire Jinsei road belonged to this young man? The value of this road was immeasurable. As long as there wasn't a world war or a massive flood submerging the city, its worth would only continue to rise. Even at present, its value was beyond estimation. For years, the owner of Jinsei Road had been a mystery, but now, he was standing right in front of them. And not only was he this young and handsome, but, just look at his outfit, Armani suit, a luxurious watch on his wrist. This man was overflowing with wealth, someone who could spend billions like pocket change. Meanwhile, Mu Ziying was completely stunned. This man was actually that rich? Just a moment ago, she had been daydreaming about meeting a dominant CEO who would appear out of nowhere to save her, and it actually happened. She lifted her head, looking at Yi Chang, then at Chen Pu. The arrogant and aggressive Chen Pu had completely lost his earlier bravado. For the first time in a long while, Mu Ziying felt safe. After finishing his introduction, Li Cheng turned back to Chen Pu and spoke slowly. So, about you cursing at my boss, we'll deal with that later. Right now, explain why you were chasing this lady. Is she your employee? Chen Pu finally snapped out of his daze and quickly tried to explain. This woman is my employee. I caught her playing games at work today, so I reprimanded her. Then she threatened to resign. I got angry and wanted to slap her, so she ran off, and I chased her. That's how we ended up here. At this point, he had no choice but to shift all the blame onto this unruly employee. After all, disciplining a subordinate was something all bosses had done. If she was slacking off at work, was he not allowed to scold her? He then shot a warning look at Mu Ziying while continuing, Mu Ziying, look at yourself. You were playing games during work hours. I never even said I'd fire you. Why did you overreact? And now, look, you even ran into this gentleman here. Why don't you quickly apologize to him and return to work? I won't hold your mistake against you. Just do your job properly, and your salary will stay the same. What do you say? The crowd listened and started to believe Chen Pu's version of events. So that's what happened? Playing games during work hours and getting reprimanded, that was normal. As for the claim that Chen Pu tried to hit her, while it was indeed inappropriate, it hadn't actually happened, so it wasn't too serious. Now, he was even offering to let the matter go. It seemed like Mu Ziying had nothing to complain about. Even Li Cheng hadn't expected this to be the situation. It seemed both parties were at fault. But when he looked at Yi Cheng's calm and unreadable expression, he still frowned and said to Chen Pu, "You're a grown man, and you wanted to hit a young woman?" "I was just angry at the time," Chen Pu sighed dramatically, pretending to regret his actions. He slapped his thigh and then looked at Yi Cheng. "Sir, how should I address you? I admit I was wrong just now, and I sincerely apologize. How about this, I'll treat everyone to a meal at the restaurant across the street." Li Cheng responded, "That won't be necessary. We already have dinner plans." "Then next time, Chen Pu quickly said. "I'll make sure to personally apologize properly." Li Cheng looked at Yi Cheng, asking for his decision. "Boss, what do you think?" Chen Pu immediately put on a forced smile toward Yi Cheng. But Yi Cheng wasn't fooled by it. Something about Chen Pu's attitude felt off, like he was hiding something far worse. And Mu Ziying had helped him earlier, even if only in a small way. Since she seemed fragile and vulnerable, he decided to step in. He turned to her and gently asked, "Miss Mu, what do you think?" Mu Ziying snapped out of her thoughts and glanced at Chen Pu. He was smiling at Yi Cheng, but his eyes were locked on her, full of silent threats. He was clearly warning her not to speak up. She bit her lip. Even though Chen Pu was pretending to let the issue go in public, who knew what he would do to her later? And earlier, he wasn't just trying to hit her, he had far worse intentions. If she hadn't been lucky enough to run into this powerful man today, she didn't even want to imagine what could have happened. And this man was willing to stand up for her. If she chose to stay silent just to keep her job, what if she faced a similar situation in the future? Would there be anyone to help her then? She struggled internally for a moment. But soon, despite her usually timid personality, she made a decision. She shook her head and pointed at Chen Pu, her voice filled with anger. "This man, he tried to force himself on me. If I hadn't run away in time, he would have." As she spoke, memories of the terrifying scene in his office resurfaced, and her eyes welled up with tears. Chen Pu immediately lunged at her to stop her from speaking. "You stupid woman, what nonsense are you spouting?" He had never expected this weak-willed employee to actually dare expose him in front of everyone. But before he could touch her, Yi Cheng's eyes turned cold. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to Chen Pu's leg. The strength of a kick far exceeded that of a punch. Chen Pu, who weighed over 180 pounds, lost his balance and crashed heavily onto the ground. "As expected, you're scum. Yi Chang spat in disgust. Then, he turned to Li Chang and said coldly, "Take care of this. Either his company gets rid of him, or I get rid of his company." Hearing Yi Chang's command, Li Chang quickly nodded. "Understood. I'll notify the owner of Fushan Finance immediately." Then, he waved at the security guards nearby and said, "Throw him out. Inform security that he is permanently banned from all our properties." "Yes, sir." Several strong security guards rushed over, grabbed Chen Pu, and forcibly dragged him away. Chen Pu instantly regretted his impulsive actions. He quickly shouted, "Manager Li, shut up." One of the guards smacked him on the back of the head and sneered, "Trying to coerce a woman? You're garbage." The surrounding crowd erupted into an uproar. Their gazes toward Chen Pu were now filled with contempt. Sexual coercion in the workplace. If a female subordinate consented, it might be considered a mutual transaction, but if she refused and had the courage to speak up, people would naturally believe and sympathize with her. Mu Ziying instantly gained everyone's support. Most of the people here were ordinary employees. They deeply resented bosses who abused their power to pressure subordinates. A chorus of angry insults filled the lobby. Some people even looked like they wanted to kick Chen Pu themselves. The guards dragged Chen Pu to the entrance, shoved open the door, and threw him out like a piece of garbage. Before leaving, they also took his access card from his pocket. A person being tossed out like trash naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. People outside curiously speculated about what he had done. Judging by the applause and cheers coming from inside, he was clearly not a good person. Chen Pu glared angrily at Yi Chang, but when he remembered who Yi Chang was, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him. Feeling the eyes of the crowd on him, even with his thick skin, he couldn't stay any longer. So, he turned and left, step by step. "Thank you." Mu Ziying looked at Yi Chang and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Yi Chang waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing. You helped me get through the door earlier, I just helped you teach someone a lesson. We're even now." Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Li Chang. "Oh, by the way, Li Chang, make sure to inform Fushan Finance that they are not allowed to retaliate against Miss Mu over this incident." "Understood." Li Chang nodded. Mu Ziying's eyes filled with even more gratitude. Yi Chang had even considered this detail? She was so moved that she bowed deeply to him. "I really appreciate it." Yi Chang waved his hand again. "No need to be so polite. Maybe we'll meet again sometime." Then, he turned to his three subordinates and said, "All right, let's go. We shouldn't keep the employees waiting too long." Li Chang and the others nodded and quickly followed him toward the exit. Mu Ziying hesitated for a moment, then ran after Yi Chang and asked, "Can I know your name?" "Yi Chang." Yi Chang smiled warmly at her before continuing outside. Mu Ziying watched as he walked out the door. Then, Li Chang smiled at her and said, "Just wait for a call from your company's chairman." "Thank you." Mu Ziying expressed her gratitude once more, but her gaze subconsciously followed Yi Chang. She didn't know what she was thinking, but her face turned red. Then, she sighed softly. She only knew his name, but not his contact information. What was the point of that? But one thing was certain, she would never forget the name Yi Chang. At the dinner party. Leaving Jinsei Tower, Yi Chang drove his known Yen Yuning's Rolls-Royce Wraith to the dinner location. The dinner was mainly a chance for him to meet and connect with his employees. During the gathering, the legal affairs director, Wang Yang, also arrived. He was a professor at the law school of Shanghai University of Political Science and Law and had extensive connections in the legal industry. His salary was also very high, 1 million yuan per year, and if he won lawsuits for the company, he would receive additional bonuses. Since his role was more of a consultant, he only needed to visit the company once a week or even just once a month. The dinner lasted until 9 p.m. Yi Chang had no idea how many drinks he had downed. Even though his body had been enhanced, making him highly resistant to alcohol, he still couldn't handle the sheer number of people constantly toasting him. By the time the dinner ended, he was completely unconscious. The next morning, when Yi Chang woke up, he found himself in a hotel room. Phew, at least they didn't arrange any special services for me. Rubbing his temples, he sighed in relief. Then, he took a shower, called Li Chang, and drove back to his university. A day without events. There wasn't much going on today, except that Yen Yuning called him and asked him to come to the company to sign a contract. He had officially passed his interview. However, Yen Yuning, the CEO, had taken a week off. Yi Chang thought about it and realized if the boss isn't around, why should he bother going to work? So, he took a leave of absence too. HR wasn't happy at all. "What the hell? You're taking leave on your first day? Who do you think you are?" They immediately reported it to the female CEO, but Yen Yuning actually approved it. HR had no choice but to accept reality. At the same time, they finally realized this assistant was not someone they could mess with. Of course, since Yen Yuning indulged him, the price he had to pay was he had to cook for her again. At the villa, cooking for the CEO. Yulong Garden, Villa Number 1. In the kitchen, Yi Chang was busy preparing food. Since she indulged me, I should return the favor, right? If she got upset, that would be troublesome. Outside the kitchen, the sound of a piano echoed through the villa, adding an artistic atmosphere to the space. However, the music was full of mistakes, indicating that the player was not very skilled. Yi Chang couldn't take it anymore. He paused his cooking and walked into the living room. A Steinway grand piano sat there, one of the most expensive pieces of furniture in the villa, valued at 2 million yuan, according to the real estate manager, Lu. Yi Chang waved at Yen Yuning, who was sitting at the piano, and said, "You should stop playing. Mozart is probably turning in his grave." Yen Yuning glared at him. "I just haven't played for a few years. I used to compete in piano contests in England." Yi Chang rolled his eyes. "A few years? That's all? And you've forgotten how to play Turkish march?" Yen Yuning gritted her teeth in frustration. "Then you play it." "Fine, I will." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. It was time to test his master-level instrument proficiency skill. Yen Yuning was startled. "Wait, you actually know how to play?" Yi Chang scoffed. "You seriously doubt me?" Yen Yuning rolled her eyes. "You never said you could play, how would I know?" Yi Chang smirked. "I never said I couldn't play either. Why did you assume I couldn't?" Yen Yuning pouted. "Well, you never said you could, so how was I supposed to know?" Looking at her serious expression, Yi Chang couldn't tell if she was pretending to be clueless, or if she was genuinely clueless. After pushing Yen Yuning off the piano bench, Yi Chang sat down. With master-level instrument proficiency, he had not only gained skill but also an extensive mental library of musical pieces that he could play at any time. However, with so many songs in his mind, he wasn't sure what to play. So, he looked at Yen Yuning and said, "Name a song, and I'll play it." Yen Yuning's eyes lit up. "Choosing a song herself? Perfect. I want to hear Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star variations." Yi Chang rolled his eyes. "Can't you pick something harder?" Still, even as he complained, his hands fell onto the keys and began playing the universally recognized melody of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Dang 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 dang, dun 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 dun. As Yi Chang's hands moved smoothly over the keys, Yen Yuning's eyes sparkled with admiration. She hadn't expected him to actually play the piano. More importantly, his posture, confidence, and fluid movements resembled that of a true pianist, leaving her in awe. This man was a hidden treasure, just waiting for her to uncover his full potential. The first segment of the piece ended, and the first variation began. The tempo suddenly increased, and the difficulty spiked. However, Yi Chang played effortlessly, with complete control, unlike her own hesitant and mistake-ridden performance earlier. Yen Yuning was even more shocked. Although her own piano skills had declined over the years, her ability to appreciate music hadn't. She often listened to classical music and had heard many master pianists' recordings, and Yi Chang's performance felt nearly on the same level. Could it be? Was his skill truly comparable to that of a professional pianist? She quickly shook off the thought. No, it's probably because I know him, so his playing just sounds better to me. Of course, this connection had nothing to do with romantic feelings. Even if he had forcefully kissed her and made her cook for him, they were not lovers. As she listened to his performance, her thoughts wandered in every direction. A sudden stop. The full piece lasted over 8 minutes, but Yi Chang stopped playing after 4 minutes. Why did you stop? The sudden silence pulled Yen Yuning out of her thoughts. I have to cook. Today's dishes are more complicated. Yi Chang stood up and pointed across the room. There's a record player over there, cost 500,000 yuan. You can use that instead. Play one more song. Yen Yuning grabbed his arm, her face filled with anticipation. You play better than the records. Yi Chang sighed in exasperation. He thought for a moment, then said, fine, but it'll cost you. Cost me what? Yen Yuning asked, confused. Yi Chang opened his arms and grinned. A hug. Yen Yuning's face instantly turned red. Shameless. No hug, no music. Yi Chang's expression remained indifferent. I should be in my dorm playing games right now, but instead, you dragged me all the way here to cook for you. Now you want me to play piano too? I'm a man, I have dignity. Can I just throw away my dignity? No, I can't. So, you have to pay up. Yen Yuning glared at him with disgust. Selling your dignity, huh? You're unbelievable. Still, after fidgeting awkwardly for a moment, she reluctantly stepped forward and hugged him. Yi Chang smiled in satisfaction. This woman was perfect, fair skin, long legs, a stunning figure, and, most importantly, rich. But there was one problem. If he didn't push her, she never made the first move. Yet, whenever he did push her, she never resisted, she even seemed to enjoy it. Interesting, very interesting. As he rubbed his cheek against hers, enjoying the smooth texture of her skin, Yan Yuning was just about to push him away when he finally released her. Then, he sat back at the piano, pondering what song to play next. A romantic melody. Got it. He suddenly thought of the perfect piece. Looking at Yan Yuning with deep, affectionate eyes, he said softly, "Yuning." At that moment, she was still blushing from their earlier interaction. Hearing his gentle voice, she turned to look at him only to meet his intense gaze, overflowing with affection. Her heart skipped a beat. "What are you doing?" She quickly looked away, afraid that if she stared too long, she'd fall for him. She had already decided to stay strong, not to let Yi Chang win her over too easily. He can't think I'm easy to get. But, why did his kisses always make her feel excited? Was he casting some kind of spell on her? She wasn't sure whether to accept him or resist him. Yi Chang took her wrist and gently pulled her down onto the bench beside him. "Just listen." He covered her eyes with his hand, then placed his fingers on the piano keys. A gentle and dreamlike melody flowed from the piano. The moment she heard it, her heart filled with emotion. She knew this piece, Liebstrom, Dream of Love. Even the title made the meaning clear, a song about deep, passionate love. And the music itself was just as romantic and dreamlike as its name. Thinking back to Yi Chang's gaze before he played, Yan Yuning's thoughts spun out of control once again. Should she accept him? Or would it even matter? He kissed her whenever he wanted anyway. Maybe she needed to be firmer and stop letting him take advantage of her. But why did she always forget to resist whenever he got close? Was she really falling for him? By the time her internal debate ended, the song had already finished. Yi Chang pinched her cheek, then stood up. "I'm going to cook now. Another performance, at a price." "Wait." Yan Yuning suddenly regretted not listening more carefully. "Play it again." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to eat or not?" "Yan Yuning, I'll pay extra." Price just doubled. After tasting the CEO's soft lips, Yi Chang sat back down and played again. But this time, Yan Yuning recorded it on her phone. "That way, I can listen anytime, and I won't have to pay extra next time." Yi Chang's eyebrow twitched. "Damn, I got scammed. A feast worthy of a CEO. Finally, after Yan Yuning was fully satisfied, Yi Chang returned to the kitchen and finished cooking. One by one, he brought out dish after dish. Braised pork belly, pagoda meat, wensi tofu, mapo tofu, clear broth cabbage. Every dish was extremely complex, but thanks to his master-level cooking, he spent the entire afternoon perfecting them. When Yan Yuning saw the dishes, she was stunned. And after taking a bite, she was speechless. She had eaten these dishes many times before, but somehow, Yi Chang's versions looked better and tasted even more amazing. At that moment, she started to wonder, how long could she resist before she finally gave in to him? After having such a lavish dinner, Yi Chang drove Yan Yuning back to her villa number 18. Since her foot hadn't fully recovered, Yi Chang didn't take her to fulfill his million-yuan promise. Yan Yuning didn't make a fuss about it either. She had already decided that once her foot was better, she would drag Yi Chang along to go shopping. She planned to spend millions. Although her family was wealthy and her bank account had an 8-digit balance, spending someone else's money always felt better, especially when that someone was a rich guy like Yi Chang. That night, Yi Chang returned to his dorm. "Old Yi, have you started working already?" His roommate, Luo Ming, was curious when he saw Yi Chang come back, as Yi Chang had been missing all day. "Yeah." Yi Chang responded casually. Although he hadn't gone to the company, cooking for the president should still count as working, right? Lu Chongning asked curiously, "What's your position again?" Yi Chang grinned. "Assistant to the president." All three of his roommates widened their eyes. "Whoa, that sounds fancy." Yi Chang nodded. And the president was a stunning beauty, too. He had even kissed her. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud, or his roommates would be dying of jealousy. Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask, "How much is your salary?" Yi Chang was stunned for a moment. Thinking back carefully, wasn't it a few thousand? Damn, he had actually forgotten. When he joined, his probation salary was 3,000 yuan a month, and after becoming a full-time employee, it would increase to 5,000 a month. However, it seemed like his salary had been raised after he joined, probably on Yan Yuning's orders. But since he wasn't short on money, he hadn't really paid attention to how much it had increased. Forget it, if he forgot, then so be it. He casually replied, "It's just a probation salary, nothing special." His three roommates assumed it was a small company with a low salary, and Yi Chang was too embarrassed to say it out loud. They just smiled and didn't press further. By the way, didn't they send a message in the class group chat this morning? Our department is planning to book a big hotel room this weekend for a dance party. They said it's our final semester gathering. Are you guys going? Lu Chongning suddenly asked. What's the point of going without a dance partner? Just to eat? Lu Oming grumbled. You can go to check out the pretty girls. Lu Chongning reminded him. Our liberal arts class has more girls, remember? Maybe Ning Qingxue from class 2 will be there too. Lu Oming's eyes instantly lit up. Ning Qingxue is going? I said maybe, just maybe. Lu Chongning shot him a disdainful look. Besides, even if she goes, at most, you can look at her. She won't be your dance partner. Lu Oming thought about it and agreed. He slumped back in his chair. Then what's the point? Zhang Yang looked at Yi Chang with a sly smile. Young Master Yi, come on, you're so handsome. Help us find some girls as dance partners. Yi Chang gave him a once-over. Go get plastic surgery first. I'm afraid the girls I find will get scared and cut ties with me. Lu Chongning, Lu Oming, Zhang Yang. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're good-looking. Sorry, but I actually can. Yi Chang spread his hands, looking completely justified. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. When he checked, he saw a message from Ning Qingxue. Yi Chang, are you going to the dance party this weekend? He raised an eyebrow. Well, the campus beauty was texting him first. See? Being handsome really did have its perks. On top of that, he was approachable and incredibly wealthy. What a perfect combination. Yi Chang smiled and replied, Are you going? After a while, she replied, I'm the host, so of course I'll be there. Yi Chang was a little surprised. She was the host again? Back to your old profession? Ning Qingxue, kind of. They invited me, so I agreed. Yi Chang, nice. Too bad they didn't invite me, or we could have worked together again. Ning Qingxue, actually, I asked about it, but they said I just needed to liven up the atmosphere. A teacher will give a speech, there will be some mini-games, and then the dancing. Yi Chang, sounds like a pretty packed event. Ning Qingxue, yeah, it is. Yi Chang, I'm looking forward to it, then. Ning Qingxue, I promise it won't disappoint you. Yi Chang, alright. They seemed to run out of things to talk about and both went quiet for a while. Then, suddenly, Ning Qingxue asked, By the way, do you have a dance partner? Yi Chang, no. Ning Qingxue, oh. Another brief silence. Then, at the same time, both of them sent a message. Would you like to be my dance partner? Yi Chang saw the message and instantly knew something interesting was happening. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ning Qingxue was suddenly nervous. To cover up her initiative, she quickly added, A lot of guys have asked me, but I'm not very familiar with them. Yi Chang thought to himself, if she wasn't familiar with any of the guys, she could just not have a partner. Or she could have chosen a girl instead. So why him? Seemed like he had left quite the impression that day. So what does the campus beauty think of me? In a girl's dorm, Ning Qingxue lay on her bed, staring at her phone, her heart racing. In fact, it had already been pounding when she first messaged him. She didn't even know why, but after thinking about it for so long, she suddenly wanted to invite Yi Chang as her dance partner. Just thinking about it made her blush. For the past few days, she couldn't forget how Yi Chang had suddenly appeared beside her that day, speaking softly to comfort her. His wealth that day had surprised her, but it was his gentleness that had touched her more deeply. She was a girl who valued emotions more than material things. Holding her phone with both hands, her delicate fingers tapped out a message. Yes. It's decided, then. After sending it, she quickly put her phone down and buried her face in her pillow, trying to hide her burning cheeks. But she couldn't stop her ears from turning red. Yi Chang laughed and replied, Alright, it's settled. Ning Qingxue, okay. With that, the conversation ended. Yi Chang put down his phone, smiling slightly. This was getting interesting. He couldn't help but look forward to the dance party. His roommates noticed his sly grin and asked, What are you laughing at? Yi Chang straightened his face. I just thought of something happy. What's so happy? Ahem, I got a girlfriend. Yi Chang blurted out nonsense. What? His two roommates immediately crowded around him. For real? What does she look like? Yi Chang thought for a second, then pulled out his phone to search for a picture. As he did, his new phone caught their attention. You got a new phone? Is that a Huawei? Wait, is that the MX2? Lu Oming asked in shock, staring at the high-end foldable screen. Yi Chang nodded. Damn, that thing's selling for over 30,000 now. How much did you get it for? Yi Chang, I got it at the official price. In reality, he had spent nearly 40,000 on it. Wow, Yi, you've been making bank lately? Just a little, Yi Chang said humbly. Just enough to get on the global billionaire list. Then he found a picture, pointing at the girl standing beside him. Here, this is my girlfriend. Luo Ming. Damn, old Yi, she's gorgeous. Lu Chongning smacked Luo Ming and rolled his eyes. Dude, that's Ning Qing Shui. Yi, you're so full of it. Yi Chang just chuckled. That was a picture from when they co-hosted an event. Looking at it now, they actually made a pretty good-looking couple. The next day, around 11 a.m., Yi Chang suddenly received a phone call. It was from Elena Mohan, the president of Mohan Bank's Greater China Division. It seemed that this wealthy heiress from Eagle Country had arrived. Answering the call, he said, Miss Mohan. Mr. Yi, I have arrived at Modu Airport. May I ask what time you will be available to meet today? Yi Chang replied, how about lunchtime? After your flight, you must be hungry. Let's find a place to eat and talk over a meal. By the way, how many people are with you? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi. There are 3 of us. Alright, let's meet at Jinsei Grand Hotel. I'll send you the room details after I book it. Okay, thank you for the trouble, Mr. Yi. After hanging up, Yi Chang immediately called Li Chang, instructing him to book a private room at Jinsei Grand Hotel. At the same time, he asked him to find a few people to accompany him. Since the other party had 3 people, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go alone. Besides, Jinsei Grand Hotel was his territory. That's right, Jinsei Grand Hotel was, as the name suggested, located on Jinsei Road. It was the only 5-star hotel on that road, occupying the best location, and, along with Jinsei Tower, was one of the landmark buildings in the area. Entertaining guests from Beijing at Jinsei Grand Hotel was a well-thought-out decision. Understood, boss. I'll have the hotel manager arrange it immediately. Since it was an order from the boss, Li Chang didn't dare delay. He responded quickly. However, he didn't quite understand why the boss needed someone to accompany him. Perhaps the guest was particularly important? But he didn't ask too many questions. After hanging up, he glanced at the 2 company directors in front of him and said, the boss needs someone to accompany him to a meeting. Who wants to go? The 3 executives were in the conference room discussing the establishment of the investment department. After all, this was a 3 billion yuan business, so they needed a solid plan. Hu Ning and Yao Tongtong paused, confused. Going with the boss? For what? The boss said it's to help him maintain appearances. No idea why, but the guest seems to be important. The meeting is at Jinsei Grand Hotel, Li Chang explained. I'll go, Yao Tongtong said. You 2 continue the discussion. All right. Li Chang nodded and smiled. Perfect, President Yao is a woman. She can help the boss with appearances. Yao Tongtong rolled her eyes. I just want to try the food at Jinsei Grand Hotel. Heh, go on then. Li Chang laughed and waved his hand before continuing his discussion with Hu Ning. After calling Li Chang, Yi Chang didn't leave immediately. After all, the other party had just landed, so they wouldn't arrive that quickly. Suddenly, he became curious about this Mohan heiress, so he searched for her name on his phone. Mohan Bank was quite well known. Even though it was just a foreign bank operating in China, it wasn't difficult to find information on Elena Mohan, mostly business collaborations or charity-related news. But what really caught Yi Chang's interest were the photos. In the pictures, Elena was stunning. She had golden hair, blue eyes, and was dressed in an evening gown. Her figure was the best he had ever seen on a woman, even more seductive than Yan Yuning. No wonder she's a Western woman, Yi Chang couldn't help but remark. He began to look forward to their meeting. Admiring beauty, especially foreign beauty, was harmless, right? Of course, given her status, he couldn't mess around, but there was no harm in looking. Checking the time, he saw it was almost time to leave, so he set off for Jinsei Grand Hotel. Unfortunately, he got stuck in traffic, and it was a serious jam. He wouldn't be getting through anytime soon. He figured he'd be delayed by at least 10 or 20 minutes. Yi Chang sighed helplessly. There weren't any parking spots nearby, so he had no choice but to wait. He was definitely going to be late. Oh well, being late wasn't a big deal. At this point, he was a major figure. To Elena Mohan, he was essentially her superior since she didn't hold any shares in Mohan Bank. If the boss arrived late, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Still, adhering to traditional Chinese courtesy, he decided to send a message to Yao Tongtong, letting her know about the traffic and asking her to entertain Elena and the others for now. Upon receiving the message, Yao Tongtong was stunned. Her young boss was going to be late? She was already in the private room at Jinsei Grand Hotel and had met the guests. Through introductions, she learned they were from Mohan Bank. But Elena wasn't just a bank executive, she was a Mohan. The Mohan family didn't only own Mohan Bank, they had industries worldwide, particularly in finance. The financial power they represented was beyond estimation. Still, her boss was her boss. She had no choice but to explain to the Mohan Bank representatives. What? Your boss is going to be late? Is this how you receive us? A young man in the group immediately voiced his displeasure. His name was Li Jinnan, and according to the introduction, he was an administrative consultant for Mohan Bank's Greater China division. Li Jinnan was Chinese, and when he looked at Elena, his eyes showed possessiveness. Yao Tongtong speculated that this man must have significant influence in China, otherwise, as a subordinate, he wouldn't dare harbor such thoughts toward Elena Mohan. But in response to his complaint, she calmly replied, Mr. Li, being late can be intentional or unintentional. My boss is delayed due to traffic, which is clearly unintentional. On his behalf, I apologize to all of you. Li Jinnan's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. He had only found out about Elena's trip to Shanghai at the last minute and had immediately followed along, acting as her protector. As someone from Beijing with a well-connected family, he saw everyone else as mere commoners, including the people of Shanghai. He considered himself the perfect guardian for Elena. Yet now, their host was late, and even his subordinates dared to be so disrespectful? Although he thought this woman was decent-looking, he had long since lost interest in older women. His voice turned cold as he threatened, What's your company's name? Do you believe that with just one phone call, I can shut you down? Yao Tongtong was taken aback. This was the first time someone had dared to threaten their company. It seemed their boss hadn't told these people who they were dealing with. What a joke! Jinsi Road was home to some of the city's biggest taxpayers. If he tried to shut them down, not only would the businesses on this street band together against him, but the government would likely escalate the matter even further. Elena Mohan seemed to think that this administrative consultant's words were a bit excessive. She frowned and said, consultantly, please don't say such things. Show respect to our business partners. Since Miss Elena said so, I'll temporarily forgive your rudeness. Li Jinnan snorted coldly and didn't say more. However, just because he let it go didn't mean Yao Tongtong would. When had companies on Jinsi Road in Modu ever suffered grievances? Here, they could dine at restaurants without paying. Well, that was just a joke. The restaurant owners simply gave them vouchers from time to time. But now, this man was acting so arrogant and even daring to threaten their company. She felt it was necessary to make sure he understood exactly who they were, otherwise, these foreign businesses might underestimate her boss. The Mohan family might be powerful, but they had no control over domestic affairs. And no matter how influential this Mr. Li was, it was impossible for him to have any real impact on their company. So, she gave a faint smile and said, Our company is called Modu Jinsi Road Company. To put it simply, this entire Jinsi Road belongs to our company. Of course, our company's assets only consist of this one 5.5 kilometer long street, which can't compare to the global influence of the Mohan Financial Group, but I do believe my boss will be able to establish a pleasant partnership with you all. Elena Mohan and her female secretary were instantly shocked. Unlike Li Jinnan, who had followed along at the last minute, they were well aware that the purpose of this trip was to sign an agreement with a major shareholder who had recently acquired 20% of Mohan Bank's shares. Now, they were being told that this major shareholder not only owned a stake in Mohan Bank but was also the owner of Jinsi Road? That was practically the equivalent of being the owner of Fifth Avenue. Elena's eyes flickered. She vividly recalled that in the background check on this new shareholder, nothing had come up, just a completely blank slate. He was supposedly born into an ordinary family, with no possible means of acquiring Mohan Bank shares. Yet the reality was that this ordinary Chinese man had suddenly become the second largest shareholder of Mohan Bank, holding 20% of its shares. And now, she learned that he also owned Jinsi Road. Everything pointed to the fact that this new shareholder had an extremely mysterious background and immense power. Perhaps, he could help her get rid of that arrogant man beside her? Li Jinnan's relentless pursuit of her had long been a source of frustration. But because of his strong family background and the support he provided for Mohan Bank's business development in Greater China, she had no choice but to put up with him. If it weren't for her genuine interest in Chinese culture and her love for the country, plus the fact that her secretary, also Chinese, didn't want to move abroad, she would have applied to return home long ago. Under the table, she gently rubbed a soft, delicate hand, then glanced at her female secretary with affectionate eyes. Her secretary was a Chinese woman with a youthful, doll-like face, a slender and delicate figure, and the elegance of a classic Eastern beauty. She was exactly Elena's type. The secretary looked up at her, blushed immediately, and lowered her head, not daring to meet her gaze. Elena felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She had to find a way to get rid of Li Jinnan. Of course, Li Jinnan had no idea that the foreign heiress he admired was secretly into women. If he knew, he might have been even more excited. But at the moment, hearing Yao Tongtong's words, his face darkened. He understood what this woman was implying. She wasn't afraid of him at all. But the fact that the person they were meeting was the owner of Jinsei Road still made his eye twitch. This street was too famous. He had heard of it back in Beijing and had even visited before. Its reputation was on par with Wangfujing in Beijing, and now, he had unknowingly clashed with the owner of such a place? His confidence wavered. He snorted coldly and fell silent. Elena, seeing that Li Jinnan had shut up, chuckled softly. Then, turning to Yao Tongtong, she said, "Miss Yao, please don't be upset. Technically speaking, we're on the same side." The same side? Yao Tongtong looked puzzled. Elena smiled. "Actually, Mr. Yu recently acquired shares in Mohan Bank, making him one of our shareholders. I came here today specifically to sign an agreement with him. He now has the right to join our board of directors. My father and our business partners are all looking forward to his involvement." Yao Tongtong was stunned. Her boss owned shares in Mohan Bank? Could it be just the Chinese division of Mohan Bank? But even if it was only Mohan Bank's Chinese branch, that was still shocking enough. Her young boss was truly extraordinary. Li Jinnan, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Mohan Bank's shares, even just 1%, were worth billions of dollars. Seeing Elena's smile made him even angrier. When had he ever been treated like this in China? But after a moment's thought, he figured that whoever owned these shares had to be middle-aged or even elderly. Judging by Yao Tongtong, who looked to be in her 30s, her boss was probably even older. Elena, given her status, wouldn't be interested in someone like that, so there was no need for him to provoke someone with such powerful connections. Suppressing his frustration, he shifted his focus elsewhere. Meanwhile, Yao Tongtong and Elena continued chatting. Elena had always had a soft spot for beautiful women, so she quickly warmed up to Yao Tongtong. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Yi Cheng arrived late and entered the room. He scanned the room and quickly spotted the only foreigner present. She had wavy blonde hair and was wearing only a white blouse, which was stretched tightly across her ample chest, forming an impressive curve. It was just short of resting on the table. Her lower half was hidden behind the table, so he couldn't see the long legs from the photos he had found. Yi Cheng smiled and stepped forward. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Miss Elena." When Elena saw Yi Cheng enter, her eyes lit up. Even though she had seen his photos before, seeing him in person made her realize that Chinese men could be this handsome. Of course, that wouldn't change her preferences. She quickly stood up, a bright smile on her face. Before, Yi Cheng had just been a Mohan Bank shareholder. But now that she knew he was also the owner of Jinsei Road, her attitude became even more respectful. They shook hands, and she said warmly, "Unexpected troubles always come up in life, Mr. Yi. There's no need to apologize." Elena's politeness made Yi Cheng nod slightly. Fortunately, she wasn't one of those arrogant and domineering foreigners in China. Of course, it was also very likely that her respectful attitude was due to his status. But there was no need to dwell on that. "Your Mandarin is very good." "Thank you." Elena smiled and nodded. "I'm very interested in China. I studied at Beijing University for 2 years in college, so I learned Mandarin then." Yi Cheng smiled and nodded before turning to the other two people. "And these two are?" Elena pointed to her female secretary. "This is my secretary, Dongfang Jingjing." Standing beside Elena, Dongfang Jingjing extended her hand toward Yi Cheng with a smile. "Mr. Yi, nice to meet you." Yi Cheng glanced at the Chinese secretary. Her slender figure was a stark contrast to Elena's, but her face was just as striking. He nodded in greeting. "Hello." Then, he looked at the other man, probably another subordinate of Elena's. However, what puzzled Yi Cheng was the inexplicable hostility in the man's gaze. Li Jinnan stepped forward, his mind in turmoil. How was this guy so young? Even his looks made him jealous. Earlier, when Elena shook hands with Yi Cheng, the way she smiled and so casually forgave his lateness only fueled his resentment. He extended his hand and said, "I'm Li Jinnan, from Beijing." Yi Cheng didn't understand why this guy was so hostile, nor why he specifically mentioned his Beijing background. But he still reached out and shook hands. "Nice to meet you." After letting go, Yi Cheng was just about to greet his own subordinate when, unexpectedly, Li Jinnan spoke again. "Mr. Yi, being late when meeting Miss Elena isn't very gentlemanly, is it?" Hearing this, Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned. The three women in the room all had a change in expression, but in Elena's case, it was because she was secretly delighted. She was hoping for a conflict between Li Jinnan and Yi Cheng. That way, Yi Chang could rightfully fire Li Jinnan from the company. As a major shareholder, he had that power. Although she also had the authority to do so, Li Jinnan had been helpful for Mohan Bank's business development in Greater China, meaning she had no legitimate reason to remove him. As for his relentless pursuit of her, that wasn't a valid excuse. So, the only way to get rid of Li Jinnan was for him to offend Yi Chang. The other shareholders, out of respect for Yi Chang as the new shareholder, would then agree to his dismissal. As for the grudge that might form between Yi Chang and Li Jinnan, she didn't care. Yi Chang's background was extremely mysterious, so he probably wasn't afraid of Li Jinnan anyway. Thus, she decided to stir the pot even more, deliberately frowning as she said, consultantly, "I don't mind Mr. Yi being late. Please don't say such things." Li Jinnan grew even more furious. Elena was actually defending Yi Chang? Was it just because this guy was rich? Did his year-long companionship as a consultant mean nothing? Besides, his family might not be as wealthy, but he had something even more important. Suppressing his anger, Li Jinnan lowered his voice and spoke gently to Elena. "Elena, I'm not saying this randomly. I'm simply reminding this gentleman that one should be punctual when meeting friends." Then, he turned to Yi Chang and said, "Especially when meeting international friends. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Yi?" Yi Chang looked at Li Jinnan again, studying him carefully. He seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a rebellious look in his eyes, probably someone from a privileged background, used to throwing his weight around. But was Yi Chang afraid? Not at all. And in a moment like this, how could his system remain silent? When a leader is speaking, how can a mere subordinate interrupt, even if that subordinate has some influence? Option 1, sincerely apologize for being late, admit your mistake. Reward, +1 to etiquette, +1 to weakness, -1 to leadership. Option 2, teach him a lesson and kick him out of the company. Reward, a new character relationship. A character relationship? What was that? Yi Chang was curious for a moment, but he still chose the second option. He turned back to Li Jinnan, casually digging his ear with a finger. "So, what's your position at Mohan Bank?" Li Jinnan shook his head and said, "If you plan to use your status as a Mohan Bank shareholder to fire me, you might regret it. Also, refusing to admit your mistake isn't a good look, Mr. Yi. Since we're both Chinese, we should uphold the manners expected of Chinese people. And in front of Miss Elena, we should act like true gentlemen. Don't you agree?" "I don't agree." Yi Chang didn't even look at him. He simply sat down, placed his cup in front of Yao Tongtong, signaling her to pour him some water, and crossed his legs. If he smoked, this would have been the perfect moment to light a cigarette for effect. Seeing Yi Chang's dismissive attitude, Li Jinnan grew even angrier. He stared at Yi Chang coldly. "So, you're admitting that you're not a gentleman?" Yi Chang sighed and turned to Elena, his expression puzzled, as if wondering why this man was even here. Elena shrugged with a helpless look before dramatically saying, consultantly, "If you continue like this, you'll put me in a difficult position." Li Jinnan waved a hand, speaking self-righteously. "Miss Elena, I'm only trying to ensure you receive the respect you deserve. Even if I'm no longer in the company in the future, I want this new major shareholder to understand that he can't treat you with disrespect." Elena was almost moved by his words. Yi Chang, on the other hand, wasn't sure whether to be angry or just laugh. Looking at Li Jinnan again, he spread his hands and said, "All right, Mr. Li, let me be clear. You're fired. Of course, as a Mohan Bank shareholder, I can't dismiss you directly just yet. But I will bring this up at the board meeting. If you resign on your own, that would be even better. The company will compensate you for your salary, maybe even a few extra months' worth. Mohan Bank's salary level should be quite generous, right?" Li Jinnan was so enraged by Yi Chang's dismissive tone that he actually laughed. "You think I care about some salary? Do you really think I need this job? Fine, I quit." "Then you need to write a resignation letter first. What if you regret it later and sue our company, using labor laws to extort us?" Yi Chang looked skeptical. Li Jinnan gave Yi Chang a disdainful look. He felt that Yi Chang was mocking him for being poor. He had already made up his mind, once he returned to Beijing, he would find a way to deal with Yi Chang's business. "Fine, I'll write it." Soon, a piece of paper and a pen were brought over, and Li Jinnan quickly wrote a simple resignation letter. Seeing the resignation letter, Yi Chang smiled slightly, the classic face of a capitalist appearing on him. Having studied business management, he knew very well that the best way to get rid of an employee was to make them resign voluntarily. Especially since Li Jinnan seemed to have a complex background. If he were forcibly dismissed and made a fuss, it would be troublesome for Mohan Bank as a foreign-invested enterprise. Elena and Yao Tongtong both saw through Yi Chang's intentions, and admiration flickered in their beautiful eyes. No wonder he was so young yet so wealthy, he was indeed cunning. Yi Chang put away the resignation letter, then turned to Li Jinnan again and said, "Alright, Mr. Li, thank you for your cooperation. Now, let's move on to another topic." Taking the cup that Yao Tongtong handed him, he took a sip of fine Westlake Longjing tea before speaking. "I don't know why you think my behavior was ungentlemanly, and why you feel entitled to stand on some moral high ground and lecture an innocent person like me. Don't you think that makes you ungentlemanly yourself? Besides, I already apologized to Miss Elena the moment I walked in. Do you really think I need to apologize to you as well?" Li Jinnan sneered. "You call that an apology?" Yi Chang shook his head and continued, "Alright, let's not talk about being a gentleman. Let's talk about being a nobleman. Have you ever heard the saying, a nobleman is calm but not arrogant, while a petty person is arrogant but not calm? Judging by your expression, you probably haven't. Let me explain it to you. A nobleman remains composed and dignified, never overbearing. Meanwhile, a petty person likes to act as if they are a gentleman in front of a beautiful woman, feeling smug and self-satisfied, and then using morality to criticize an innocent person like me." Hearing himself being called a petty person, Li Jinnan instantly grew furious and was about to retort. But Yi Chang cut him off. "Let me ask you another question. Have you heard the saying, a nobleman keeps his talents hidden?" He didn't wait for Li Jinnan's response and continued, "Judging by your expression, you probably haven't. So let me tell you, this means that a nobleman never deliberately shows off his abilities. A true nobleman wouldn't act like you, flaunting yourself as some so-called gentleman, especially in front of an international guest. That's just low, don't you think?" After finishing, Yi Chang spread his hands and said, "In conclusion, you are not even a nobleman, let alone a gentleman. And whether someone is a gentleman or not, I believe Miss Elena is the one more qualified to judge." He then turned to Elena with a smile. "So, Miss Elena, do you think Mr. Li is a gentleman?" Elena blinked. She had always liked Chinese culture, and Yi Chang's words about noblemen intrigued her. When she suddenly heard him direct the question at her, she instinctively glanced at Li Jinnan. Li Jinnan, unable to find a rebuttal, looked at Elena with hope, expecting her to speak in his favor. But Elena had already achieved her goal. More importantly, Li Jinnan had resigned on his own. Even if other shareholders questioned it later, it had nothing to do with her, it was all Yi Chang's doing. So she had no need to save face for Li Jinnan. Smiling, she said, "I think Mr. Yi is absolutely right. Mr. Li is certainly not a true nobleman, and naturally, that means he is not a gentleman either." Since he had been fired, he was no longer consultantly. Li Jinnan, already struggling to respond to Yi Chang's words, turned red with anger upon hearing Elena's statement. He even felt that the other two women in the room were mocking him with their gazes. He shot Yi Chang a deep glare before storming out, slamming the door behind him. "Please be gentle when closing the door. My hotel doors are very expensive." Yi Chang didn't forget to call out, making the beautiful women in the room burst into laughter. Now that the annoying man was gone, Yi Chang finally sat down beside Elena. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Elena with sincerity. His strikingly handsome face was almost aggressive, making Elena instinctively avert her gaze. "Mr. Yi?" Yi Chang spoke seriously. "Perhaps my initial apology didn't seem sincere enough, which made that gentleman unhappy. And as someone who is usually punctual, being late this time made me feel quite guilty. So, I believe I should formally apologize to Miss Elena again. It was my mistake today, and I ask for your forgiveness." The three women in the room were stunned. They hadn't expected Yi Chang to actually apologize again. Given how he had treated Li Jinnan earlier, wasn't he supposed to be the arrogant type? But unsurprisingly, his words further improved their impression of him and even earned their admiration. In their eyes, Yi Chang had now become a man of noble character. Elena smiled with a hint of appreciation. "Mr. Yi, it's rare to meet someone as sincere as you. If I weren't based in Beijing, I believe I would love to be close friends with you. You are a true nobleman and a gentleman as well." Yi Chang chuckled. "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Elena." At that moment, the system issued a reward. Congratulations to the host for earning a new character relationship. Due to the host's sincere apology, an additional reward has been granted, Charisma Aura. Yi Chang's eyes lit up. He had even received a bonus reward. Generating character relationship. Obtained character relationship, Long Kuan. Yi Chang was puzzled and asked the system, "What is the character relationship with Long Kuan?" A relationship-based reward that allows the host to establish a highly intimate connection with a specific individual. As long as the host does not violate absolute principles, this relationship will never change. Yi Chang was stunned. So the system had found him a powerful backer? Then, who exactly was Long Kuan? After thinking for a moment, a sudden realization hit him. Good heavens, was this Long Cohen the chairman of Longtung Group? Longtung Group was one of the top corporations in the world, with industries spanning across the globe. Long Cohen himself held an extremely high status domestically and was rumored to have deep personal connections with some of the most influential figures. And now, he had become Yi Chang's backer? Moreover, according to the system, this was a particularly intimate relationship, one that was unlikely to change. Yi Chang swallowed hard. Didn't this mean that, from now on, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the country? Suppressing his excitement, Yi Chang turned his attention to the other reward. The charisma aura has been activated. It significantly enhances the host's charm, making it easier to gain others' favor. Since the host completed this task in the presence of 3 women, the effect on women is tripled. Damn, tripled effect on women? Was this some kind of cheat skill for attracting women? But he couldn't deny that he liked it. Though he didn't feel any changes in himself, he noticed that the 3 women seemed to be looking at him with even more appreciation. And the 3 of them definitely felt it more than he did. Elena suddenly had a thought. Since this man was so outstanding in both character and ability, with a mysterious background and immense power, wouldn't he be a great choice if she ever wanted to have children? She quickly shook the thought away. Ridiculous. She was devoted to her dear Jingjing, how could she waver so easily? Turning to glance at Dongfang Jingjing, she caught her little secretary gazing at Yi Chang with starry eyes, lost in thought. Annoyed, Elena pinched Dongfang Jingjing's perky backside, glaring at her, silently promising punishment later. Feeling the sharp look from her boss, Dongfang Jingjing immediately lowered her head, blushing, not daring to look at Yi Chang again. Meanwhile, Yao Tongtong couldn't help but compare Yi Chang to her own husband. Her husband had made so many mistakes, yet had never once sincerely apologized to her like Yi Chang just had. She sighed softly. Her husband was almost 40, yet compared to this young boss, he was far inferior. Having received his rewards, Yi Chang turned back to Elena and said, "All right, let's get to business." Elena withdrew her gaze from her blushing secretary, straightened up, and teased, "Then I shall risk my life to accompany a nobleman." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. "Do you know what that phrase means?" Elena blushed, admitting her bluff. "No, I just heard it before." Yi Chang smirked playfully. "It means you're willing to do whatever it takes to stay by my side. I wonder if you truly are. Because I certainly wouldn't mind. Miss Mohan's beauty is quite hard to resist." Elena was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected the noble and principled Yi Chang to suddenly turn flirtatious. Men, no matter how different they seemed, they were all the same. Women were still better. However, thanks to the positive impression Yi Chang had left on her and the fact that he had helped her get rid of an annoying pest, she didn't mind giving him a little reward. She leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. The collar of her white blouse drooped, and since the top button was undone, a deep and stunning view was revealed. Then, with a teasing gaze, she said, "I would be very willing if Mr. Yi dares, that is." Yi Chang was caught off guard. His gaze involuntarily flickered downward, and he couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Damn, that's impressive." Western women really were bold. But just as he was about to take another look, Elena reached up and buttoned her shirt, cutting off the spectacular view. Yi Chang snapped out of it and saw Elena smirking at him, clearly amused by his reaction. Obviously, this woman had been playing with him. But he wasn't one to be easily manipulated. Straightening his expression, he said seriously, "All right, let's stop joking, President Mohan. Let's get to business. Did you bring the agreement?" Elena lost interest. She had wanted to tease this Chinese man a bit more, but business came first. Straightening up, she said, "Of course I did." Dongfang Jingjing quickly took out a document from her bag and handed it to Yi Chang. He skimmed through it. It was the agreement confirming his position as a board member of Mohan Bank. Since he had acquired 20% of the shares, he automatically became a board member. The document outlined the responsibilities and obligations of a board member, but there were no hidden traps in the wording. After reviewing everything, Yi Chang took the pen Elena handed him and signed his name. "Mr. Yi, congratulations on officially becoming a board member of Mohan Bank. As per tradition, the board will hold a special meeting to welcome you. Will you be available to attend?" Instead of answering, Yi Chang asked, "Are you a board member?" Elena was caught off guard. "Ha? No, I'm not." "Then you can attend in my place as the new board member." The 3 women were stunned. Was he saying he didn't want to be a board member? This was Mohan Bank's board of directors, who in their right mind would refuse. Both Yao Tongtong and Dongfang Jingjing looked at Yi Chang in disbelief. Yao Tongtong even wanted to persuade him if he accepted this position, it would be a huge advantage for their company's future investment department. The title alone would attract countless companies. Elena's heart pounded. Yi Cheng had just said that she could represent him in the Mohan Bank board? She couldn't believe it. She hesitated before asking again, "Are you sure? Did you really mean that?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Yi Cheng leaned back in his chair, his tone completely natural. Elena had to admit she was tempted. Even as the heiress of the Mohan family, she wasn't a board member of Mohan Bank. The other board members wouldn't allow another Mohan family member to join, so from a family perspective, it would be beneficial for her to become a board member and secure more influence for her family. On a personal level, as a woman who had received a Western education and prided herself on her independence, she had ambitions of her own. Becoming a board member of Mohan Bank, even as a representative, would help her climb higher. Of course, she wasn't the type to be blinded by unexpected fortune. After thinking for a moment, she gave Yi Cheng a seductive smile and looked at him with flirtatious eyes. "Mr. Yi, do you have any conditions for this?" Seeing her sultry expression, Yi Cheng spread his hands. "I already said, Miss Elena, you're very beautiful." Elena chuckled. "And Mr. Yi, your generosity is making my heart race." She twirled a strand of her golden waves and once again leaned forward, resting her arms on the table. This time, her ample curves jiggled slightly with the movement. Then, with a playful, coquettish voice, she whispered, "If Mr. Yi would be willing to share just a little more of his shares with me, I think we could form an even deeper friendship." Yi Cheng chuckled. "Of course." Elena's eyes lit up, and even Yao Tongtong grew anxious, wanting to remind her young boss that shares like these weren't something to be given away so easily. But then Yi Cheng finished his sentence. "Not happening." Elena stood up, shooting him an annoyed look. This time, she was the one being teased. "That's quite a pity." Yi Cheng remained indifferent. He was just playing around with this foreign beauty. Even 1% of Mohan Bank's shares were worth over 100 billion yuan. He wasn't foolish enough to waste that kind of money trying to impress a woman he might not even win over. Elena might have seemed open-minded, but she was only offering him a bit of eye candy, nothing more. As for letting Elena represent him at the board meetings, it was simply because he didn't believe that holding 20% of the shares would allow him to make waves within the board. In fact, it might even attract suspicion from the Mohan family. So why not show goodwill instead? He knew that until he had absolute power over his opponents, alliances were the key to success. Besides, he felt that having Yan Yuning was already enough. Oh, and there was also a certain potential campus beauty. Was this becoming a difficult choice? Forget it. He decided to let fate take its course. If the moment arrived, he would act accordingly. No worries. At least for now, Miss Elena will temporarily attend board meetings on my behalf. However, for important meetings, you'll need to inform me in advance. Of course, I understand. Elena had never truly expected to obtain shares so easily unless Yi Cheng was a complete fool. But she was still pleased that he had allowed her to represent him on the board. Under the influence of the charisma aura, her fondness for Yi Cheng grew even stronger. With everything settled, Elena had Dongfang Jingjing contact the bank's headquarters to draft a power of attorney agreement. Once it was printed on the spot, they signed it immediately. After the agreement was finalized, Elena, feeling excited, gave Yi Cheng a warm hug. Only Yi Cheng knew what it felt like to experience such a curvaceous body pressing against him. But overall, he felt like he had one. In fact, he even began wondering if he terminated this agreement every month and then renewed it, would he get to hug Elena every time? If Elena knew what he was thinking, whatever goodwill she had developed toward him might instantly collapse. The meal soon came to an end. Yi Cheng officially became a Mohan Bank shareholder, while Elena successfully advanced into the board of directors. Would this be considered a fair exchange of benefits? Yi Cheng wasn't sure if the hug counted. After leaving the hotel, Elena prepared to return to work. As the president of Mohan Bank's Greater China region, she was usually swamped with responsibilities. She had only come in person this time because her father had instructed her to do so after Yi Cheng became a major shareholder. "Would you like me to give you a ride?" Yi Cheng asked, standing next to his Rolls-Royce. Elena smiled and shook her head. "The bank has a branch in Modu, and they sent a car to pick us up. No need to trouble you, Mr. Yi." Yi Cheng nodded. Looking at Elena's exotic, beautiful face, he sighed regretfully. "Then this is goodbye. Hopefully, we'll meet again soon." Elena gave him a seductive smile, her sapphire blue eyes sparkling with charm. "If you're feeling regretful, how about this? I'll treat you to dinner next time you come to Beijing." Yi Cheng smiled. "Then I'll look forward to it." Elena chuckled softly. At that moment, a Bentley Mulsanne pulled up by the curb. She bid farewell to Yi Cheng and Yao Tongtong before walking toward the car with Dongfang Jingjing. However, something puzzled Yi Chang. As the two women walked, they suddenly held hands. And just before the car door closed, through the small gap, Yi Chang could have sworn he saw them, face to face, almost as if they kissed. A chill ran down his spine. Did he just witness something thrilling? Unfortunately, the Bentley had already driven away before he could confirm it. Covering his face, Yi Chang felt like, for the first time, those online rumors about certain women's relationships weren't so far from reality. Beside him, Yao Tongtong noticed his expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Boss, are you interested in Miss Elena?" Yi Chang quickly waved his hand. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not." Then, unable to hold back, he leaned in closer and whispered near Yao Tongtong's ear, "You better not tell anyone, but I just saw Elena kiss her secretary." Yao Tongtong was startled by her young boss suddenly leaning in so close. At first, she thought she was overreacting, but when she heard his whisper, she realized she wasn't imagining things. Still, the warmth of his breath near her ear made her blush slightly. After all, she was in her 30s, married, and had a child in elementary school. She had never been this physically close to any man other than her husband before. After processing his words, she was stunned. "Seriously?" Yi Chang grinned. "The world is full of surprises. And besides, this is just a subculture." Of course, he could only accept this kind of subculture. "Alright, let's go. I'll drop by the office and check on your department's plans." "Okay." Yao Tongtong nodded and was about to take the driver's seat. After all, as a subordinate, driving the boss around was just standard practice. But just then, her phone rang. Yi Chang heard the ringtone and smiled. "I'll drive. You take your call." His thoughtfulness, now with triple the charisma aura effect, made Yao Tongtong even more touched. They got into the car. Feeling awkward about sitting in the back, Yao Tongtong sat in the front passenger seat and answered the call. Yi Chang started the engine. Although Jinsei Grand Hotel wasn't far from Jinsei Tower, they still needed to drive. Listening to her conversation, Yi Chang guessed it was her husband calling and didn't pay much attention. But soon, he noticed her tone growing increasingly agitated. "Su Jiang, I'm telling you, if you keep wasting your life away, I'll divorce you. I've given you so much money, and you still can't pull yourself together to start a new business? Where's your ambition from before? What? You're still gambling? You lost money, and now you have the audacity to ask me for more? Do you seriously expect me to fund your gambling addiction? Su Jian, are you even a man?" By the time Yi Chang pulled into the parking lot of Jinsei Tower, Yao Tongtong had finally ended the call. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly, and her eyes were slightly red. Yi Chang glanced at his subordinate, a mature woman with a curvy figure and undeniable charm. As the company's marketing director, she had a salary with bonuses that reached the millions. She seemed successful, admired by many, but at the same time, she was also a wife and a mother, powerless in the face of her own family troubles. With a soft sigh, Yi Chang thought, every family has its own difficult story. He had never harbored any improper thoughts about Yao Tongtong, but at this moment, seeing her troubled, his empathetic nature made him speak. "Having problems with your husband?" Yao Tongtong lowered her head and softly replied, Then, realizing that she was speaking so openly in front of an outsider, her own boss, who was much younger than her, she quickly wiped her eyes and forced a smile. "It's nothing, really. Just family matters. We argue a lot, but I'm used to it." Yi Chang smiled. "Used to it? Then why does she still cry every time?" If he had any ulterior motives toward Yao Tongtong, he would have immediately advised her to divorce instead of reconcile. But since he didn't fully understand the situation yet, he asked, "Would you mind telling me what's going on? Maybe I can help you think things through." I used to be the class mental health officer back in school." Yao Tongtong glanced at Yi Chang, and her forced smile slowly became more natural. She had always had a good impression of her young boss, and after seeing him sincerely apologize to Elena twice today, she had formed an image of him as a young, talented man with integrity. For the first time, she found herself looking forward to interacting with her boss. After a brief hesitation, she began to speak. Her husband, Su Jiang, had once been a young and successful entrepreneur with assets worth tens of millions. She was a PhD graduate from overseas and had just started working at a major corporation with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan when they met. Both were ambitious and quickly connected, eventually getting married. But few businesses can sustain themselves forever, and Su Jiang's company was among the many that failed. Faced with a powerful competitor, he lost in the market battle. He tried to make a comeback several times, but reality kept knocking him down. Eventually, he lost all motivation and did nothing for years, not even looking for a job, forcing Yao Tongtong to support both him and their son. She had encouraged him repeatedly, even suggesting he find a regular job, but Su Jiang, used to being a boss, couldn't handle going from giving orders to taking them. After a short stint at a job, he quit because he couldn't accept being scolded. He remained unemployed for years. This led to increasing family conflicts. Now, he was even taking their son out of school on personal leave, spending her hard-earned money on leisure. And just today, he called to tell her he had gambled away the 30,000 yuan she had recently given him and was asking for another 30,000 to win it back. "I've thought about divorce before," Yao Tongtong said, wiping her tears. "But our son, Xiaoqi, is already 9 years old. I don't want him to grow up being told that he doesn't have a father." As she spoke, she became more emotional, recalling all the hardships she had endured. By now, the car had stopped. Realizing she had talked for too long, possibly wasting Yi Cheng's time, she quickly dried her tears and apologized. "Sorry, that must have been embarrassing." Yi Cheng waved it off and handed her a few more tissues. "No worries. You probably feel a bit better after talking about it, right?" Yao Tongtong nodded. "Thank you, boss. I do feel better." Yi Cheng smiled. "No need to call me boss in private, just call me by my name." You actually look quite young, so I'll call you Sister Yao. Since it's a personal matter, I won't say too much. But if you ever feel upset, you can talk to me anytime. Of course, if you're uncomfortable, you can always confide in a close friend instead." Yao Tongtong smiled. She knew Yi Cheng was only 22, while she was already 36, 14 years older. Yet here they were, calling each other like siblings? But since it made her feel younger, she had no reason to refuse. She laughed. "If you call me sister, then I'll call you little brother. I don't have many friends, most are just business acquaintances. Don't complain if I come to you often to vent." Yi Cheng laughed. "Of course, I won't mind. Back when I was a mental health officer, this was part of my job." Yao Tongtong nodded, her appreciation for him deepening. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly asked, "Then, little brother, let me ask you something, what do you think I should do now?" Yi Cheng hadn't expected her to ask that. After listening to her story, he had already realized that this was not a problem an outsider could easily resolve. Su Zhang's situation was simple, he had given up on himself. If he could change his mindset, things might improve, but after years of stagnation, that seemed unlikely, unless he was reborn into a past era where he could dominate the business world again. But since Yao Tongtong had asked, Yi Cheng thought for a moment before answering, "Sister Yao, don't get mad at what I'm about to say." She nodded lightly, already guessing what he would suggest. Yi Cheng carefully chose his words. "Sometimes, letting go isn't a bad thing. It can actually free both parties. And from a personal standpoint, if you don't want to regret things even more in the future, then maybe you should consider cutting ties. But this is just my suggestion. Ultimately, it's your decision." Yao Tongtong remained silent for a moment, then nodded. She couldn't act on it immediately, but at least now, the option that had once seemed impossible no longer felt completely off the table. "All right, let's head up." Yi Cheng unfastened his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. After a brief pause, Yao Tongtong wiped her face once more and followed. As they entered the lobby and walked toward the elevators, Yi Cheng failed to notice someone familiar standing nearby. Mu Ziying had just finished some work on the first floor when she suddenly saw a familiar figure passing by. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly followed only to confirm that it was indeed him. That day, thanks to Yi Cheng's help, she had not only kept her job at the company but also avoided punishment for playing games during work hours. Even the chairman had personally inquired about her well-being, leaving her overwhelmed. She knew all of this was because of Yi Cheng, the man who had suddenly appeared in front of her and protected her. But now that they had met again by chance, she hesitated. Would he even remember her? Besides, they were from completely different worlds. Was there really a chance for a Cinderella story? In the end, she could only watch as Yi Cheng stepped into the private elevator and disappeared from sight. She sighed softly and turned away. If we missed each other, then so be it. 81st floor, General Manager's office. Yi Cheng didn't just walk in like a boss, instead, he knocked on the door before entering with Yao Tongtong. The entire 81st floor belonged to their 30-person company, so even the general manager's office was lavishly furnished, complete with a large desk, sofas, and a coffee table. At that moment, Li Cheng and Hu Ning were sitting on the sofa, still discussing the establishment of the investment department. Seeing Yi Cheng enter, both immediately stood up to greet him. "Boss." Yi Cheng nodded slightly at them, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. "Still talking about the investment department?" "Yes." Li Cheng nodded and briefly explained the current progress. A stack of prepared documents was also placed beside him. Yi Cheng picked them up and flipped through them as he listened. The initial preparations involved setting up the structure, determining how many employees to hire, and deciding what investments to pursue. With their boss allocating 3 billion yuan, Li Chang spared no expense. Just for recruitment alone, he planned to set aside 10 million annually for salaries and incentives. Yi Chang had no problem entrusting all of this to them. 3 billion? Just spend it. Oh, right, boss. This is the preliminary company vehicle procurement plan. Take a look. Yi Chang took the plan from Huning. For company cars, the general manager and executives all got Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans. The only female executive, Yao Tongtong, got a Maserati Quattroporte. Looking further down, he saw that all the other company cars were from high-end brands like Audi, BMW, and Benz. It was luxury to the max. There's even a car for me? Didn't I say I already have one? Yi Chang was surprised to find that a car had been arranged for him as well. Hu Ning smiled. You're the company's boss, of course, we have to prepare a car for you. Though, we may need a larger budget. Yi Chang glanced at the figure. 20 million. Damn. These guys sure knew how to spend money. Although it was company money, which was basically his money, he didn't mind. In fact, he liked it. For the past few days, he had been driving Yan Yuning's car as if it were his own. Now that he thought about it, maybe it was time to buy one for himself. His LaFerrari was still being repaired, waiting for parts to be shipped from overseas. So, he nodded. Alright, go ahead and buy it. Hu Ning nodded. He had never expected Yi Chang to refuse a car purchase anyway. After all, what man didn't love luxury cars? Boss, the extended Pullman model is rare. I'll need to reach out to some contacts to see if we can get one imported. If we can't, we'll have to settle for something else. Yi Chang nodded. Don't go out of your way. A Rolls-Royce Phantom is a bit lower end, but it's still decent. Understood. Of course, in his mind, Hu Ning secretly swore to do everything he could to get the Pullman. A car worth over 10 million yuan, though technically the boss's, was something he could ride in too. Alright, you guys keep discussing. I'm heading out. After checking the time, Yi Chang didn't want to stay any longer. Understood, boss. Take care. The executives immediately stood up to see him off. Yi Chang had only walked a few steps when he noticed Yao Tongtong nearby and suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Let's give everyone a salary raise. The executives were stunned. Yi Chang thought for a moment. Their company, despite having hundreds of billions in annual profits, didn't pay particularly high salaries simply because making money was too easy. Li Chang, as the general manager, had an annual salary of 1.2 million. The legal director, Wang Yang, had 1 million. Hu Ning and Yao Tongtong each earned 800,000. So, he said, Li Chang, I'll raise yours to 1.5 million. The 3 department heads will go up to 1.2 million each. All other employees will get a 20% increase. Li Chang and Hu Ning were overjoyed. What a generous boss. May the boss live long and prosper. An instant raise of 400,000 for one, 300,000 for the others. This was incredible. Their loyalty to the company immediately soared. But Yao Tongtong realized something. It seemed like Yi Chang had glanced at her just before announcing the salary raise. It felt completely spontaneous, without any prior discussion. Was it possible that he did it because he knew about her family situation? And to avoid suspicion, he raised everyone's salaries while giving her and Hu Ning a 50% increase? Her nose tingled, and a wave of emotion swept over her. Having such a thoughtful boss, she wouldn't switch jobs even if someone offered her 1.5 million elsewhere. With the triple effect of the charisma aura, Yao Tongtong's loyalty to both Yi Chang and the company had reached an unshakable level. Thank you, boss. Yao Tongtong looked at Yi Chang seriously and said, We'll immediately inform the employees about this great news. Seeing that she had understood his intentions, Yi Chang sighed internally. Women really are perceptive. Indeed, he mainly wanted to help Yao Tongtong gain more financial independence. With a husband who didn't contribute and even gambled, he worried that one day, her husband might suddenly come home with 1 million yuan debt. Of course, he had also planned to give everyone a raise eventually. Now that he had learned about Yao Tongtong's family struggles, he simply took the opportunity to announce it today and gave a bigger increase because of her. He smiled. Alright, that's settled then. Li Chang, have HR calculate the new salaries. They'll take effect tomorrow. Yes, boss. Li Chang nodded. With that, Yi Chang left while being enthusiastically escorted out. Once he got into his car, he looked at the executives waving him off and sighed. This is the power of money. Then, he stepped on the gas and drove away. However, on the way, he received a call from Beijing. The phone number was insane, 1x999999999 nines in a row. Yi Chang was momentarily dazzled by all the nines. Then, he sighed. Unfortunately, it wasn't Elena. But when he answered and heard the voice on the other end, he got so excited that he accidentally bumped his head on the car roof. "This is Long Kuan. Is this Xiao Chang? Forget Helena. Forget foreign beauties." Yi Cheng immediately shoved all thoughts of women aside. This was a big-time backer. A super influential figure. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly responded, "Yes, it's me, Uncle Long." A hearty laugh came from the other end. "Ha, I thought you had forgotten about me. How have you been?" Yi Chang grinned. "I've been doing well. Thank you for checking in, Uncle Long." "Ha, as long as you're doing well. You're studying at Modern University, right? About to graduate?" "Yes, I'll graduate in June." Have you found a job yet? How about joining Longtung Group as my assistant?" Yi Chang's heart pounded. Goodness. Assistant to Long Kuan, chairman of Longtung Group? That was extremely tempting. But he still declined. "Sorry, Uncle Long. I already have a job and haven't considered leaving just yet. Come on, working with a beautiful CEO, how could I give that up?" Long Kuan didn't press the issue and chuckled. "I won't force you, then. If you ever need help, just call my secretary. He'll take care of anything for you. And visit Beijing more often." Yi Chang grinned. "I definitely will." Good. Another day passed. In the dormitory, Yi Chang was playing Jianwang 3, doing his daily quests. Now that he had reached the max level, he could participate in various activities. However, since he hadn't acquired good gear yet, he was still a weakling in the game. This game's PvP mode didn't allow players to buy equipment with real money. Instead, he had to complete tasks to earn a special, non-tradable currency to purchase PvP gear. So, he had no choice but to take his time. He hadn't been playing for long when Yan Yuning suddenly called him. "Yi Chang, my foot is healed." "Yi Chang, your foot is healed? That's great. It doesn't hurt when you walk anymore?" "MHM, no pain at all." Yi Chang smiled. "Why are you calling? Don't tell me you're going back to work and want me to go too?" But Yan Yuning snorted. "Work? I finally got a whole week off. I'm not going back unless someone forces me." "So, you missed me?" Yi Chang teased with a smirk. "Put. Shameless. Who would miss you?" Yan Yuning scoffed, then repeated, "My foot is healed. I got it. Why are you saying it again?" Yi Chang was puzzled. "I said, my foot is healed." Yan Yuning emphasized each word loudly, almost shouting. She even sounded a little annoyed. Yi Chang suddenly remembered he had promised to take her shopping once her foot recovered. He slapped his forehead. How could I forget about such an important date with a beauty? It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that the campus beauty, Ning Qingxue, had chatted with him for 2 hours this morning. He immediately said, "I'll be right there. Wait for me at home, and don't forget to wear something nice." "Keep dreaming." Yan Yuning scoffed, but then, her tone softened into a sweet, sultry voice. "Hurry up, okay?" Damn. Yi Chang felt his adrenaline spike. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, he stripped off his clothes and put on what he considered his most handsome outfit, a crisp white dress shirt, fitted black trousers, and a pair of white sneakers. He also styled his hair. Looking in the mirror, he smirked. "Damn, I look amazing." His two dormmates watched in stunned silence before one of them asked, "Yi, what are you doing?" "Going to work." Yi Chang left them with that vague response before dashing out of the dormitory. Going on a date with the CEO? That counts as work, right? He headed straight to the campus parking lot, hopped into his Rolls-Royce Wraith, and drove toward Yulong Garden. He weaved through traffic with expert precision, his master-level driving skills ensuring a smooth ride, though he was probably cursed at by countless drivers along the way. But in the end, he arrived at Villa number 18 in exactly 20 minutes. After parking, he walked straight into the villa. Since he knew the door code, he let himself in without hesitation. "Yu Ning." He looked around the living room but saw no one. "Xiao Ning Ning, where are you?" A sweet voice called down from upstairs. "Stop shouting. I was changing clothes just now." "Changing clothes?" Yi Chang raised his voice. "Then I'm coming up." Before he could take a step, he heard the sound of slippers pattering against the floor. A graceful figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Yan Yuning stood there, looking down at Yi Chang. For a moment, she was dazed. Dressed in a white shirt and slim black pants, he exuded a youthful energy. And that handsome face, it was enough to make any woman's heart waver. Even someone like her had to admit if Yi Chang weren't so good-looking, she wouldn't have gotten so close to him so quickly. Realizing she had been staring, her face turned slightly red. She quickly rolled her eyes at him and muttered, "Up to no good." Yi Chang felt a pang of disappointment. Damn, she already changed. But her outfit still caught his eye. She wore a lace chiffon blouse, revealing a graceful swan-like neck. The sheer fabric faintly outlined her delicate collarbones. Below, her ample curves stretched the fabric ever so slightly. She paired it with fitted jeans that hugged her figure perfectly, accentuating her perky hips, round thighs, and slender legs. But what made Yi Chang's heartbeat quicken was the fact that beneath the jeans, her feet were wrapped in black stockings. Were they ankle socks, pantyhose, or thigh-highs? The mystery made him itch to find out. Without hesitation, he strode up the stairs and wrapped his arms around her. "President, you're stunning." Hearing him call her president, Yen Yuning's face turned crimson. She shot him a glare and pushed him away. "No touching. And don't call me president. Otherwise, I'm not going." "Seriously? We've kissed, I've touched you before, and now you're suddenly acting reserved?" Yi Chang grumbled internally but respected her wishes. After all, he knew he'd win in the long run. "Fine, no touching." Then he reached for her hand. Yen Yuning immediately pulled back and glared at him. "I said no touching. Holding hands doesn't count as touching," Yi Chang said matter-of-factly and grabbed her hand again. Her annoyance quickly turned into amusement. She wanted to be mad, but at the same time, she found his persistence endearing. Was this what being in love felt like? But she quickly shook off the thought, blushing. "No. Not until he fully proves himself." "All right, let's go. Today, I'm spending 5 million. Yen Yuning declared. 5 million? Yi Chang blinked. "What, you don't want to?" She pouted. "You made me wait this long to go shopping, so I'm increasing the price." But then she hesitated. "Maybe 5 million is too much?" After thinking for a moment, she added, "If 5 million is too much, then 3 million, or 2 million is fine too." Yi Chang burst into laughter. Pulling out his phone, he showed her his bank balance. Yen Yuning's eyes widened as she stared at the long string of digits. After counting carefully, she gasped. 10 billion? She finally realized just how rich this bad guy really was. Yi Chang smirked. "If you can spend this all in one day, then it's yours." Yen Yuning's eyelashes fluttered. "Really? Why would I lie?" "Then, just transfer it to me," she suddenly said. Yen Yuning's words stunned Yi Chang for a moment, but he showed no intention of refusing. Instead, he earnestly said, "Then should we go to the bank first? For such a large transfer, we have to go to the bank, right?" Yen Yuning burst into laughter and playfully tapped his nose with her slender finger. "Idiot, I was just teasing you. What would I do with that much money?" Yi Chang chuckled. "You can use it whenever you need it." Yen Yuning was deeply moved. Yi Chang didn't even blink before offering her more than 1 billion yuan. Was there any other man in the world who would do such a thing? Even her own father wouldn't. She blinked and asked, "If you give me all your money, what about you?" Yi Chang waved his hand nonchalantly. "I still have more than 20 billion in my company. I can spend that money however I like, so don't worry." Her smile froze. This guy. Is it really okay to flaunt wealth like this? Seeing her expression, Yi Chang smiled slightly and said, "But, if I ever run out of money, I'll just rely on you. By then, you'll have to support me." Yen Yuning rolled her eyes at him and scolded, "Dream on. I'm not supporting you. Then I'll have no choice but to wander the streets." Yi Chang immediately put on a pitiful expression. "You're so heartless. What nonsense." Yen Yuning huffed, pinching his arm. Then, with a slight blush, she snorted, "I won't let you mooch off me. I'll give you a job so you can earn your own money." Yi Chang beamed with joy. Wasn't that just another way of supporting him? He immediately wrapped his arms around Yen Yuning's slender waist and rested his head on her shoulder. She struggled slightly at first but soon quieted down, embracing his waist in return. The warmth of his body and the firmness beneath his clothes made her heart flutter shyly, yet she also indulged in the feeling. "Yuning, you're so good to me." After holding her for a while, Yi Chang lifted his head, gazing into her eyes. His deep, magnetic voice softly murmured, "I want to be your assistant for life." Yen Yuning's heart pounded wildly. His gentle gaze made her feel like she was sinking into it. Yi Chang's face gradually moved closer to hers. Realizing what was about to happen, Yen Yuning pressed her hands against his chest to stop him, but with little strength. She whispered, "Don't kiss me. I just put on lipstick. I'll have to reapply it later." If Yi Chang really wanted to kiss her, he could have, but her words made him change his mind. "All right, I won't kiss your lips." Then where are you going to kiss?" Yen Yuning didn't expect this shameless man to actually stop, but his mischievous nature remained. He slightly bent down and pressed his lips against her exposed collarbone. Yi Chang took a deep kiss before lifting his head. Yen Yuning, flustered and angry, raised her little fists and pounded on him. "Who told you to kiss me randomly?" Yi Chang glanced at the mark he left on her collarbone and chuckled. "Just leaving my mark on you. Yan Yuning frowned. What mark? Go check in the mirror. She immediately rushed into her bedroom, looked in the mirror, and saw the hickey just above her collar. Her face turned bright red in an instant. Meanwhile, Yi Chang had sneakily followed her into the CEO's bedroom. He approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist. Well, do you like it? Hate it. How am I supposed to go out like this? People will see. Yan Yuning pouted in embarrassment, tugging at her collar, but it kept slipping back. That's the point, I want everyone to see that you're taken. Yi Chang grinned. Alright, we should go. If we're any later, you won't have time to spend my money. Humph. Shameless. I never agreed to that. Yan Yuning's heart raced with shyness, but shopping with Yi Chang was more important. The mark wouldn't fade anytime soon. Stamping her foot, she turned around and smacked his chest angrily. You're such a scoundrel. Then she rushed downstairs without looking back. Yi Chang laughed and followed her down to the entrance. He quickly put on his shoes, then turned to watch Yan Yuning take out hers. Feeling a sudden impulse, he stepped forward and said, "Let me help you put them on." Don't be mad. Having someone put on her shoes for her, Yan Yuning huffed but then sat down, allowing him to do so. Her shoes were the same as Yi Chang's, simple white sneakers. It seemed she hadn't considered wearing high heels for their date. But Yi Chang didn't mind. Wearing high heels while shopping was indeed torturous. Of course, he wasn't really concerned about what shoes she wore. His heart pounded as he looked at her black silk-clad feet in her slippers. Grabbing her ankle, he slipped off her slipper, the touch sending waves of excitement through him. At that moment, Yan Yuning regretted agreeing to this. She noticed the way he looked at her foot, he was up to no good. She even regretted her choice of wearing pantyhose underneath, probably because she suddenly recalled the videos Yi Chang had shown her that day. Yi Chang held her ankle, making her body stiffen as she instinctively pulled her foot back. She protested in a soft voice, "No funny business." Yi Chang slowly helped her put on her shoe while saying, "So you're admitting I'm your boyfriend now?" "I am not." Yan Yuning huffed. Yi Chang laughed, finished tying her laces, then suddenly yanked up her pant leg when she wasn't paying attention. Yan Yuning gasped, "What are you doing?" She quickly tried to pull her pant leg back down. Yi Chang's eyes widened. Whoa! There were letters on them. Then, he burst into laughter. "So this is your little secret for meeting your boyfriend?" Yan Yuning's face turned completely red, even her ears seemed like they could bleed. She stammered, It's not. I just what?" Yi Chang smirked. At this point, he no longer cared whether this poked at his weakness. The fact that Yan Yuning willingly wore these for him meant his plan was nearly complete. She had already accepted it in her heart. Next step, shifting from his initiative to hers. Then, deeper interactions. That's how strategy games work. Quickly, he finished helping her put on the other shoe, pulled her pant leg down to cover her stockings, and said, "My wife's feet can't be seen by other men." Still flustered from the earlier moment, Yan Yuning's mind was foggy. Hearing his words, she pouted, "Who's your wife?" "You are," Yi Chang declared. Holding the shy-faced Yan Yuning's hand, Yi Chang left the house with her. When they got to the car, Yi Chang took the initiative to open the door for Yan Yuning, acting like a gentleman as he invited her to get in. At the same time, he placed his hand on the doorframe to prevent her from accidentally bumping her head. After she got in, he followed, started the car, and asked, "Where do you want to shop?" Yan Yuning couldn't immediately think of a place, so she finally said, "You're the man, you decide." Yi Chang was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Since she said that, how could he refuse? "Then let's go to my turf," he chuckled. Yan Yuning didn't quite understand. "Your turf?" "Jinsei Road." She rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything more. "Let's go." The car started and left the villa, heading straight for Jinsei Road. However, they didn't notice that as they were leaving Yulong Garden, a Lamborghini was driving toward them. The man in the Lamborghini watched as the Rolls-Royce pulled out. Through the windshield, he saw that the driver was a man, and in the passenger seat sat the woman who was originally supposed to be his fiancée. His gaze grew cold. He turned his car around and followed them while taking out his phone to make a call. "Zhao Chang, find some guys for me. I need to take care of a country bumpkin." More than 10 minutes later, Yi Chang drove into a familiar street once again. The bustling cityscape was something to admire, but for him, the only thing that mattered was whether this street could help him further his relationship. He drove all the way to the largest shopping mall on Jinsei Road, Jinsei Plaza. After parking the car, Yi Chang and Yan Yuning walked inside. "Buy whatever you like, no need to save me money," Yi Chang said grandly, waving his hand like a nouveau riche. Yan Yuning rolled her eyes at him and began looking around while walking. Yi Chang held her hand, and she didn't resist. In fact, she quite liked the feeling. Women have a special talent. When passing by a clothing store, they can instantly spot an item they love and rush inside to try it on. Yi Chang didn't understand how they did this. At least for him, he only went into a store if he liked the brand first. As for whether shopping with women was a painful experience, right now, he didn't think so. After all, he could take the opportunity to hold Yin Yuning's waist from time to time and enjoy the closeness. Other men around them occasionally glanced over, all silently fuming and feeling jealous that Yi Chang was publicly defiling their goddess. Yi Chang noticed their looks and felt quite pleased with himself. Sorry, but this street belongs to me, and so does the goddess. Do you want to watch a movie later? Yi Chang suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear. A movie? Yin Yuning recalled seeing online that watching a movie was a standard step in a date. Her face turned slightly red, and she nodded lightly. What do you want to watch? Yi Chang asked. What's showing right now, she responded. No, it's not about what's currently playing. It's about what you want to watch. Yi Chang waved his hand. Yin Yuning didn't quite understand what he meant, but after thinking for a moment, she said, I want to watch Titanic. You've never seen it? Yi Chang was surprised. No, Yin Yuning shook her head. I never really had the time before. Yi Chang's eyes softened with pity. A woman like her, born into privilege, probably had her entire life planned out for her. At this point, he still didn't know that even her marriage had been arranged and that she had fought with her father over it multiple times. Alright, let's go watch it. Yi Chang reached out and stroked her hair gently. Take your time shopping. We'll watch it whenever you feel like it. You can watch for as long as you want today. Then he took out his phone. Li Chang, arrange something for me. Which company owns the cinema in Jinsei Plaza? Clear out their IMAX hall today and get Titanic ready for me. On the top floor of Jinsei Tower, Li Chang, who was still working on setting up the investment department, was stunned for a moment before responding. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. You mean a private screening, right? Of course. Hurry up and get it done. After Yi Chang hung up, Yin Yuning gazed at him, her eyes filled with warmth. She hadn't expected that, just to fulfill her wish of watching a movie, Yi Chang would directly book an entire IMAX hall, not just for a single screening, but for the whole day. She asked, will they even agree? They've probably already sold tickets for today's showings. Yi Chang chuckled. Small matter. Li Chang is the company's general manager. He'll handle it. Besides, if the cinema owner refuses, I'll rename Xingyi Cinema to Yuning Cinema tomorrow. Yin Yuning scoffed, you're such a bully. The owner rents the space from you, and you just kick them out? They'd sue you. Yi Chang looked at her affectionately. As long as it's for you, I'd do anything. Her face flushed, and she softly hummed in response. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Jinsei Tower, after hanging up the phone, Li Chang immediately searched his contacts for the cinema owner and called him. Mr. Li, it's rare for you to call me. What's the matter? The owner asked. I'll get straight to the point. We need to clear out your IMAX hall today for a private screening, Li Chang said. Huh? Well, Mr. Li, you know that private screenings have to be booked in advance. We've already scheduled today's showings, and tickets have been sold. If we cancel now, customers will complain. The owner hesitated. Li Chang didn't waste time arguing. There are still about half a day's worth of screenings left, right? Even if we book the hall, that's just 7 or 8 screenings at most. I'll pay 3 times the price to book the remaining slots, and for customers who already bought tickets, you can either refund them in full or give them free tickets for another time. Any losses will be compensated at triple the amount. How about that? Also, let me remind you, this is a direct order from my boss. You understand what that means, right? The cinema owner's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his tone. Oh, Mr. Li, you didn't have to say so much. Since you've asked, of course, I'll make the arrangements. Li Chang nodded. Good. Let's grab a meal together sometime. Absolutely. After shopping for a long time, Yi Chang had bought everything for Yin Yuning: bags, clothes, watches, jewelry, each item costing at least tens of thousands. Tired? He asked, noticing that it was already past 3 p.m. They had been shopping for nearly 3 hours. Yes, Yin Yuning patted her legs. She was indeed exhausted. Yi Chang glanced at the many shopping bags he was carrying and then at her empty hands. So, women do get tired after all? Then let's watch the movie first, then have dinner. Okay. Yin Yuning enjoyed the feeling of having everything arranged for her. Not having to think about anything, not having to plan anything, of course, that felt comfortable. She leaned against Yi Chang, not wanting to move away at all. After placing all the shopping bags back in the car, Yi Chang and Yin Yuning headed straight to the cinema. While waiting in line for popcorn, Yi Chang took out his phone and called the cinema manager. This was a number that Li Chang had given him, instructing him to call the manager upon arrival at the cinema. Soon, Yi Chang had bought popcorn and 2 cups of milk tea, and the manager was already waiting nearby. Mr. Yi, the IMAX theater has been closed to the public. You can enter at any time. Additionally, we've sourced a 3D copy of Titanic for you. I wish you and your wife an enjoyable movie experience, the manager said respectfully. Yi Chang glanced at the manager with an approving look. Sharp guy, he's going places. Meanwhile, Yan Yuning's face instantly turned red. Why was this man talking nonsense? She and Yi Chang looked so young, yet she was already being called wife? She stole a glance at Yi Chang, who was grinning from ear to ear. Feeling embarrassed and annoyed, she shot him a glare, but unfortunately, he didn't notice. Even though Yi Chang was pleased, he still clarified, not a wife just yet. The manager pretended to realize his mistake and, looking at how intimately they were holding hands, said, "Oh, you two seem so close, just like newlyweds." In truth, holding hands wasn't that intimate. The manager had simply noticed the red mark on Yan Yuning's neck. Yan Yuning became even more flustered and lowered her head. She couldn't just pull her hand away in front of others, she had to save face for this troublemaker beside her. Yi Chang waved his hand with a smile. "Alright, just take us inside." "Of course, please follow me," the manager nodded and led them in. As they passed the ticket counter, Yan Yuning overheard a couple talking to the cashier. "Why can't we enter the IMAX theater?" they asked, holding their tickets. The cashier replied, "Apologies, the IMAX projection system is experiencing a malfunction. We are urgently arranging repairs. We can offer you a full refund for your tickets. Thank you for your understanding. We finally found time to watch a movie, and now you're telling us we can't? We sincerely apologize. We're happy to offer you either a full refund or free tickets for another movie." With a full refund and free tickets as compensation, the customers quickly accepted the situation. After all, if the IMAX system was broken, they wouldn't be able to watch the movie anyway. Since the theater was even offering extra tickets, there was nothing to complain about. Yan Yuning, however, felt deeply moved. Look at him, her assistant, he had shut down the entire IMAX theater just to fulfill her wish. No wonder King Yu of Zhou once lit the beacon towers just to make Bao Si laugh. She took the initiative to hold Yi Chang's hand, her heart filled with gratitude. Feeling her touch, Yi Chang smiled slightly and gently squeezed her soft, delicate hand, feeling quite pleased with himself. The rich have a simple and straightforward way of flirting. At the entrance of the IMAX hall, a sign read "Under Maintenance, No Entry," with retractable belts blocking the doorway. The manager unhooked the belt and let them inside. The massive IMAX theater was completely empty, and they had their pick of seats. Yi Chang led Yan Yuning to a seat in the back row and then told the manager, "Alright, start the movie." The manager nodded, then leaned close to Yi Chang and pointed at the ceiling cameras, whispering, "They're already turned off." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow, glanced up at the cameras, then smirked knowingly and gave the manager a thumbs up. This guy really knew what was up. If he didn't get promoted in the future, it would be a shame. The manager left, and Yan Yuning curiously asked, "What were you whispering about just now?" "Nothing important," Yi Chang replied. Oh. Yan Yuning didn't think too much about it. Soon, the lights dimmed, the screen lit up, and the Golden Dragon logo appeared, followed by the studio's logo. Then, the movie began. Yi Chang held the popcorn, but his attention wasn't on the film. Instead, he kept sneaking glances at Yan Yuning's side profile. Under the flickering light of the screen, the shadows on her face shifted, making her look even more captivating. Yi Chang felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Yan Yuning didn't notice his gaze. She was fully focused on the movie. She rarely watched films, probably no more than 10 a year, so she was watching with extra concentration. From time to time, she would reach into Yi Chang's lap, take a piece of popcorn, and eat it. It had been years since she'd eaten something like this. It was sweet and delicious. The movie moved from the underwater exploration of the sunken ship to the grand Titanic setting sail. Young Leonardo DiCaprio appeared on screen, looking extraordinarily handsome. But Yan Yuning's expression remained unchanged. She quietly watched, occasionally eating popcorn or sipping her milk tea. Yi Chang grabbed her reaching hand. She looked at him, puzzled. He motioned toward Jack on the screen and asked, "What do you think of him?" "He's good-looking," Yan Yuning replied. "For a foreigner, he's probably considered quite handsome." Yi Chang felt jealous. She had never even called him handsome before. But her next words made him happy again. "But still, not as handsome as you," she said with a playful smile, cupping Yi Chang's face. Yi Chang immediately stopped feeling jealous and grinned. "Really? He's an international movie star. Just because he's a star doesn't mean you can't be better looking than him." Yan Yuning rolled her eyes. "Are you really that insecure?" "My confidence comes from you," Yi Chang said, placing his hand over hers, gently stroking the back of her hand before intertwining their fingers. Now that you said that, I feel confident again. Yen Yuning blushed, but in the darkness, it wasn't visible. She muttered softly, "Stop talking. Watch the movie." Yi Chang chuckled and said no more. "I want some popcorn." Yen Yuning moved her hand, signaling him to let go. But Yi Chang misunderstood, or rather, he deliberately misunderstood, and used his other hand to pick up a piece of popcorn, bringing it to her lips. Yen Yuning's embarrassment deepened. She stubbornly kept her mouth shut, unwilling to accept his offering. "Open up, didn't you say you wanted some?" Yi Chang coaxed. Just as she was about to refuse, she instinctively opened her mouth to speak, and Yi Chang took the chance to pop the popcorn inside. She glared at him, annoyed. But since the popcorn was already in her mouth, spitting it out would be awkward, so she had no choice but to chew and swallow it. The first time led to many more. Yi Chang kept feeding her, and soon, she started enjoying the feeling of being pampered. Meanwhile, on screen, the romance between the film's protagonists was heating up, leading to a passionate kiss. Yi Chang turned to Yen Yuning and softly called, "Yuning." She was deeply moved by the film's romance and didn't appreciate being interrupted. Don't talk." The next moment, she saw Yi Chang pulling her into his arms. And just like Jack and Rose on the screen, he kissed her lips. Half a minute later, Yi Chang finally pulled away, satisfied. The beauty in his arms was blushing deeply, her captivating expression making his heart race. Scoundrel! Once again bullied, Yen Yuning was almost getting used to it. Other than scolding this rogue, there was nothing else she could do. I couldn't help it, Yi Chang said righteously. "I just made the mistake that all men make." Yen Yuning rolled her eyes. "So you're just a pervert." Yi Chang didn't argue. Because it was true. He quickly shifted the topic. Watch the movie, we missed part of the story." Yen Yuning let out a soft humph, too lazy to argue with him. The movie continued. Films like this always followed a predictable structure, showing beauty and happiness at first, then a disaster unfolding in the middle, leading to despair in the final act, usually ending in tragedy to evoke strong emotions. At this moment, Titanic was reaching its climax. The ship was about to sink, and the protagonist stood on the deck, saying, "You jump, I jump." Yen Yuning's eyes showed longing and emotion as she sighed. Jack and Rose's love is so beautiful. Meanwhile, Yi Chang was troubled by the gap between their two seats. Damn this IMAX theater, no couple seats. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Li Chang book this hall. Hearing Yen Yuning's comment, he casually replied, "That's why Rose survived, and Jack froze to death." Yen Yuning pushed him angrily. "Why do you have to ruin the mood?" Of course, she already knew the ending, but no one liked facing tragedy head-on. Yi Chang quickly tried to salvage the moment. That just means the male lead was willing to sacrifice himself for the female lead. Yen Yuning looked at him and softly asked, "If I were Rose and you were Jack, what would you do?" Yi Chang chuckled helplessly. "You're not seriously thinking about traveling back in time, are you? It's a disaster movie." Yen Yuning remained serious. "Just answer me." Looking into her eyes, Yi Chang knew this was one of those "who do you save first, your mom or me" questions. Though, thankfully, this one wasn't as tricky. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Women's questions are always filled with emotions and unrealistic scenarios. However, giving a perfect answer can quickly capture her heart. Option 1, give a bad answer. Reward, she will think you are cold and indifferent. Option 2, give an acceptable answer. Reward, charm aura effect increased tenfold for 1 day. Option 3, give a perfect answer. Reward, women will find you more likable, and their affection for you will be harder to decrease. Yi Chang couldn't help but complain in his mind. If he combined option 3 with the charm aura, wouldn't he become every woman's best friend? Then again, that didn't sound so bad. Now the real question was, what counted as a perfect answer? After quickly thinking it through, he turned back to Yen Yuning and let out a sigh. Yen Yuning tensed up, waiting for his response. Then, Yi Chang looked at her seriously. His gaze was so deep and affectionate that she instinctively wanted to look away, but she couldn't bear to. Yi Chang spoke. "Of course, I'd jump with you." Yen Yuning's eyes turned slightly red, her heart melting instantly. But that was just an acceptable answer. Yi Chang wasn't done. He continued, "But I wouldn't let that happen in the first place. First, if you wanted to go on a cruise, I'd buy a ship before the trip even started. There would also be a helicopter on board, ready to take off any time and fly us away. Since I'd own the ship, I'd naturally have the right to leave," Yi Chang said. Yen Yuning hesitated for a moment and asked, "But what if people criticized you for leaving others behind?" Yi Chang chuckled. "I never said I'd abandon the passengers. The ship would be fully stocked with enough lifeboats for everyone, and if there wasn't enough room, I'd buy a few more passenger ships to follow us. It's just money, I have plenty, Yi Chang said casually. No big deal. Worst case, he still had Uncle Long. He wasn't sure exactly how rich Long Cohen was, but he was definitely wealthier than Yi Chang at the moment. Hearing Yi Chang flaunt his wealth like that, Yan Yuning couldn't help but giggle. She playfully punched his chest and scolded, "A cruise ship costs billions, you're such a spendthrift." Yi Chang was momentarily stunned. Only billions? So that meant Jinsei Road's annual profit could buy 2 or 3 of them? Yan Yuning huffed, "What do you mean only billions? My family couldn't afford that." "Well, I can, though." Yi Chang held back from saying that out loud. Instead, he took her hand and gently played with it while saying, "So, you never have to worry about a crisis like that. Just remember, I will always protect you." Yan Yuning let out a soft hump but didn't resist his touch anymore. Even a wealthy heiress couldn't help but be moved when billions were being thrown around like pocket change. And Yi Chang's final words completely broke down any remaining hesitation she had. "Congratulations, host. You have given a perfect answer. Reward, women will find you more likable, and their affection for you will be harder to decrease. Additionally, due to your promise in the answer, you receive a bonus reward, Rossi Shipbuilding and Dock Company plus 100 ship design blueprints and related documents." Yi Chang reached into his pocket and found a USB drive. It must have contained the extra blueprints and documents. He was speechless. What was he supposed to do with ship designs? System, the designs contain advanced technology. Ships built using them will have the highest performance ratings on this planet. If the host constructs a cruise ship based on these blueprints, as long as he doesn't intentionally seek disaster, he will never experience a sinking event. Yi Chang was shocked. His system could even provide cutting-edge technology? Unfortunately, the system didn't respond to further questions. But Yi Chang didn't dwell on it. He pulled out his phone and searched for information on Rossi Shipbuilding and Dock Company. It was based in Newland and was a fairly powerful shipyard. They had built a 200,000-ton luxury cruise ship and 2 100,000-ton ships. They weren't involved with the military, and their background was clean. In other words, the system had even prepared a shipyard for him. Well then, what else was there to say? When the time came, he'd just send them the blueprints and have them build him a ship. He just didn't know how long it would take. Shaking his head, he and Yan Yuning continued watching the movie. As time passed, Yan Yuning became more and more emotionally invested in the film. Without realizing it, she began to see herself as Rose and mentally cast Yi Chang as Jack. And in the end, she realized having a rich man was better. Jack had nothing but love to give. But Yi Chang? He had love and billions. More billions than most men could ever dream of. Besides, the Titanic movie had been romanticized. In reality, first-class passengers had about the same survival rate as third-class children. Though to be fair, most of the men on the real Titanic had been quite gentlemanly. After the movie ended, Yi Chang helplessly wiped Yan Yuaning's tears and said, "All right, stop crying. It was just a movie. Was it really necessary to cry even after it was over?" He had never noticed this side of Yan Yuaning before. "Why can't I cry?" The male lead died. Yan Yuaning, who had just immersed herself in the story and even mentally substituted Yi Chang into the role, couldn't accept the male lead's death. It felt as if she had personally killed Yi Chang. But no matter what, Yi Chang would never have guessed that Yan Yuaning was crying so sorrowfully because of this. Not to mention, during the movie, he had been struggling with the small gap between the seats, nearly punching it out of frustration. But since the mighty CEO was crying, he had no choice but to continue comforting her. "Jack is alive and well. It was just acting. Now he's even gained weight. He can't compare to me at all." Yan Yuaning almost laughed out of frustration, glaring at him. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you think I don't know that?" Yi Chang chuckled. "I'm just coaxing you like a little sister." "Put. I'm 3 years older than you. Calling me your little sister, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Yi Chang was surprised. "What? You're not 18? How are you 3 years older than me?" Yan Yuaning was immediately caught off guard. She either had to admit she was almost 30 or insist that she was forever 18. In the end, she squeezed out a sentence, "I'm 18 plus 70-something months. Anyway, I'm older than you, so you have to call me big sister." Yi Chang burst out laughing, stood up from his seat, walked over to Yan Yuaning, pulled her up, wrapped his arms around her waist, and embraced her. Then he whispered softly in her ear, "All right, my CEO big sister, your assistant little brother likes you the most." He gently kissed her forehead, then pressed his face against hers, savoring the softness of her body. Before, Yan Yuaning might have resisted a little, but now she didn't resist at all. Hesitantly, she reached out, wrapped her arms around Yi Chang's waist, and inhaled the scent of the man. It was surprisingly pleasant. A few minutes later, Yi Chang led Yen Yuaning out of the IMAX theater. The staff member outside, a woman, saw them and couldn't help but look at Yen Yuaning with envy. The news that Yi Chang had rented out the IMAX theater had already spread among the employees. He had paid triple the price to book the theater for a whole day and even covered 3 times the refund costs for the theater that day, amounting to 6 times the usual price. He had spent hundreds of thousands in one go. Who wouldn't want a boyfriend like that? But when the female staff member saw the appearance of the woman beside the generous spender, she immediately felt inferior. As expected, a wealthy man pairs with a beautiful woman. Under the enthusiastic farewell of the cinema manager, Yi Chang and Yen Yuaning left. Standing outside the mall, after watching a 3-hour movie, it was already past 6 in the evening, and they were hungry. It was naturally time to eat. But Yen Yuaning shook Yi Chang's hand and pouted, "I want to eat the food you cook. The food outside isn't as good as yours." Yi Chang was helpless. "There are no groceries at home. Even if you want to eat, we have to buy ingredients first. By the time we get back and finish cooking, it'll be past 8. Eating late at night will make you gain weight." Yen Yuaning thought about it and agreed. She reluctantly compromised, "Then you have to cook for me more often." "Alright, before we officially start work, I'll make sure to cook for you once a day. Is that okay?" Yen Yuaning beamed with satisfaction. "Okay." Then the two of them began planning where to eat. However, neither of them noticed that a Lamborghini was parked by the roadside, and inside the car, a man was staring intently at Yi Chang, who was holding Yen Yuaning's hand. Du Xinghai gritted his teeth, slammed the steering wheel, and spoke into his phone, which was displaying an ongoing call. "Do it. Beat that guy to death. Damn it, how dare the toad try to eat swan meat?" He never imagined that the woman he had his eyes on would be snatched away by some country bumpkin from an obscure little town. "Yen Yuaning, oh Yen Yuaning, I didn't want to pressure you too much, but you actually got together with a guy like this? Did you approve of that pretty boy becoming your assistant too? How long have you two been together?" Du Xinghai couldn't help but wonder, was Yen Yuaning still? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His whole body trembled with rage as he stared coldly at Yi Chang, determined to watch that country bumpkin get beaten down in front of Yen Yuaning, humiliated, weak, and pathetic. Meanwhile, Yi Chang, who was checking his phone for high-end restaurants nearby, suddenly sensed a hostile gaze directed at him. With his perfectly enhanced body, not only had his physical abilities improved, but even his senses had reached superhuman levels. His eyes slightly shifted upward, and he immediately spotted the white Lamborghini by the roadside. Through the windshield, his vision, far exceeding normal human limits, allowed him to clearly see the man staring at him. But since he hadn't raised his head, Du Xinghai didn't realize he had already been noticed. As Yi Chang was wondering who this man was, he suddenly sensed 5 other dangerous gazes locked onto him. He quickly scanned the area and immediately identified 5 men closing in, their expressions filled with malice. These people were up to no good. Yi Chang thought to himself, so the man in the Lamborghini must be the one orchestrating this. But he wasn't afraid. Those 5 didn't look particularly tough, tall, short, fat, thin, nothing special. Even if they were trained soldiers, as long as they weren't armed, he wouldn't be too worried. His only concern was that Yen Yuaning might get hurt. After carefully observing them, he concluded that all 5 were targeting him alone. That put him at ease. He waited until they were about to reach him, then casually took out a piece of paper and said to Yen Yuaning, "I'm going to throw this away." As expected, the moment he walked toward the trash bin, the 5 men immediately changed direction and rushed toward him. Yi Chang acted as if he hadn't noticed and kept walking, but just as the fastest of the 5 got within 5 steps of him, he suddenly stopped. The 5 men didn't understand why he had stopped, but they clenched their fists, ready to catch him off guard. The fastest among them was a burly man, even taller than Yi Chang. He approached from behind, raising a fist to strike the back of Yi Chang's head. Not far away, Yen Yuaning saw this and was instantly terrified. She ran toward Yi Chang, trying to save him, and shouted, "Yi Chang, watch out!" Du Xinghai, hearing Yen Yuaning warn that country bumpkin and even run to help him, became even more furious. He turned his gaze toward Yi Chang, eager to witness the scene unfold. However, something completely unexpected happened. Just as the burly man's fist was about to land, Yi Chang, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, reached out, swiftly and precisely catching the man's fist in his grasp. Grabbing the attacker's fist, Yi Chang lifted his foot and kicked backward, landing a heavy strike on the man's thigh. The man immediately cried out in pain, but it wasn't over yet. Yi Chang pulled his fist forward, forcing the man to stumble a step closer. At that moment, Yi Chang slammed backward with an iron shoulder strike. The sheer force of the impact made the man's face turn pale, his eyes widen in shock. The tremendous impact sent him stumbling backward, and he lost his balance, about to fall flat on his back. However, his bulky body happened to be in front of the skinniest of the 5 attackers. The skinny man saw his teammate staggering toward him and instinctively tried to catch him. However, he miscalculated his weight and was immediately crushed to the ground, nearly losing his breath. The bulky man, whose thigh had just been kicked hard, was also unable to get up for the moment. The surrounding onlookers were stunned by this scene. Was this turning into a full-blown street fight? Was the man being attacked some kind of legendary martial arts master? The other 3 attackers were also startled by what had just happened. They hadn't expected their target to be so tough, but realizing that there were still 3 of them, they hesitated only briefly before charging forward again. Yi Chang swept his gaze coldly over the 3 men and shouted toward Yen Yuaning, who was rushing toward him to help, "Don't come over. Don't worry about me." Yen Yuaning looked at Yi Chang with concern. Although his earlier display of skill had surprised her, now there were 3 more attackers. Could Yi Chang really handle them alone? And who were these 5 people? Why had they suddenly attacked Yi Chang? Regardless of how anxious she was for Yi Chang, he remained calm despite facing 3 attackers coming at him simultaneously. Just as the 3 men were about to crash into him from different angles, Yi Chang suddenly leaped backward. His terrifying jumping ability made it seem like he was flying. He soared over 2 meters into the air. While airborne, he even performed a backflip, instantly escaping their encirclement. As he flipped mid-air, his legs kicked outward, left and right, striking the shoulders of 2 of the attackers. One of them was immediately sent crashing face-first to the ground, feeling as if his shoulder was about to break. The other heard a loud crack in his arm joint. His shoulder had been dislocated from the force of the kick, and he screamed in agony. At the same time, Yi Chang landed steadily on the ground. To him, these attackers were nothing but weaklings. He sneered contemptuously before swiftly delivering finishing blows to the remaining ones who could still stand. All 5 men, completely incapacitated. "Awesome!" someone in the crowd shouted. A large group of people had their phones out, recording the scene with shock on their faces. Some even started clapping. Yi Chang didn't pay attention to the bystanders. Instead, he glanced toward the Lamborghini, only to find that it had already driven away. It seemed the owner had seen his martial arts skills and decided to flee in advance. However, Yi Chang wasn't worried. Jinsi Road was his territory, and he had every right to take action. He took out his phone and called Li Cheng again. Li Cheng quickly picked up, unaware of what had happened, and asked with a smile, "Boss, how was the movie?" Yi Cheng ignored his question and directly ordered, "I'm at the entrance of Jinsi Plaza. Just now, 5 people tried to attack me, but I've taken care of them. Also, a white Lamborghini was parked across from me when it happened. I suspect the car's owner was behind it. Send people to intercept that vehicle." Li Cheng's face instantly changed. His boss was on a date with a woman in their own territory, and yet something like this had happened? He immediately responded, "Understood. I'll give the order right away. Are you alright?" "I'm fine. Just a few small-time thugs following orders." "Alright, hurry up and block that car." Yi Cheng ended the call without saying more. Li Cheng swiftly made another call. To intercept a car on the road, they needed to use official channels. He quickly got in touch with the district traffic police and instructed them to locate the white Lamborghini and use traffic light controls to stop it. The district traffic police acted immediately. Not only was Jinsi Road Company the official owner of Jinsi Road, giving them the authority to carry out such actions, but this was also a case involving an attempted assault. The traffic police were more than justified in assisting. Within a minute of Li Cheng contacting them, the traffic police had already pinpointed Du Xinghai's location. They then extended the red light duration at the intersection, forcing him to remain stuck in traffic. Jinsi Road, being one of the busiest commercial streets in the country, had an enormous number of vehicles passing through. Du Xinghai had never expected Yi Cheng not only to notice him but also to have the power to arrange for an interception. At that moment, he was merely confused about why a red light that normally lasted 40 seconds had suddenly extended to 99 seconds. As he waited for the light to change, he recalled Yi Cheng's fighting abilities and started feeling uneasy. Damn it, people like that still exist? A country bumpkin who knows martial arts. He had witnessed Yi Cheng's backflip, where he took down 2 people in mid-air. Now, instead of seeing Yi Cheng humiliated in front of Yen Yuaning, he had accidentally helped him show off his skills. This only made him even angrier. He pulled out his phone and, without waiting for a response, started cursing. "What kind of useless trash did you send? They got knocked down in seconds. They couldn't even land a single hit on him. Find me some real fighters next time." After ranting, he hung up, feeling increasingly frustrated. As he approached the next intersection, he encountered yet another 99-second red light. His mood worsened. He felt like even the traffic lights were conspiring against him. FCK. What kind of SHT traffic control is this? Who the hell sets red lights this long? Forget it. I'll just head straight to the office. His company's headquarters was in a building on Jinsei Road, and after turning at the next intersection, he'd be there. However, just as there were only a few seconds left on the red light, 2 police motorcycles weaved through the traffic and stopped on either side of his car. Each motorcycle had 2 traffic officers. One of them dismounted, knocked on his window, and said, "We've received reports of reckless driving. When the light turns green, pull over." Du Xinghai was stunned. Sure, Lamborghinis were loud, but he hadn't been speeding or doing anything reckless. Yet the traffic police were already here, and there were 4 of them. He found it odd but didn't think to connect it to Yi Chang. When the light turned green, he pulled over as instructed and prepared for questioning. At the entrance of Jinsei Plaza, Yan Yuaning held onto Yi Chang's hand, looking at him with concern. She asked, "Are you hurt?" Yi Chang patted the back of her hand and smiled. "Do I look like I could be hurt? Those guys couldn't even touch me." Thinking back to Yi Chang's agile movements and powerful combat skills, Yan Yuaning couldn't help but feel amazed. Is there anything Yi Chang can't do? At that moment, 2 police cars pulled up by the roadside. A few officers stepped out, glanced at Yi Chang, and asked, "Are you Mr. Yi?" Yi Chang nodded. "Yes. All right, we understand the situation. We'll handle these men. Also, the traffic police have already stopped the suspect's car. We'll take you to the scene for an identification. Would that be all right?" Yi Chang nodded. "Sure, let's do that." Then, he and Yan Yuaning got into one of the police cars. Under the officer's escort, they headed to the location where Du Xinghai's car had been stopped. Meanwhile, the 5 thugs were all handcuffed, with undeniable evidence against them. The officers had already reviewed surveillance footage before arriving, and some bystanders had also called the police earlier. Inside the police car, the officer in the passenger seat asked curiously, "Mr. Yi, have you trained in martial arts?" The driver and Yan Yuaning both perked up their ears, just as curious. Yi Chang chuckled. "A little. I train when I have free time." "Impressive. I saw you do that backflip while kicking 2 guys midair. That was insane. Even my instructor at the police academy couldn't do that." Yi Chang laughed heartily. He didn't expect to be admired by police officers. He humbly replied, "Well, your instructor trained you guys, right? My skills aren't something I can teach others." The officers laughed. Yan Yuaning also felt a sense of pride for Yi Chang. "This is my assistant." At an intersection on Jinsei Road, a Lamborghini was stopped by traffic police, naturally attracting a crowd of onlookers, all wondering what was happening. Although the traffic police didn't have the authority to make an arrest, they knew how to stall for time until the main police force arrived. They checked the driver's license, then said the machine wasn't working and needed a reboot. After that, they checked for drunk driving, making the driver blow into the tester 3 or 4 times, taking 10 seconds each time to read the results. And so, Du Xinghai waited for several minutes. Then, he realized something was wrong, because a police car had arrived, blocking the rear of his Lamborghini. Immediately after, 2 uniformed officers stepped out from the driver and passenger seats. And from the back seat, 2 unexpected people emerged. Yan Yuaning, and that damn country bumpkin. In an instant, Du Xinghai realized he had been tricked by the traffic police. No wonder they had been asking him random questions, even chatting with him about the price of his car, which he had proudly answered. He let his guard down. Meanwhile, Yan Yuaning had already spotted him. Her face darkened with fury as she shouted, "Du Xinghai, it was you?" Du Xinghai's face turned red. He hurriedly tried to explain, "No. Yuaning, listen to me." But then, he suddenly realized he was reacting too strongly. First, he needed to clear himself of suspicion, so he quickly changed his approach and said in a calm tone, "I was just heading to my company. Why are you here?" Yan Yuaning glared at him angrily. "Don't call me by my name. You don't have the right." Du Xinghai's face turned pale. The woman he had pursued for a whole year was now telling him he wasn't even worthy of saying her name? At that moment, Yi Chang finally understood this guy wasn't just some random enemy. He was a romantic rival, someone who had been pursuing Yan Yuaning but got in his way. No wonder he had sensed so much hostility from Du Xinghai earlier. Still, even a loser of a romantic rival needed to be put in his place. Yi Chang stepped forward and gently wrapped an arm around Yan Yuaning's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Then, leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Since this is a matter between men, just watch." Yan Yuaning had been glaring at Du Xinghai, fuming with anger. But the moment Yi Chang pulled her close, her face instantly flushed red. She glared at him shyly, but didn't resist. Instead, she calmly leaned against him and turned her cold gaze back to Du Xinghai. Seeing this, Du Xinghai felt like he had been slapped in the face. He was so furious that he felt like his head had been dyed green, the ultimate symbol of being cuckolded. You damn peasant, get your hands off her. He instinctively wanted to charge forward, but when he remembered Yi Cheng's overwhelming combat ability, he stopped in his tracks. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Why is this guy calling me a peasant? Is he just another arrogant rich kid from Shanghai? But regardless, Yi Cheng wasn't about to let his romantic rival off easily. With a mocking smile, he said, "Friend, have you ever heard the phrase, if you love someone, let them go? Yan Yuaning and I are already together. Why resort to petty schemes out of jealousy?" Du Xinghai snapped, "Who the hell do you think you are? Just some random college student. Do you even have money?" He turned to Yan Yuaning, "He's only after your wealth. Don't be fooled, or your father will never approve." Yan Yuaning's voice turned ice cold. "I already told you, don't say my name. You're not worthy." Du Xinghai's expression froze, his eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. Yi Cheng, however, was curious. "How do you know I'm a college student? Have you been investigating me?" Du Xinghai let out a cold laugh. "Ha! Her father already knows about you. He's had you investigated for a long time. Do you really think a nobody like you can climb into the Yin family? Keep dreaming." Yi Cheng didn't even bother responding. He couldn't care less about Du Xinghai's insults. Instead, he turned to Yan Yuaning, raising an eyebrow in question. Her father already knew about him? Yan Yuaning suddenly remembered the phone call she had received that day. So her father had been keeping tabs on Yi Cheng all along? She sighed and admitted, "When you went for the interview, one of the interviewers was my father's man. He probably noticed you then." Yi Cheng sighed in defeat. So much for a secret relationship. Her family had known all along. He reached out and pinched Yan Yuaning's cheek. "You should have told me sooner." Yan Yuaning giggled and playfully swatted his hand away. "Not in front of all these people." Meanwhile, Du Xinghai was boiling with anger. His fury reached its peak when he suddenly noticed a small red mark on Yan Yuaning's pale neck, a hickey. Having had many women himself, he immediately recognized what it was. His eyes widened in rage. "Yan Yuaning, you slept with him? Aren't you afraid of what your father will say?" Yan Yuaning snapped. "Shut your filthy mouth." Yi Cheng glanced at Du Xinghai coldly, losing all interest in arguing. He turned to the police and said, "Officer, I'll leave him to you. Mr. Du, you are suspected of hiring others to commit intentional assault. Please cooperate with our investigation." A police officer stepped forward and said to Du Xinghai. Du Xinghai hadn't expected them to actually guess that he was the one who ordered the attack. However, he believed the 5 men he had hired would keep their mouths shut, so he wasn't worried about being exposed. He figured these 2 officers were just trying to scare him. Even when confronted by the police, Du Xinghai remained calm, despite how much Yan Yuaning's attitude enraged him. He defended himself. "How is that possible? This is a false accusation. I came here for business, and I just happened to glance at them a few times in the crowd. How does that turn into me hiring people to attack him?" He then looked at Yi Cheng and sneered. "What? Are you trying to frame me? Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. This was all just your little act, wasn't it?" Yi Cheng chuckled and didn't take him seriously. Even if they couldn't find solid evidence today to bring this guy down, he still needed to teach him a lesson. Seeing Du Xinghai's arrogant attitude, one of the officers sternly warned, "Cooperate properly. We will have those 5 men identify you. I advise you to confess early, leniency for confession, severity for resistance." "What do I have to confess? Are you planning to use excessive force?" Du Xinghai stood his ground. Those 5 men didn't know him personally, so he wasn't afraid. At the same time, he pulled out his phone, clearly intending to call for backup. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, his face changed, and he quickly moved to hang up. However, Yi Cheng noticed the shift in his expression and immediately stepped forward, snatching the phone from his hand. "What are you doing? Give it back." Du Xinghai hadn't expected Yi Cheng to move so fast. He quickly reached out, trying to grab his phone back. But how could Yi Cheng possibly let him succeed? He swiftly stepped back several times, pressed the speakerphone button, and answered the call. "Young Master Du, I found a few retired soldiers. They'll have no problem beating that country bumpkin to a pulp." A slightly excited voice came through the speaker. Du Xinghai's face instantly turned pale, and he burst into a furious curse. "Idiot! Moron!" The 2 police officers chuckled. Wasn't this case already solved? The person on the other end of the call seemed completely confused by the sudden scolding. Du Xiao, what's wrong?" Du Xinghai didn't respond. Or rather, he had nothing left to say. Of course, he wasn't completely desperate. He had plenty of money for legal battles. The next step would just be about leveraging connections and seeing who had more resources. In his eyes, Yi Chang was just an ordinary person who could never be a real threat. And as for Yan Yuaning, her father would never help, which meant she had no power to influence this situation. So, he simply stared at Yi Chang coldly, as if committing him to memory. But Yi Chang ignored his glare. Instead, he cleared his throat, then spoke into the phone. Come to Jinsei Road, the underground parking lot beneath Seagate Tower. I'm waiting in the car, hurry up. The person on the other end responded normally. Oh, okay, I got it. I'll be right there. Then, Yi Chang hung up the call. Everyone around was left completely stunned, staring at Yi Chang, because his voice had sounded exactly like Du Xinghai's. His master-level vocal skills not only gave him exceptional singing ability but also allowed him to mimic voices perfectly. With his enhanced physique, even his vocal cords had been strengthened and refined. Compared to him, professional voice actors would have to admit defeat. Mr. Yi. The officers didn't even know how to express their amazement. Yi Chang waved a hand dismissively. Now that we have solid evidence, drive the car inside and wait for his accomplice to arrive. You can catch them all at once. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Just then, another car pulled up. Li Chang stepped out. Since Yi Chang had his back turned, he didn't see him. But Du Xinghai did. And not only did he see him, but he even excitedly called out, Uncle Li, why are you here? Then, he ran toward Li Chang. Yi Chang and the others turned to look, only to see Du Xinghai running up to Li Chang, speaking eagerly, Uncle Li, you came at the right time. I've been framed. As he spoke, he pointed at Yi Chang, his eyes filled with triumph. Yan Yuaning grew worried, thinking that Du Xinghai had brought a powerful backup. She couldn't help but ask, who is that? Yi Chang simply smirked, barely holding back his laughter. Du Xinghai's move had caught him a little off guard. Was this, mistaking a thief for his father? No, Li Chang wasn't a thief. At this moment, Du Xinghai was feeling overjoyed. He hadn't expected to run into Li Chang, the top manager of Jinsei Road. His father had a good relationship with Li Chang, and while Li Chang wasn't a big boss himself, his influence and network were vast. With a single phone call, he could easily get rid of these charges and even turn the tables on that country bumpkin. However, his excitement didn't last long, because the next second, Li Chang raised his hand and smacked the back of his head. Shut up! Du Xinghai was instantly dumbfounded. He stared at Li Chang in confusion. Back when they had dinner together, hadn't Li Chang complimented him? But in the next moment, he was even more shocked. Li Chang jogged over to Yi Chang and respectfully greeted him. Boss, I apologize for being late. How do you want to handle this? Then, he glanced at Yan Yuaning and gave her a polite nod with a smile. She was the boss's woman, he had to make a good impression. Yan Yuaning was stunned. Wasn't this guy supposed to be Du Xinghai's backup? Why was he standing so humbly in front of Yi Chang? Yi Chang remained calm and simply said, do whatever needs to be done. In other words, deal with him properly. Li Chang immediately understood. But judging from Yi Chang's demeanor, it seemed like he hadn't been harmed, meaning pressing charges for assault wouldn't be very effective. He would have to find another way to deal with Du Xinghai. As for his so-called relationship with Du Xinghai's father? Nonsense. Business ties were one thing, but compared to his relationship with the boss? Not even close. He was only the general manager of Jinsei Road Company because of Yi Chang. Without that position, he was nothing. So, he knew where his loyalties lay. Alright, boss. You and Miss Yan go enjoy yourselves. I'll take care of the rest. Yi Chang nodded. Thanks for handling it. No trouble at all, Li Chang replied with a grin. Previously, he had almost nothing to do in the company and felt incredibly bored. Now, although he had to oversee investment matters daily, his priority would always be handling Yi Chang's problems. The better Yi Chang's impression of him, the more secure his position would be. With that, Yi Chang took Yan Yuaning and left. Conveniently, there was a restaurant nearby where they could have dinner. Meanwhile, as if forgotten by everyone, Du Xinghai swallowed nervously. Had he miscalculated the other side's power? Li Chang turned to look at him and then said to the officers, Officers, please proceed according to protocol. The police nodded. Yi Chang had already handed them Du Xinghai's phone, its call records served as evidence. Once they arrested the accomplice, the case would be wrapped up. Who was that guy? Someone from your company? Inside the restaurant, Yan Yuaning couldn't help but ask Yi Chang. Yi Chang nodded. Yeah, the general manager of Jinsei Road Company. Just a general manager? Then why did Du Xinghai get so excited when he saw him? Yan Yuaning was puzzled. Du Xinghai's family is in real estate, it's quite a big business. Is your general manager really that powerful? Yi Chang smirked, reached out, and wrapped his arm around Yan Yuaning's slim waist. pulling her into his embrace. With his other hand, he gently pinched her soft fingers. He spoke casually, "This entire street belongs to me. He's basically my steward. In this area, offending him means offending me, got it? If this were ancient times, I'd be the landlord, and everyone renting my property would be my tenants. Take Du Xinghai, for example. His company operates on my Jinsei Road. If I'm unhappy, I can make sure his company won't survive here. Understand? Look at you, acting all high and mighty." Yan Yuaning rolled her eyes. "Du Xinghai wouldn't dare offend your steward, but he dares to offend you. Seems like this landlord doesn't have much authority, huh?" Yi Cheng's words caught in his throat. This little troublemaker just couldn't say anything nice, could she? He glared at Yan Yuaning and growled, "Say that again? I'm just keeping a low profile, understand?" Yes, you're very low-key." Yan Yuaning's beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter as she reached out and pinched Yi Cheng's nose. No matter how capable he was, to her, he was still just a little assistant. "Humph." Yi Cheng snorted, suddenly remembering something. He pretended to be angry and said, "And another thing, you didn't tell me your dad already knew about me. Were you planning to catch me off guard one day and introduce me to your parents? Then straight to marriage?" Yan Yuaning immediately started punching his chest, pouting. "What nonsense are you thinking? Dream on. I just didn't know how to tell you." Yi Cheng grabbed her wrist and let out a little snort. "That won't do. I'm upset, you have to make it up to me." Feeling guilty, Yan Yuaning blushed and asked, "How do I make it up to you?" Yi Cheng rubbed his hands together excitedly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Did you bring your ID? I didn't wait. What are you thinking? You wish. You pervert." Yan Yuaning suddenly realized what he meant and immediately started punching him again. Yi Cheng's plan failed, so he had no choice but to drop it. But would he give up that easily? Of course not. After dinner, they went shopping. After all, Yan Yuaning had made up her mind to spend Yi Cheng's money. Since this wealthy landlord was so loaded, even if she couldn't spend $1 billion in a day, she could at least burn through a few million, right? By the end of the day, Yan Yuaning had spent over 10 million of Yi Cheng's money. Of course, she didn't just buy things for herself, she also picked out a few outfits for him. Finally, around 9 p.m., Yi Cheng drove her home. "Are you heading back to your school later?" Yan Yuaning asked. "No. Really? Then will you come to my place in the morning and make me breakfast?" "Sure." Yan Yuaning instantly beamed with joy. If Yi Cheng wasn't driving, she probably would have kissed him on the spot. When they arrived at Yulong Garden, Yi Cheng suddenly asked, "Want to come to my place for a drink?" "A drink?" Yan Yuaning looked at him suspiciously. Yi Cheng smiled. "It's not that late. When I bought the apartment, they gifted me a few bottles of red wine. I figured I should find an occasion to drink them." Yan Yuaning eyed him skeptically. "Just drinking?" Yi Cheng chuckled helplessly. "What else would I do?" Yan Yuaning still didn't believe him. "You tell me, what else can you do, you pervert?" Yi Cheng huffed, "So are you coming or not?" Yan Yuaning pouted, hesitated for a while, then suddenly lifted her head and looked at him. "Fine, but I have to be home by 11 at the latest." "Alright, I'll take you home by then. 11 p.m. Yi Cheng looked at Yan Yuaning, who was now flushed and drunk, and shook his head. She got tipsy so easily, yet she had dared to drink so competitively with him just now. Yuaning? Yuaning?" He gently patted her arm. "Pervert. I'm drunk, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Yan Yuaning's face was completely red, her dazed eyes locked onto Yi Cheng. She slowly propped herself up from the table and, in the next moment, leaned into his arms. Her delicate face pressed against Yi Cheng's chest, and her small hands slid over his shirt, feeling his abs. She sighed, "I've wanted to touch these for so long. My little brother has such a great body, let big sis have some fun." Feeling that touching through the fabric wasn't satisfying enough, she even slipped her hand into the gap between the buttons, pressing directly onto his skin. Yi Cheng never expected this woman to get so bold when drunk. His blood instantly started boiling. He grabbed her wandering hand and said in a low voice, "Stop messing around. I don't wanna." Yan Yuaning twisted her body and freed her hand from his grip, then continued to shamelessly knead his chest. "Little brother's pecs feel so nice. Wanna touch big sis's too?" She lifted her head from his embrace, gazing at him with misty, seductive eyes, her breath warm and fragrant. Yi Cheng. Originally, he just wanted to use a candlelit evening to keep her here until midnight. But who would have thought she would drink so fast and that her alcohol tolerance was this bad? If she was just drunk, it'd be fine, he never planned to take advantage of her. After all, if she woke up tomorrow and couldn't accept it, that wasn't something he wanted to deal with. But now, in this situation, it was getting really hard for him to be a gentleman. Suddenly, Yan Yuaning frowned. "Ugh, What's this hard thing in your pants? She reached out to touch it. Yi Chang panicked and immediately grabbed her hand, looking at her seriously. You're drunk, be careful, or I might not be able to hold back. Then go ahead. Yan Yuaning's eyes were sultry as she whispered seductively, I'm not in a safe period right now. Want me to have your baby? Go on, I don't mind. Damn. Yi Chang instantly sobered up. He suddenly realized he hadn't even bought any protection. They weren't even married, he wasn't about to risk having a kid. But looking at Yan Yuaning's alluring body and seductive gaze, he took a deep breath, then stood up and picked her up in his arms. They had been out shopping all day, she hadn't even taken a shower yet. First, they'd clean up. The next morning, Yan Yuaning woke up in a soft, comfortable bed. Her head ached a little, her lips felt sore, and her legs were weak. Her feet felt slightly unsteady, and most importantly, her butt was sore. She jolted awake and looked around the unfamiliar room. This wasn't her bedroom, it looked like Yi Chang's bedroom? But she was the only one in bed. Her memories from last night were a bit hazy, but she could still recall some very embarrassing moments. Thinking about what had happened, Yan Yuaning quickly checked her body. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief. At least that pervert still had some conscience, he didn't go all the way. But at the same time, she felt a little disappointed. To be honest, she had practically offered herself to him, yet that guy didn't take full advantage of it. What a beast, or rather, not even a beast. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but giggle. She had completely forgotten that it was she herself who had said she was in a dangerous period, making Yi Chang give up his intentions. At that moment, the door opened, and Yi Chang walked in with a tray in his hands. Yan Yuaning was startled and quickly pulled the blanket over herself. She wasn't wearing anything right now. Seeing the beautiful woman awake, Yi Chang was momentarily stunned, then spoke gently, You're up? Breakfast is ready, go freshen up. Pervert. Why am I here? Yan Yuaning huffed angrily. Yi Chang scratched his head. You got drunk last night. Then why am I not wearing any clothes? What did you do to me? I didn't do anything, okay? You said you were in a dangerous period, how could I dare do anything? Yi Chang felt wronged. In his mind, since the final step hadn't been completed, then nothing had happened at all. If it weren't for the soreness in her body and the faint pain on her backside, as if she had been spanked, Yan Yuaning might have believed him. But what was done. She had no choice now. Blushing furiously, she muttered, Get out, I need to change. Also, where are my clothes? I washed them. Just wear mine for now. Yan Yuaning's face turned even redder. I'm not wearing yours. I want the ones I bought yesterday. Yi Chang sighed. Alright, I'll go get them. You eat breakfast first. Then he left the room. Yan Yuaning burrowed back under the blanket, her face completely flushed. What a mess! And she was completely naked, there was no way she could just walk over to eat like this. What if that pervert came back and started having bad thoughts again? Thinking about the things he had forced her to do last night, her face grew even redder. That had been her first time in 25 years. Just then, the aroma of breakfast wafted from the small table nearby, making her exhausted body suddenly feel very hungry. She should have asked that jerk to get her some clothes first. As the irresistible scent invaded her senses, her stomach grumbled. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore. Wrapping herself tightly in the blanket to ensure she wouldn't expose anything, she climbed out of bed and scurried over. A small cup of rich mashed potatoes, a delicate poached egg, and a bowl of fragrant sea cucumber tofu soup. She had no idea how Yi Chang managed to make such a simple breakfast smell so amazing. Even a Michelin chef wouldn't do better, right? Her appetite was instantly awakened. She picked up a spoon and took a bite of the mashed potatoes, it melted in her mouth, smooth and creamy. Then she took a sip of the soup, absolutely perfect. Indeed, having that guy cook for her was the right decision. Waking up to such a delicious breakfast would surely guarantee a great day. Just as she was enjoying her meal, the door suddenly and quietly creaked open. Yi Chang had forgotten to fully close the door when he left. Now, hearing the sound of her drinking soup as he returned, he softened his footsteps and walked in. Seeing her wrapped in a blanket while sipping soup, he shook his head. He had hoped to catch a beautiful scene, but then his gaze shifted downward, and he noticed that her blanket had slightly slipped at her chest. Yi Chang swallowed hard. Even though he had already enjoyed quite a bit last night, the sight still sent a rush of heat through his body. Finally, he spoke, Here, change into these clothes. Startled, Yan Yuaning turned to see him sneaking in and immediately clutched the blanket tightly. She scolded, Are you a thief? Why do you walk so quietly? Yi Chang chuckled and tossed the clothes onto the bed. There's no underwear. Do you want to wear mine? It's brand new, never worn before. Yan Yuaning glared at him, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Yi Chang pulled a new pair of boxer briefs from the wardrobe and tossed them onto the bed as well. Get out! Yan Yuaning pointed at the door. Yi Chang pouted. This is my room. Yan Yuaning glared at him. Are you leaving or not? Yi Chang wanted to push his luck. I already saw everything last night. But seeing the murderous look in her eyes, he quickly left the room. Unwillingly, he glanced at the door and muttered, System, give me X-ray vision. System. Why couldn't I get a cultivation system instead? Yi Chang sighed in regret. I should have ignored that dangerous period nonsense last night and made sure she couldn't even get out of bed today. Once Yan Yuaning finished changing, he re-entered the room and admired her new look, a black dress with black stockings. Of course, he had picked this outfit purely to satisfy his inner desires. Unable to resist, Yi Chang rushed forward and hugged her before letting go. As for whether Yan Yuaning was willing or not, after last night, he had discovered a hidden trait of this domineering CEO. She was actually a masochist. That morning finally passed, and Yi Chang drove Yan Yuaning back to Villa number 18. Just as he dropped her off, he received a call from Li Chang. Li Chang told him that Du Xinghai's father, Du Ping, wanted to host a banquet to apologize and seek his forgiveness. Apologize to me? Yi Chang smirked. An apology from a love rival? Sounded interesting, but he had no interest in meeting them. He simply replied, tell them that Du Xinghai must stop bothering my girlfriend, and they must cancel their arranged marriage plans with Yixing Group's Yanhua Xiong. Understood. I'll relay the message immediately, Li Chang responded. Alright, that's all. After hanging up, Yi Chang no longer paid attention to the matter. He figured that the Du father and son would probably report his true identity to Yan Yuaning's father. By then, her father would likely have nothing more to say about their relationship. After all, as the owner of Jinsi Road, there was no way her father would refuse to acknowledge him. Back at his school dormitory, his roommates were confused about his absence the previous night. You had work? A night shift? You're a CEO's assistant, why would you have to work night shifts? You've only been at this job for a few days, and they're already exploiting you like this? Your boss is too ruthless. Damn capitalists. A chorus of voices rose in protest on his behalf. Yi Chang was speechless. Exploitation? He had nearly done some exploiting himself. And honestly, keeping a female CEO company for a night shift, wasn't that perfectly normal? Relax, it's fine. No big deal. Gotta make money, right? Sigh, old G, you've already surrendered to life so quickly. I guess we'll be next. The group looked disheartened, making Yi Chang even more speechless. Not bothering to explain further, he sat in front of his computer, turned it on, and started gaming. While doing his daily quests, he opened his friends list. None of his close friends were online. Playing alone in this game could get boring, but Yi Chang wasn't in a hurry. After finishing his quests, he wandered around aimlessly in the game and suddenly noticed some interesting discussions in the faction chat.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.